This boy sank into the ocean. Taiha was just a child when his family was betrayed in the middle of the sea. There was nothing he could do. He tried to swim through the raging waters to find his mother, but she was already gone. Taiha couldn't believe what was happening until a massive wave dragged his body down into the depths. And all around him, everyone he knew was sinking one by one. But then someone grabbed him. It was his grandfather, the supreme leader of the Cheongu group. Trembling, Taiha tried to ask about his parents, but the old man told him never to forget these words. No matter what happened, never forget this. You must take revenge on all of them. Then he handed Taiha a pen that would prove his identity as the rightful heir. After that, his grandfather took off his own life jacket and put it on Taiha, throwing him back into the open sea. Days later, the boy was found by the Italian mafia, who would raise the greatest assassin of all, a cold-hearted man driven by a lonely quest for revenge. The story begins with someone saying they never imagined it would take 17 years to return to Korea. Two urns displayed the names Huijong-yo and Suyok-jin. Looking at the urns, a man says it's been a long time since he last saw his father and mother. In his thoughts, he admits there was a time he wondered how much a human life was worth. 17 years ago, at 10:32 p.m. in the Gulf of Aden, a cruise ship begins to sink. The boy was frantic, looking around and searching for his parents. The storm grew more and more intense. The child screamed continuously, searching for his family. He tries to swim against the strong ocean current. Just then, the boy spots two floating bodies. Getting closer, Dongwoo realizes it's his mother. Looking at the body more closely, the boy notices it's covered in wounds. He freezes, unsure of what to do. Still, the child keeps trying to wake her. However, a large wave comes rushing toward them, causing the protagonist to start drowning. Desperate, the boy knows he needs to get to the surface before he runs out of air. Opening his eyes, he sees numerous bodies scattered beneath the ship, becoming more and more horrified by the scene. He realizes even his secretary was killed by a gunshot, along with the head chef, the captain, and the ship's bodyguard. Suddenly, he sees a body nearby, realizing something horrible. Sinking deeper and deeper in front of him were both his father and his mother, but then someone pulls him up. An old man asks if Taiha is okay. Seeing that the boy is still alive, the man asks if he can move. Crying, he is overjoyed to see that his grandfather is still there. Sayoko says that it seems the heavens haven't completely abandoned them yet. The protagonist warns that his parents are below them, but his grandfather says he knows, and there's nothing they can do. He asks his grandson to never forget his next words, stating that no matter what, the boy must inherit the Cheongu group. With that, the old man hands Taiha a pen, telling him that if he takes it to lawyer Kim, the man will know exactly how to help him. He also tells him to remember not to trust anyone, and to return to Korea as soon as possible to meet the lawyer. Even so, the protagonist begs his grandfather to at least save his father and mother. The man begins to take off his life vest. The boy can't quite understand what he's trying to do. Surprisingly, the old man puts the vest on the child, explaining that they were both shot to death even before the boat sank. Inflating the vest, Sayoko tells Taiha to go and survive at all costs. With that, the old man pushes his grandson away, just as another giant wave approaches them. The storm sent lightning streaking endlessly across the clouds. After some time, all the chaos turned into an incredibly agonizing peace. The boy was still floating on the water. Opening his eyes, he was clearly exhausted. The boy is speechless when he notices something casting a shadow across the sunny sky. It was a large cargo ship passing by. A person smiles, their face obscured by the light. Taiha was terrified and confused after being rescued. Two guards armed with rifles are surprised to see the child is still alive. One of them starts shouting for his boss, telling him the boy is okay. Hearing a language different from his own, the protagonist realizes they are both Italian. The man kept trying to communicate with his boss. Someone seems to hear the call. While one of them complains about their boss being there again, the chubby one asks if the child can understand him. However, Taiha notices the prominent tattoo on the man's neck. From the tattoo and the guns, the protagonist understands that the people on this ship are not ordinary. Suddenly, the group's leader leaps from where she was. Startling him, the woman lands right in front of the boy, asking how he got to her ship. Her subordinate warns that the child might not speak their language. Annoyed, she orders him to bring someone who can help them communicate. Taiha just watches them, a little nervous, not knowing how to react. However, surprising the woman, he speaks in Italian, explaining he was on a yacht that was attacked nearby. With that, she asks where this impressive child came from. He explains that he is Korean, and that during the storm, his family's ship was invaded by armed men who killed his parents and grandfather. The boss says that it seems, after being shipwrecked, he ended up on the Salerno family ship. Confused, the boy wonders what the Salerno family is. She starts laughing at the situation, an Asian kid who can speak Italian claiming to have come from the Gulf of Aden in the Middle East. Taking out a knife, the woman says it's embarrassing, but she can't believe him. Pointing the blade at the boy, Regina asks if there's any reason she shouldn't throw him back into the sea. The boy doesn't know what to say to stop her. Nervously, he tries to think of something as fast as possible. So, Taiha shows her the pen his grandfather gave him. He explains that he's the grandson of Sioko, chairman of the Cheongu group, and the son of Suyok, his grandfather's third son. Because of that, instead of throwing him back, they could help him contact his people and reap the benefits. Agitated, Regina asks if he's really talking about the Cheongu group. She knows it's the most successful conglomerate in South Korea, and apparently, this brat is part of the family. So the woman in charge tells her subordinates to check the news related to Korea. While they search for anything related to what the boy said, she asks if the child speaks any other languages. He informs her that he knows Cantonese, English, Japanese, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, and Esperanto, claiming to be fluent enough for basic conversations. One of the men says he found some news from Korea. Regina smiles, realizing this is fascinating. She says that if the boy wants to contact someone in Korea, he can ask them. But the boy remembers what his grandfather had said, telling him to look for lawyer Kim, as the man would know how to help him. The protagonist states that he needs her to contact someone outside of his family, in Seoul at 1:12 a.m. Someone answers the phone, asking who it is. The person says they're calling from abroad, will be speaking only in English, and asks if he is lawyer Kim. Regina says that from the photo she sent, the lawyer must have already realized she has the group's precious grandson with her. She asks if she should send him back to Korea, but the old man questions what she means by that. She makes an offer of $10 million, informing him they should meet at the Panama Canal for the exchange. However, the guy claims he's too busy to negotiate, so he makes a counteroffer of $1 million. Setting his drink down on the table, he picks up a microphone that was beside him. Cursing, he says it will be $1 million. While dancing with some people, the madman says he'll pay $1 million if she kills Taiha. He tells the woman to kill the boy and send him video proof within the next 5 minutes, and she will receive $1 million as a reward. Regina asks what would happen if he didn't send the money after the job was done. As everyone watches, the lawyer assures her it only takes 3 taps on his phone to send such a small amount. Besides, if she doesn't do it, Kim says he will leak to the press that they were responsible for the attacks. Hanging up, he tells his master not to worry, as he has already contacted some mercenaries near them. Thanks to that, the Cheongu group is now all theirs. The boy was still paralyzed by everything he had heard. After all, that man wants him dead in the next 5 minutes. Making him even more scared, the woman says that it seems this is how things work. Because of this, her reason to keep him alive is now gone. Terrified, Taiha begins to beg them not to kill him, but Regina states he's no longer a member of a rich family. Besides, they're probably already preparing his funeral, asking if the boy knows what that means. She claims it's quite common in her world for people to kill others to take over their assets and achievements. Horrified, he laments why his uncles and relatives are planning to kill his entire family. The 2 guards whisper to each other that their boss won't kill him, she's just having fun teasing him. Trembling, he can't believe he survived the sea only to die at the hands of people he doesn't even know. He wonders what Cheongu even means, and if it was really worth killing his parents and grandfather for their positions. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room, warning that they're under attack. The man reports that 3 patrol boats and a heavily armed military helicopter have appeared. She asks if it's Interpol, but the man says no, explaining that they're ignoring their radio transmissions. Regina doesn't understand what's happening. It would take someone completely crazy to do something like this. Looking at the child, she finally understands who's to blame. She realizes those Koreans must have contacted these people to look for the boy. Out of nowhere, Taiha stabs his right hand with the pen. No one understands what the child is trying to do. He says the Cheongu group will never give her the money. Besides, the woman has nothing to gain by killing him. The trade leader of the Salerno family is surprised by the boy's reasoning. The protagonist asks to join them, vowing to be loyal for the rest of his life if she helps him get his revenge. The woman wonders how he learned the Salerno insignia. The mad woman starts laughing manically. Excited, Regina tells Mateo to get ready, as it's time to start the show. Before leaving, she asks if the boy understands the weight of his words. She questions if he wants the power of revenge, even if it means staining his hands with blood. He remembers his grandfather saying that no matter the means, he had to inherit Cheongu at all costs. Resolute, the protagonist just nods his head affirmatively. With a smile, she says that barking dogs seldom bite, but this was very interesting. The mad woman kicks the door open and tells them to follow her. She declares that from this day forward, the boy's life belongs to the Salerno family, so he will live and die for it. Therefore, he must watch closely, as this is his future. Taiha watches, stunned by what he sees. With that, 17 years pass, and he finally returns to Korea. The young man asks his father and mother to protect him while he gets his revenge. However, he seems to be surprised by something, whipping around to look behind him. He leaps to the side as a volley of gunfire hits the spot where he stood. Several soldiers had arrived and opened fire on Taiha. Getting out of a vehicle, someone asks if those insects don't even know how to aim. A security manager from the Cheon-gu group tells them to find the senior managing director. He claims not to know the man, but he's surely a madman for thinking he could kidnap a director of Cheon-gu. One of the subordinates tells the manager they've found the car they were looking for. He tells everyone to be careful opening the trunk, as the director is still alive. As he orders them to check his injuries, a huge explosion occurs. The man is furious at the audacity of planting a bomb there, but suddenly, half of his men have their heads decapitated. When he finally looks back, the rest of them are also killed. In an instant, Taiha had defeated all of them. The man notices a small cut on his waist. Nervously, he sees it was thanks to his protective vest. Trying to attack the protagonist, the bald man calls him a little insect, but the boy says he's not the only one with something to say. He quickly lands another cut on the back of his opponent, launching an attack that slices him in half. As he collapses, Yang wonders what that was. He can't understand how that man could do such a thing, complaining about who this monster really is. On the other hand, the protagonist didn't seem happy about it. He starts wiping his daggers as he walks away, heading to a luxury car and grabbing a bag from the back seat. He then goes to the trunk. Squirming, the director begs Taeha to let him go. He claims he was just following orders from the former lawyer Kim, the person who had ordered his death. He insists he had no reason to kill the chairman. However, the young man opens the bag and throws several bundles of cash on the man, informing him that this is the 1 million. After all, that money must not have been delivered to him. Scared, the man asks what money Taiha is talking about. But then, the director remembers that day. The protagonist takes a lighter from his coat, stating that because he died that day, as he throws the lighter, he says he was reborn. With that, Kim begins to be burned alive. Coldly, Taiha just watches with indifference. After that, he calmly takes something out, putting the cigar in his mouth. The protagonist mentally tries to speak to his parents and grandfather, apologizing for taking so long. He pleads for them not to worry and to just find peace, vowing that he will take on all their suffering from this day forward. After a while, amidst the city, a modern building stood out from the others. The protagonist moved quickly, determined. A few men yelled, asking where he thought he was going as they prepared to open fire. However, the psycho simply takes them both out in an instant. Even so, Taiha didn't seem bothered by the interruption. He continues walking calmly through the hall. Seeing this, a man collapses to the floor, terrified by the scene. Frightened, he asks the protagonist who sent him there. The man says they're part of the Cheon-gu group, warning him that he won't be safe after this. While cleaning his blade, Taiha explains, this is Holdings, a private security firm subcontracted by Cheon-gu. Their main job is to protect directors and board members after hours, all over the Gangbuk area. During their downtime, they stalk journalists or people who have reported on Cheon-gu. They kidnap and assault them, sometimes even killing them. In other words, they're hitmen. The captured people were completely broken and desperate. The protagonist simply tosses one of his daggers to the man. After that, he tells them to use it to free themselves and make sure they never saw him there. And just like that, their bindings are cut. The three were still confused by everything that had happened. The man gets up and returns the knife to him. They run, shouting their thanks as they flee. Meanwhile, the remaining company man yells for them to come back. One of the escapees glances back, hearing the man's shouts. The large man demanded to know who he was, asking if Taiha was part of their family. Removing his mask, the young man says no, explaining he just wanted a more private conversation. He states that he needs the schedule of everyone on the board, from the directors to the chairman. The man says he doesn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't tell him, because he and his family would be killed. The protagonist notes that he seems to value his life. He says he'll start with his eye, and tells him to raise his hand when he's ready to talk. A large screen on the side of a building displayed a news story about a celebrity. In contrast, several homeless people were sitting on a nearby staircase. Because of the heat, even a cicada was dead on the ground. Breaking the silence, someone appears to be in a hurry. While walking, Taiha notices that a cigar would draw too much attention, wondering if he should try Korean cigarettes. The avenue was bustling at this hour. He says he's finally back in Korea, and so far, everything seems normal. But he notices his country is going mad, with ads for loans and insurance plastered everywhere. A politician was giving a speech, vowing to use his power and influence to eradicate the epidemic of crime and violence. He claimed that from that day on, his war on crime would be publicly declared. However, his speech is interrupted by someone pointing a gun in his direction. In 1990, the president was assassinated during his campaign against organized crime. Since then, no one has dared to oppose the criminal syndicates, and the country has succumbed to violence and money. The young man walked through the streets, lost in thought. The Cheon-gu group allied with criminal organizations to bribe the media and suppress competitors. They invested in entertainment and sports, making the public lose interest in politics, to the point where even a dog could run for office. Still, people kept saying that the Cheon-gu group was a company that did good for the people. Taiha calmly walks into a convenience store. The clerk welcomes him. Both he and another young man ask for a pack of this. They stare at each other for a moment, not understanding how such a coincidence could happen. Slightly irritated, the protagonist changes his order. However, they both have the same idea and ask for a plus at the same time. The two stare at each other again, suspicious. Awkwardly, the clerk tells them they only have one pack left. Taiha sighs deeply, clearly annoyed. As he leaves, he tells her to give the pack to the other man, saying he'll be fine without it. The man continues to watch him as he walks away. After the man pays, he finds the protagonist outside, who politely says, "Excuse me." He asks if he could borrow a cigarette. The man asks if he couldn't just go to another convenience store. But Taeha explains it's been a long time since he was last in Korea, so he'd like to try one right away. The man gives up, trying to avoid him. While handing him a cigarette, he says he can't believe someone wants to try this tasteless thing. As they walk, the man says he'll get a fine if he smokes there, and recommends he wait until he reaches a designated smoking area. Observing this, Taiha admits that when you've been in the mafia for about 17 years, a single glance is enough to size a person up. He assumes the guy is strong as those he faced overseas. He wonders if people like this are common in Korea. As he leaves, the protagonist thinks he'd rather not meet that man again. After some time, that same man arrives at the scene of the massacre. While smoking, he calmly observes one of the bodies. Crouching down, the man examines the corpses more closely, noticing they were all fatally wounded by stab wounds from a blade about the length of a sashimi knife. He puts out his cigarette in a pool of blood. He takes out his phone and calls his client. His boss tells him he'd already been warned not to call at this hour. The man asks if he has a meeting later, advising him to cancel it. After all, the assassin who killed Director Kim might be after him. The man, sipping his wine calmly, asks what's going on. His subordinate explains that he went to the security company and found them all dead. From the wounds, it seems to have been a lone attacker. Not only is the killer no ordinary man, but it's also likely he knows the exact meeting location. But his boss says that holding a family meeting during emergencies is a Cheon-gu group tradition. He questions if his subordinate really thinks someone would invade a meeting that only family members know about, stating he sent him to hunt the man discreetly. Lost in thought, the man realizes the knife wounds remind him of something. He remembers the protagonist asking for a cigarette. He remembers his hands as he took the cigarette. He reasons that if the kid doesn't use knives, there's no way he'd have all those scars on his palms. With this in mind, Huiman asks his boss if anyone in the family is skilled with knives. Laughing, his boss says those people can barely slice an apple. Besides, everyone is present, except for the children. He offers another 100 million for Huiman to go guard the place and ensure his safety. Leaving the office, the man says he'll head to the meeting, but asks them to increase security anyway. Annoyed, his boss just says, "Fine." Handing his phone to an employee, the boss mutters that the psycho is just a gangster who thinks he can give him orders. While walking through the corridors, he adjusts his clothes and prepares for the meeting. Arriving at the meeting, he greets his boss and asks when the chairman arrived. Speaking on the phone, Huiman informs his gang leader that he plans to help the Cheon-gu group for one more day before returning. However, he is called a traitor. But instead of getting angry, he asks if his boss has been drinking. He informs him that he was offered another 100 million for the job, claiming that only a fool would refuse. Also, there seems to be a dangerous assassin on the loose. Then, he notices the protagonist hidden in the alley. Huiman quickly wraps up the call, saying he'll share the details later, his eyes fixed on the young man. Playing it cool, he asks if one cigarette wasn't enough. Taiha says finding someone of his caliber near the incident is no coincidence, adding it was a good idea to follow him. Smiling, the man says it's been quite a day. First, someone bummed a cigarette, and then they followed him. He can't believe he didn't notice, admitting it's the first time he's ever been tailed. Approaching him, the protagonist says, "Before we begin, I'd like to ask you something." He asks if the man is working with the Cheon-gu group. Huiman asks if he wasn't listening to the call, clarifying that he's just helping them out temporarily. With that, the young man gives him a deadly stare, drawing 2 daggers from his back. He immediately clashes his blade against the enemy's weapon. Both exchange glances, assessing each other's skill. A frantic exchange of blows begins. However, Huimin leaps, getting above the protagonist. He swings his weapon down for a powerful strike. To his surprise, his bat is sliced into several pieces. Seeing this, the gangster wonders when that happened. Furthermore, Taiha had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His adversary gets nervous upon realizing something. The positions had reversed, and the one in the air now was the protagonist, who quickly prepares to end the battle. A hint of fear in his eyes, Huiman admits the Cheon-gu have gotten themselves into deep trouble this time, wondering how they became the target of a monster like that. Taiha lunges toward his opponent, blades in hand. The gangster doesn't know what to do now that he's disarmed. The protagonist lands a blow, knocking the man to the ground, and prepares to leave. Wiping the excess blood from his knife, he heads for the alley's exit, leaving Huiman's body behind. But to his surprise, the man asks if he's kidding. Even wounded, he wasn't dead yet. He asks if, after all that, the protagonist is really just going to leave, warning him he'll regret keeping him alive. Sheathing his dagger, Taiha explains that he has his own principles. He warns that if the man were with the Cheon-gu group, he'd already be dead. He tells the man to stay out of his way. Otherwise, The next time he hears about him helping his enemies, he won't be so kind. Besides, if he can't accept being spared, he can just consider it payback for the cigarette. Still on the ground, Huiman smiles, realizing a single cigarette just saved his life. He admits that this time he got off cheap. A little later, a car speeds through the streets. Obviously, the protagonist was the one driving. For some reason, he seemed angry and in pain. Seeing a wound near his waist, Taiha notes that at least the blow wasn't deep. As he drives, he says that at least he can still move. He speeds up even more, needing just 32 minutes. He says that his 17-year-long plan for revenge is finally coming to fruition, with only 32 minutes left until its completion. Again, the boy is overcome by childhood memories. His mother told him not to look, while his father used his body to shield them both from the gunshots. However, terrified and worried, he runs toward his father. The man asks what she's doing. He tells his wife to grab the boy and run, so his mother grabs Taeha so they can try to escape, but the ship begins to lurch violently. Even the assassins struggle to keep their balance. His mother pushes him out the door. She tells her son to find a life jacket and jump into the water. With a smile, Huijong tells him he must survive. One of the men says this is annoying, remarking that he told them to detonate the bombs after eliminating everyone. Looking at him, the protagonist is surprised, as the assassins can speak Korean. The man's face was completely covered by a mask and goggles as he aimed at him and his mother. Huijong panics and tells Taiha to run as fast as he can. The boy starts running desperately through the ship. The child was not just startled, but terrified. He ran, breathless, crying non-stop. From the earlier explosion, part of the yacht was already in flames, but then another bomb goes off. Because of it, the ship begins to sink even faster. Back in the present, at the secret gangbook annex, the CEO of the Cheongu Group's department store asks if they've really found who killed Director Kim. But Jashong says it was likely a crime of passion, since the director had 2 secret mistresses. His sister calls it disgusting, but he retorts that's ironic, coming from someone with so many affairs. Jong Won asks about Director Kim's share in the company's stock, stating they need to make an announcement soon. But suddenly someone slams their hand on the table, getting everyone's attention. The man tells everyone to be silent. Guho tells his son to speak. Chiang says 2 employees were found at the scene. However, they didn't have much to say and were dismissed. They also confirmed there were no other witnesses present. He explains they were just subcontractors, so they don't know much. Plus, the police assured them the incident wouldn't leak. Suddenly, his father throws a glass of wine at his head. Everyone at the table was stunned, not understanding what just happened. The old man asks where the Oseong gang is. Chung was visibly irritated by this. Despite this, he cracks a smile, saying they don't seem to know anything, even sending Huimin, their 7th in command. However, the old man smashes a bottle over his son's head. The old man says that in 24 hours, he hasn't found the killer or his whereabouts. Instead, he tipped off a gang. He says that if the former chairman and Suyak hadn't died 17 years ago, someone as incompetent as him would never have set foot in here. Besides the wine, the man's face was completely covered in blood. Regardless of what happened, Chiang assures them he'll find him within the next 12 hours. The rest of the family sees that the 2 of them haven't changed, and it bothers everyone. Juhui asks why he's so harsh with the eldest, pointing out he's still his firstborn son. However, her brother says it's not out of hatred. He asserts that it's definitely out of fear. Grabbing a cloth, Chiang immediately asks his subordinate for his phone. While wiping his face, he looks for something on his phone. He asks where his men are. His assistant informs him they are ready. The man says this is exciting, adding that he's eager to see how grand their entrance will be. On a road at night, the protagonist headed toward his objective. Taiha admits he has always been keeping an eye on the Cheongu Group. 17 years ago, on the day he was accepted by the Salerno family. Even before his grandfather's funeral, Guho became the new chairman, taking over all the shares and securing his position. He took advantage of the chaos from the failed war on crime, allying with factions like the Oseong gang to increase his power. Even though that was the beginning of the Cheongu era, they still hold meetings with official members at times like this. This was an old family tradition from when his grandfather was alive. Neither the system nor the traditions changed. Everyone killed to climb the ranks of the hierarchy created by Sayoko. They were even willing to murder his parents and him. One of the guards was monitoring the cameras, wondering whose car was approaching. So he asks his superior if the members are expecting a guest, but he's told no. He reports a car heading toward the front gates. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Seeing it's probably some maniac, the head of security orders them to raise the bollards. With that, several containment spikes begin to rise from the ground. However, the protagonist speeds up even more. After all, he doesn't need any tricks up his sleeve to deal with people who have been sheltered their entire lives. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Taiha says there's no point in making elaborate plans. His car's front end is completely destroyed on impact. Even so, He leaps out with his blade in hand. He declares that the only thing he hopes for is that they haven't forgotten his family, so he can say it to their faces. The guards look at the intruder terrified. The boy quickly takes them all down in a single attack, and he claims that he's back. Confused, they ask what that loud noise was. They wonder why it's getting louder. It seems to be coming from the front gate. Unlike the others, Chiang seemed puzzled, yet confident. His uncle tells the man to go check on all the commotion. But surprising Zhongwan, he says there's no need for that. All the guards inside the hall point their weapons at the family members. The eldest sister asks what's happening. Guho, angry, asks if they're really trying to pull something at a time like this. However, his son stands up calmly, wiping his mouth. The old man asks if he's really going to do it. With a smirk, Jiang claims his father expected this to happen sooner or later. That was why his father was always angry with him. He was afraid of ending up like his grandfather. With a terrifying look, the man says that, after all, he was the one who killed his grandfather and uncle. Meanwhile, the protagonist passed through the gates, saying his revenge would finally begin. The security guards raise their weapons, asking if this is some kind of ambush. Jishong asks if his nephew has gone insane. They question what the guy is doing, saying he should never point a gun at his family. However, Chiang claims he isn't doing anything, but they keep cursing him out, saying they get what he's trying to do. Looking at one of the guards, Juhui asks if he's really going to betray them for that kid. Even though he's her personal bodyguard, Youngmin apologizes, showing he's abandoning her. Even the second son's bodyguard says it's not personal, but the rewards for betrayal were just too tempting. Another guard remarks that if they had just gotten a raise, this wouldn't be happening. The only person who remains silent is Chiang's own bodyguard. The man's father says he can understand the others betraying him, but he can't understand why his own son would do this. He asks if his guard will really turn his back on them. Junsu just watches, not moving or saying a word. The man says he isn't paid to protect him personally, but rather the Cheongu group. Zhongwan asks if the guards really think they'll gain anything from this. He tries to continue threatening them, but a gun is pressed to his head. His own bodyguard kills him in cold blood. With that, the two remaining siblings become desperate and beg for mercy. However, gunshots echo through the hall as blood splatters everywhere. Chong hands the cloth to his subordinate. He walks calmly toward his father. The old man admits he always expected something like this would happen one day. Ever since the day his other son died of acute leukemia, his wife had asked for a divorce right after, not wanting a single cent. Trembling with rage, he says he always suspected Xiang was behind everything, and because of that, he always kept his distance. While spinning the gun, the man says that for someone who had his own father and brother killed, Guho talks too much. Placing the gun against his head, the man asks the old man who it was that sent his own father and brother to the bottom of the sea. He asks what else he could have done, since if he hadn't killed everyone, Suyak's son would have inherited the presidency, and they wouldn't be here now. The psychopath gets closer, and asks why his father never declared him the future successor. The old man grows more and more terrified by all of this. Furthermore, his son was staring at him menacingly, while Guho claims that if he had done so, the boy would have killed him sooner. He doesn't deny he would have killed him earlier, but says he's a little upset to hear it. His father assures him that even if he kills him there, the man will never become the president. But Chiang cuts him off, saying he already knows. After all, power transfers through political or violent coups are not recognized. That's a clause made by the committee. With that, the man says it's a shame. He informs him that the person making a noise outside isn't one of them. The president asks who it could be. As he shoots his father, he explains it's a young master who has waited 17 long years for this day. The guards were firing at the intruder. They were trying to surround him, as the killer didn't have a firearm. The protagonist remembers that the Central Security Force is made up of people who guard the executive members, so they hold high positions. Therefore, he assumes these bodyguards will be much stronger than the previous ones. He stops running for a moment. Changing his direction of advance, the boy claims that it won't be a problem, so he zigzags toward the enemies to dodge the gunfire. He uses one of the guards' bodies as a shield. Desperately, the man begs them not to shoot, as he'll be hit. However, the guards don't care and open fire. Leaving one of the guards terrified, his weapon is sliced in half. In an instant, Taiha manages to defeat them all quickly. The leader orders his men to evacuate the president as quickly as possible. However, the protagonist throws his dagger at the man, but a guard manages to stop the knife. A man with glasses asks why they're making so much noise, questioning if they can't do this quietly. 3 department heads appear to try and stop him, but that small group is simply ignored as the protagonist kills the others. One of them says he can stop him alone and tells his companions to wait. However, despite being extremely strong, Taiha was suffering from the wound he sustained earlier. With every minute that passed, the wound seemed to get worse. Snapping back to his senses, he realizes his enemy's fist is already extremely close to his face. Thus, his only option is to block the attack as he's thrown backward. He manages Seeing all this, even the protagonist doesn't quite understand what's happening. He observes Jishung's body with a bullet hole in his forehead. The same for his aunt, Juhui. Even Zhongwan had met the same fate. The current president was also dead. Standing up, his cousin says he looks better than he imagined, claiming that assassins these days must take better care of themselves. Greeting him formally, Chiang asks if he recognizes him. On the other hand, the protagonist just says the man's name and the fact that he's Guho's eldest son. Laughing, the madman says he doesn't remember them being close enough for him to call his father by his first name. Suspicious, Taiha just observes this abnormal behavior. His cousin says he waited there because he thought it would be disrespectful not to greet him, and besides, he needs to explain a few things. He adds that if he doesn't want to sit, they can remain standing, as it won't take long anyway. Chong asks if the boy remembers that day 17 years ago, the day he was rescued by the Italian mafia. Interrupting him, his bodyguard informs him that the helicopter is ready. She urges that they should leave soon, as it's very dangerous. Getting annoyed, the man reminds her he had asked her to call him only after he finished speaking. However, Taiha is suddenly surprised by something. He clearly didn't expect that. He says he recognizes that voice, the voice of the one who killed his family 17 years ago. He remembers the man who pointed a rifle at him and his mother, the person who complained about the premature explosions while laughing under his mask. Extremely angry, Taiha asks if he was that scum. The psycho starts trying to hold back his laughter. He states there's not much to say. He tells the protagonist to stop speaking to him so casually. After all, it's making him want to kill him. Lunging forward, he dares the man to try, since his goal from the beginning was to wipe out the entire family. But his cousin starts quoting a saying that when in Korea, you should act like a Korean, telling him to change his tune. Irritated, Taiha tries to get a clear grasp of the situation. He realizes that Chiang knows he survived 17 years ago, and also knows he's an assassin for the Salernos. He wonders why he waited until his return, 17 years after the incident, to stage a coup. Trying to get the boy's attention, the man tells him to listen carefully, saying he's about to begin. Only then does Taiha understand that the madman doesn't actually want a coup. He wants to frame him for the attack, claiming he led it, so he can successfully take over the presidency. Junyuk tells the young master that they need no introduction. The protagonist simply brings his dagger forward. The bodyguard starts firing at the boy. However, the assassin manages to block every shot, using his blade to deflect the bullets' paths. He quickly closes the distance between them. However, another guard lands a hard blow on the boy. Even knowing more was coming, he couldn't predict the strike. Unlike the other one, this man introduces himself as Junho Park. To avoid being cornered, the young master quickly moves back, stopping in front of his adversaries. Without wasting time, Junyok starts shooting at him again. He admits that he's faster than the rumors suggested, that he'd dominate track and field if he were a pro. His partner blocks the protagonist's escape. Even he gets a little nervous about the situation. Junho asks if flexibility is the secret to the young master's success. He then unleashes a frantic sequence of attacks. Taiha notes that they are strong, completely different from the ones he faced outside. But if it weren't for his wound, he could have faced them without a problem. He notices Chiang seems to have lowered his guard, and this might be his only chance before the guard Junsu arrives. Besides, if the woman next to him is Da-in, there are 3 guards here, but there were 4 members at the meeting. Unexpectedly, his thoughts are interrupted by Junho preparing to attack him. Thanks to the reflection in his opponent's pupil, Taiha spots the 4th guard. Youngmin was holding a sword, preparing to attack him from behind. To their surprise, he vanishes between the 2 of them. They can't understand how it's possible. Kneeling on the ground, the protagonist realizes this must be the last one. The guy complains about being seen in the reflection, blaming Junho, but his partner says if it were easy, the kid would already be dead. Reloading their guns, Junyok says he can't even imagine the bonus they'll get for killing this guy. So, both he and the guard with glasses use their guns to shoot at the assassin. Watching the situation, Chiang remarks aloud that it's hard to follow a fight with both ranged and close-quarters combat. He warns that they were trained specifically to defeat him, as rumors of his inhuman speed circulated through Interpol. He admits he even considered killing him with a bomb, but the story of him dying in battle would bring him better fame. Junho positions himself in front of the boy, intending to prevent his escape. Junyok says it doesn't matter how fast he is. It will all end now that Taiha has been cornered. With that, the guard uses his brass knuckles to try and land a blow. The protagonist couldn't do much, just watch the attack coming his way. His cousin thanks him for the show while smiling menacingly. After being hit by his enemy's fist, he is slammed against the wall, causing it to crack all over. Flashing back 4 years, Regina was scolding him, asking what this was. She stated that she had told him to take care of the traitor, not use him as paint for the walls. Even she started vomiting at the sight. Still scolding, the woman says that with his speed, he could have done it silently. She remembers the day they saved him. She says she understands his anger. Since Lorenzo always treated him well, but killing someone like that will only make them want revenge. Therefore, as his mentor and spokesperson for the Salerno family, Regina asks the boy to never do something like this again. However, the protagonist didn't seem pleased or regretful. Still, he says that this way, people will never know. Confused, she asks what Taiha is talking about. He explains that if they kill traitors silently, their deaths won't serve as an example. He claims everyone needs to know what awaits them if they betray the family. Rumors need to spread, exaggerated and distorted. This way, the number of traitors will decrease. Otherwise, it will be a relentless fight. The woman asks if he chose the path of violent deaths to prevent greater bloodshed. Except for where he stood, everything around was stained with blood. She says it's absurd for such words to come from a boy standing in a river of blood without a single drop on his face. Interrupting her own thoughts, Regina says that it seems being an assassin really doesn't suit him. Back in the present, Junho freezes as a glint appears in the middle of his chest. The man starts spitting blood as the glint continues to shine. Even Chiang and his bodyguard are surprised. The protagonist had brutally cut the man down. With a threatening gaze, he faces his other adversaries. Frightened, Young Min quickly raises his gun, but in an instant, his eye is pierced. After taking the hit, the man mentally admits they underestimated him. Besides his speed, he also has strength. Moreover, those who have truly seen his skills never live to tell the tale. Despite showing all this capacity to keep fighting, Taiha was even more injured, and his wounds were getting worse. Junhyuk was desperate, as no one had said his strength was this great. However, Junsu appears and calls out to the woman. He asks her to take the master outside, claiming he will follow them shortly. Seeing this, the boy is surprised. He notices his cousin is trying to leave. He lets out a shout, calling for the man. He slashes both of Junhyuk's weapons and runs towards the elevator. Chang pokes his head out to see what's happening. With uncontrollable rage, Taiha questions where he thinks he's going when they haven't settled their standoff. But blocking the entrance was Junsu, who greets the young master. He's surprised to see the president's bodyguard has arrived. However, the boy leaps, telling him to get out of his way. But surprisingly, the man stops both knives with a single hand. Preparing to punch him, the old man observes that the boy has grown a lot, admitting he's impressed. With that, the man lands several blows all over the protagonist's body, causing practically all of his ribs to fracture. Consequently, Taiha starts coughing up blood after all that damage. Breaking the blades with his hand, Junsu declares that, unfortunately, this will be his end. He lands a knee strike in the same spot, hurling the assassin's body far away. However, the old man is surprised to see that his own clothes have been cut. Looking at his subordinate, the man tells Junhyuk to get up, claiming he knows he's fine. Nervously, he admits he thought he was done for. The old man warns that the building will explode soon, telling him to grab his partner and leave. Lying on the floor was the protagonist, who appeared to be dead. Arriving at the rooftop, the president's bodyguard heads towards the helicopter. Chiang asks if he finished the job. The man assures him he did, and informs him they will detonate the building as soon as they take off. Junsu says he will make preparations for takeoff, but the man tells him to just keep the door open and get them in the air. Putting on his headset, his guard warns that they'll be distracted boarding the helicopter, suggesting he close the door. However, the psychopath states he needs to see this, claiming he's waited a long time for this moment. With that, the helicopter begins to take off, while Chiang stands at the open door. He watches calmly, smiling, cursing, and saying he always hated that house. While the man complains about how boring and hypocritical his family was, Da-in and Junsu exchange glances. Suddenly, the madman remembers the moment the protagonist said things weren't over between them. With a smile, he calls him a poor child. After all, he lived to get his revenge only to meet the same fate. He asks if they both knew that the term family comes from the Latin famulus, which means slave. Taking the detonator in his hand, he asks everyone to witness how he will change Cheongu from this day forward, completely destroying the mansion where the secret meetings were held. Inside, Taiha was on the floor, unconscious. Still dazed, he recognizes the sound of the helicopter and realizes it's all over. Changing his mind, he declares that there's still time. Meanwhile, Chiang watches the place detonate. Tossing the detonator down, the man says they really finished things with a bang. While the protagonist leaps through the flames, the madman says he's going to lie down for a bit, since it's so hot. He tells his subordinates to head straight for headquarters, but Taiha hits him with his knife. However, he only manages to strike his calf. His cousin starts screaming in pain. Both guards get up, worried, annoyed. His cousin calls him an insect and asks what he's doing. The protagonist questions if he really thought he could escape after destroying so many families. As he hangs from the knife, his weight causes it to tear even further into Chiang's leg. While blood gushes out, Taiha says he will kill him no matter what. Dain draws her gun and asks her master to step back. However, the madman snatches the pistol and says he'll do it himself. Pointing the gun at his cousin, Chiang questions if he really thinks he's the hero of this story. Assuring him that he is the main character, he calls him a lowlife and tells the boy to die. As he falls, Taiha manages to avoid the fatal shots, even though he's hit in other places. With that, he goes into a free fall. Immediately after they close the helicopter door, his bodyguard calls the hospital, warning them of an emergency. The protagonist was falling from an absurd height. Luckily, he collides with a tree, which slows his descent. Even so, he ends up hitting his back on the wall of a house. He then falls onto a truck rolling near a creek. Someone passing by on a bicycle happens to see the scene. The person stops and looks towards him. It was one of the victims he had saved from the security company earlier. The young man realizes that this was the man who rescued him. Seeing the state of his body, the guy wonders if he's too late. But then, he hears a cry for help, looking back towards Taeha. He tries to get a closer look. The protagonist was asking for help, barely able to stay awake. Even extremely injured, he kept saying it wasn't over and asking for help. In a messaging app, someone had sent an 11-minute audio file. The person was calling for backup, reporting that a guy had refused the breathalyzer test 3 times and was insisting he was Congressman Kim. A man was writing something down while listening to the audio of former director Kim, using his influence to threaten police officers. He asks someone if the voice and name are clear enough. The person asks where the director is right now. The young man replies that he's probably at the police station giving a statement and will be heading home soon. His contact seems a bit hesitant, so the guy offers 200 and asks if that's enough to take down a major figure from the majority party. For a while, the only notification was that the person was typing, but to his surprise, the counteroffer is 30. Obviously, he gets extremely frustrated by this. He argues that it's worth much more. However, the buyer claims it's not even election season, so nobody cares about those old guys. The guy says that he clearly doesn't understand the current market, explaining that for a normal person they pay 1x, but for a celebrity, it's 10 times that. However, if it's someone related to Cheon-gu, the price is 1,000 times higher. Taking a deep breath, he realizes that everything revolves around Cheon-gu. After a while, a radio report mentioned an accident at a tower. Uninterested in the news, the guy turns off the device. He was getting ready to leave, but instead of the street, he was in a restaurant. The owner was already getting things ready to open. The woman tells the young man he'll be late if he stays there. The boy says he's fine and that he'll make it on time if he goes by skateboard. So, she tells him to eat something. However, if he did that, he really would be late. Suddenly, someone shows up, telling the boss to stop messing around. A guy walks in, telling the owner she should sell the place before they stop being polite. Boksu asks the young man if he doesn't agree with him. The lady asks if they're already there first thing in the morning to collect money, remarking that delinquents really know how to keep busy. The woman tells the boy not to worry and to get to school, assuring him that nothing will change anyway. Even though he's annoyed, there's nothing he can do. Grabbing a knife, the thug says she shouldn't be so hasty, claiming she's already 2 months behind. The guy tells the woman to sell the building and get as much as she can, stating that their interests align. She says she'd never sell the place for pennies and tells him to study some basic arithmetic before coming back. Meanwhile, the kid was at a station waiting for his ride. Exhausted by it all, he just sighs, not knowing what to do. He admits that in the district where he lives, the fights over redevelopment are rampant. With disputes between groups like Cheon-gu and Oseong, it's a heavily neglected area. It's turning into a lawless land, where small gangs try to take advantage of the people living there. People like him and the old woman have nowhere else to go. When he returns, the restaurant owner has several bruises on her face. Even so, she just asks him to clean the tables. Worried, he asks her what happened to her face. A customer says he saw some men from Yaburi leaving earlier, looking extremely angry. The man says they're probably trying to pressure people into selling their buildings so they can redevelop them. She tells him not to worry, and tells the kid to put his backpack in the back of the shop. The boy does as the woman asked, but he angrily throws everything aside. Annoyed, the boy laments as he realizes he really needs to do something. He remembers that before his father passed away, Dr. Young-suk was a great friend of his. She was once a professor at a medical school, but ended up crossing paths with the Oseong gang. Still, she took care of him. What happened wasn't her fault, and neither were the restaurant's problems. The food is great, and the dishes are always well prepared. Interrupting his thoughts, an idea pops into his head. He remembers what that guy told him over the phone. After all, someone from the Cheon-gu group is worth 1,000 times the normal price. So the boy sends him another message. The guy asks if he has any news. Despite being nervous, the kid tells him everything he has. He sends some images that prove his story, claiming that a guard for one of Cheon-gu's security directors, Juhak, was hooking up with Miho, the leader of the ladies. Still very scared, he waited for the buyer's response. Not quite understanding, the guy asks what the boy wants with this, but he quickly remembers the prices mentioned earlier. The next day was a sunny Saturday. Some men in suits approach and ask if he's gray. He confirms, but as he looks back, he realizes he shouldn't have done that. The man punches him in the stomach, knocking him out and dragging him to a van. As he was being taken away, Gray finally understood why they paid so much. After all, It was all just a bait. The boy was tied up and sitting in the security company's office. The leader says that at first, he thought he was just an annoying informant, but in reality, the kid is very good. He questions where he got those pictures from, asking if his father hid them before he died. The guy asks if the kid is the son of Jingu, one of the people who exposed Cheon-gu. Seeing this, Gray gives a slight smile. Taking off his watch, the man asks if he finds this funny. With that, he punches the boy in the face, asking if that's funny too. Still hitting him, the man asks if he has more files like that. He hurts the boy more and more, throwing him to the ground while cursing at him relentlessly. Even so, Gray can't contain his laughter and keeps cackling. Still laughing, he says the old man looks like a piece of trash he'd use as a toilet, stating that if he had more, he would have already sold it. The fat man tells his subordinates to bring the hammer. The guy threatens to knock out all the boy's teeth until he understands this isn't a game. But luckily for him, one of the guards calls the old man. His subordinate reports that a call came in from headquarters, stating they must provide security for an emergency meeting. Getting up, he says that if it's really priority one, it means they should go now. So, he orders them to gag the boy and lock him in the room. Kicking him inside, the fat man says he'll be back to finish this later. Inside, there was already an old man with a woman. Still on the floor, he says his father was a fool. Driven by his ridiculous sense of justice, he didn't even try to expose Cheon-gu, just died in a car crash with his mother. Instead, he should have just hidden and lived a peaceful life working for them. No matter how significant the information his father had was, as long as he remained defenseless, it was all for nothing. But then, they start to hear the guards asking who that person is. With that, gunshots and screams start to mix. Even the leader was desperate, ordering his subordinates to kill that man. Everyone starts to get scared, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, the large door opens in front of them. The man gives them a knife and tells them to use it to cut themselves free and leave. After that, he assures them that none of the three saw him there. They don't quite understand what just happened. They start to leave, while thanking him for his help. That's when the boy looked around and back one last time. Observing the bodies, Gray wonders if that guy did it all by himself. After some time, he finally returns home. Young-suk asks what happened to his face and where he's been all this time. She gets angrier and angrier, demanding the boy to speak up, but Gray says nothing happened. With a smile, a girl asks her not to worry. The boy heads to his room. The woman watches him, clearly worried. As soon as he enters his room, he collapses on the floor. Still shaken, the boy wonders if the Oseong gang sent that guy there. After all, they had firearms, but he still killed them with just 2 knives, as if he didn't care. As he opens his drawer to look for something, the boy keeps wondering if the guy was sent by someone. Closing it, the kid guesses there might be something more to it, realizing it might be revenge. He recalls the moment the department chief mentioned his father, questioning if he had more files related to Cheon-gu. The boy admits that no matter how significant the information is, it's worthless unless you have the power to use it. While accessing the files, Gray says he needs power. He realizes it's practically impossible to find that man among those files just by his face. However, he remembers what one of the subordinates had said when he announced an emergency meeting was going to happen. With that, he remembers the priority level 1 code and opens the Cheon-gu Partnership Directive. Seeing that this was also noted among his father's files, he says he's finally found it. It stated that in the event of a significant incident, executive members would hold a meeting at the Bugak Mountain Annex. However, even with all that information, the actual location wasn't provided. Giving up, Gray says he doesn't care, since he doesn't even know the guy. Even so, he says that not everyone who sides with Cheon-gu is considered one of them. On the police radio, a report comes in about a massacre Taiha was committing, with several confirmed victims. The extent of the damage was unknown, but it was confirmed that the mansion was secretly used by Cheon-gu executives. Getting up, the boy realizes it has to be that man, so he decides to go there, grabbing his bicycle and heading out in the middle of the night, even though he doesn't know who that person was or their reasons for doing all this. The best decision he can make right now is to go there. It was at that moment that he saw someone hanging from a helicopter. After following the sound of gunshots and screams, the boy headed towards the place where the person might have fallen. However, upon seeing him in that state, he thought the man was dead. He saw the blade in the man's hands and his determined face as he declared that it wasn't over. Gray is surprised by all that tenacity. After a while, he arrives at his house, shouting for his adoptive mother. As always, she was working. Startled, the woman asks who that is and what happened to him. Desperate, the boy begs Young-suk to save the man. Some more time passes. The man was better and asks who he is and why he saved him. Gray introduces himself and says he buys and sells information, stating that lately he's been looking for something specific, claiming he was hoping to find someone just like him. Doubting his words, the protagonist asks if someone like him could really be a data broker. The boy explains he's more of an information wholesaler, always providing clients with great intel. Besides, his main clients are other information dealers and the Uedo financial sector. He explains that he almost died after falling into a Cheon-gu trap, thinking he was about to meet a fellow informant. Taiha asks if the boy was one of the hostages that day, wondering if he recognized him after seeing him just once. Gray says it went well, adding that he wants to win an award for the youngest data broker or something like that. With that, the protagonist starts looking around, noticing the things the boy owned. After that, he asks how many days he's been there, and the boy tells him it's been 4 days. The man wonders if he slept for that long. However, he calls out to Gray and asks if the so-called broker could find someone for him. But unfortunately, he has to admit he was bluffing, claiming it was hard enough just to find him, and that he'd need another broker for that. Besides, finding someone requires a lot of money, and above all, he'd like to ask for something in return for saving him, since he spent a lot on medical expenses. Ignoring everything else, the protagonist asks if what the boy is trying to say is that he can't find him. Gray asks what the man would do if he wasn't able to. However, Taiha simply turns his back and says it's fine. Grabbing his jacket, he thanks him for his help and says he'll get rid of him once everything is taken care of. The young man asks if he's really leaving just like that, but the protagonist says he still has business to attend to. As a final piece of advice, he tells the boy not to interfere or try to stop him, as it won't end with just a kidnapping. Scared, Gray just sits back down in his chair, but he soon cracks a smile, realizing that this is apparently how things work. After leaving the young man's room, he notices a strong smell of pork and wonders if the place is a restaurant. Surprising Taiha, Young-suk says that he shouldn't be on his feet. She says he was hit by 22 caliber bullets, which made it possible to stitch him up, but that if his fractures don't remain immobilized, he'll be a lost cause even if another doctor helps him. Thanking her politely, the protagonist says she must be the doctor who saved him, assuring her he'll pay her back. However, she says she's not a doctor, claiming to be the owner of a gukbap restaurant, and asks him not to come back if his stitches open up. With that, the protagonist heads outside. Looking around, he wonders if this is a market. Ignoring his surroundings, Taiha picks up a phone. Answering, he says this isn't his phone. Gray informs him that his broke, and he can use this one until it's fixed. He says there's also a case with earpieces in his pocket, and tells the protagonist to use them. Looking at the device, Taiha is surprised by its size. The kid explains its battery, connection, and microphone, also warning him that the top button on his shirt is a camera. The protagonist says he made himself clear, warning that he'll die if he gets involved. However, to his surprise, the boy asks why he is exterminating the Cheon-gu family. The boy tells him not to be surprised. After all, even with Korea being a mess, something like this wouldn't go unnoticed. The entire country was thrown into chaos while he was unconscious, with news reports that the entire Cheon-gu family had been victims of a terrorist attack. Taiha asks why he would want a favor from him, knowing all that. The boy explains that in this neighborhood, there are many power struggles between Oseong and Cheon-gu over remodeling rights. Besides the two gangs encroaching on this area, there are many other problems that make life difficult. Even so, since the protagonist's problem seems more urgent, he'll help, but he wants assistance in return later on. Until everything is resolved, they can't lose contact. However, if Taiha refuses, he'll have to hand him over to the Cheon-gu. Obviously, the man doesn't like this at all. However, he says he wants to see what the kid is made of. After some time, he was walking through a busier area, heading towards a luxurious building. Taiha had gone to a kind of private bank where he had a unique safe deposit box. With that, he opens one of the drawers, looking for something. Gray admits he didn't know a company like that existed in Seoul, asking if they could be tracked through it. But the protagonist explains that these companies operate on trust, so they would never consider dealing with other businesses. He says that people usually go there to hide jewels or sins, making it the safest place possible. Seeing this, the boy realizes that the man is apparently preparing a disguise. He becomes thoughtful, watching Taiha's actions, confused since the assassin had no firearm and a knife wouldn't be enough. Many drops of sweat begin to fall to the floor. His body was getting heavier, making it hard to keep a neutral expression, and he also felt as if he were being stabbed, feeling just like when Regina used to beat him. The protagonist asks if the boy found the guy he had asked him to look for. He asks if the CEO of the company Night Move, Pil-jung, is the broker who helped him get into Korea. Apparently, he worked in Europe, became famous in the field, and is now looking for a clandestine ship to China. Gray explains that pressure on the borders has increased after what the man did to the Cheon-gu family. The protagonist tells the boy to announce to the dealers that there's a ship available at 10 times the normal rate. His companion asks what he's going to do when he finds the guy, wondering if Taiha wants to leave with him. Sheathing his knives, he informs him that he's going to kill him. The reason he almost died that day was because someone leaked his information. The only one who knew where he was Pil-jung. Coldly, the protagonist states that traitors must die. Later, in a church, he admits he doesn't care if it's a longtime friend or not. A hooded figure enters the chapel. Approaching the confessional, the man calls for the priest and asks if they can talk. He speaks a specific phrase: a man brings water to his own mill. Pil-jung complains that the place is too stuffy, questioning why they are meeting in a holy place. He claims that he may not look it, but he is a devout Catholic nonetheless. However, The so-called priest just asks where the money is. The informant gets the money from his bag. Showing the 100 million won, the man says it would have been more profitable to exchange it for $10,000. Changing the subject, Piljung says he needs to know something. After all, this country is full of frauds like him, which is why he can't trust the priest. Gray warns that there are many men outside. Suddenly, several people enter with melee weapons in hand. The man states that it's very strange for someone to secure a ship that even he, a person who works with information, couldn't find. He claims that the rule in their line of work is clear. If someone lies, they must pay with their own life, stating that the protagonist must be prepared to face the consequences of his actions. But, startling the man, Taiha says he can't believe he wouldn't recognize his own friend's voice. Piljung can't believe what he's hearing, saying they had assured him that he was killed. The man soon realizes there's no point in talking. Still, he claims he was a fool, as he should have been suspicious as soon as he realized the password was an Italian phrase. Trying to explain himself, his friend says he lost everything to gambling, ended up in Korea, and racked up huge debts at the Cheongu casinos. While reaching for his gun, Piljung tries to convince him that he wouldn't have said anything if he had known they would try to kill him. But before he can finish his sentence, Taiha bursts through the confessional wall and pierces his throat. He panics as he tries to stop the bleeding from his neck. The men outside ask what's happening. Through the camera on the protagonist's shirt button, the man's body and all the blood that had spread could be seen. Obviously, Gray is terrified. Despite all those injuries, which would leave most people unable to walk, Taiha was still going to fight. Stepping out of the booth, the protagonist says that Piljung surely ordered them not to bring firearms to avoid conflict. The psychopath tells them all to pray before they begin, asking them to let God know they'll be with him soon. He says it doesn't matter if they're hired guns or his friend's men. Watching all this, Gray didn't know what to do. The protagonist says that the fact they're armed with bats and knives is enough to be considered a threat to his life. In that case, there's no reason for him to go easy on them. They wonder what he can possibly do with a broken arm. One of them rushes forward, shouting that there must be money in the confessional. The protagonist simply braces himself to take them down. Gray admits the broken arm isn't his only problem. He also has fractured ribs and gunshot wounds. However, he moves smoothly as he dodges the attack, and with a single move, he pierces the nape of his opponent's neck. He's already moving to attack the next one. Again, he dodges the strike and slices the man's throat in the same motion. Quickly, he throws the dagger into another's neck. One of them runs to try and stab him. However, Taiha uses the sling to immobilize the enemy. Quickly, he lands an elbow strike with his other arm. With that, Taiha had defeated everyone who went against him in an instant. He explains that when you get the upper hand early, it's easy for your opponents to lose their focus. Considering all that money dangling before their eyes, it was obvious adrenaline would take over. But still, there was someone else among them. Someone had something they shouldn't. But a few of the men charge at him. The protagonist takes a single step forward and in doing so, disappears before everyone. Using his speed, he slips past the men. Obviously, his goal was to kill the one who could hurt him the most. The two who charged him are left completely confused. Even Gray can't understand what happened. After his move, a weapon clatters to the floor. He calmly turns to the others and asks, "Who's next?" Despite the chaos inside, the church appeared untouched from the outside. In the parking lot, a single car was parked at that hour. Gray was inside, unable to believe what he had just seen. He thinks the man doesn't even seem human, to be able to do all that despite his injuries. Suddenly, Taiha calls out to the boy and asks if he's listening. The protagonist asks the boy to go to the confessional and get a bag of money, since he doesn't have the strength for it. The kid, startled, asks what he's talking about, but the man says he knows he's nearby. After all, he had warned him about the men before they appeared. Gray doesn't know what to say in that situation. Even though a little nervous, he just accepts the mission. So Gray gets out of the car and walks toward the church. The boy walks up to the door. Hesitantly, he opens the doors. In front of him, the church was completely stained with blood and bodies. Sitting in one of the pews was the protagonist. He says that it's up there. Growing more nervous, Gray starts walking. Arriving at the booth, he notices the body of the protagonist's now former friend. He feels a bit nauseous. After all, there were many bodies scattered everywhere. The boy says he called a cab, adding that it should arrive in the next 10 minutes. However, upon looking at his companion, the boy realizes that Taiha is in really bad shape. He asks what's wrong with the guy, saying he'll call Young-suk and ask her to prepare some medicine for them. However, the madman stabs his phone. At that moment, Gray freezes in fear. Taking off a glove, the protagonist says that when he woke up, his clothes and phone had been swapped, but the funny thing is, his gloves were still on. Obviously, the boy just listens without saying a word. On Taiha's hand, the mark of the Salerno family was drawn. Looking at the boy, the man states that Gray knows who he's dealing with. Gray just nods. He knows his name, his father's name, and that he's the grandson of the late chairman of the Cheongu group. He is the only Asian member of the Italian Salerno Mafia, around 20 to 30 years old, with a 5.5 billion bounty on his head. The boy insists he wasn't plotting against anyone, assuring him that not even his mother knows, claiming he just needs his help. Taiha asks if helping him is worth more than the risk of dying or the reward for his head. Gray tries to say that the reason he and his adoptive mother live in hiding is because of the Cheongu, but the protagonist interrupts him. He assures him that the best choice for the boy would be to hand him over to the Cheongu instead of doing all this. He recalls the conversation they had earlier when the kid said he wanted to win an award for becoming the youngest broker. He notes that the reason his career is stagnant, even though he could do more and even join the action, something no one in the business would do, is his lack of experience. That's why the big-time informants are usually older. So he asks if Gray wants to play in a much bigger league. A little later, in a large, modern building, two people were walking down the hallways, while one told the other not to say anything unless directly asked. Huimin gets angry and assures him that he would never say anything that would put Oseong at a disadvantage. His companion says that their gang members aren't exactly known for their eloquence. Annoyed, the guy can't argue with that. The two enter as the man apologizes for keeping that person waiting. Back at the chapel, Taiha praises the boy's work, saying he'll fulfill his favor, but he'd also like them to work together after this. He says that Gray will put his life at risk and won't have an easy death if he's caught. However, he could become the best if they work together. The protagonist says this is a promise. After all, he will crush Cheongu once and for all. The Oseong leader admits he didn't expect them to call so soon. Since they understand Cheong must be busy with his family's funeral, he states they weren't going anywhere before getting in touch, but the guy raises his hand, asking them to be quiet. Both of them are scared of what will happen next. The weirdo makes a small gesture with his hand, telling them to shut up. Then, he starts nodding his head. Some kind of speaker starts playing music. He raises his hand in a closed fist, striking a sort of resistance pose. The two Oseong gang members don't understand what it means. Even so, someone starts clapping. The guy with Huimin says it's a shame they arrived just as the piece was ending. Chiang asks if he knows the piece. The man names it exactly, but notes the composition seemed disjointed, guessing it might have been his performance. This clearly doesn't make the psycho happy. He tells his bodyguard to turn it off. As Da-in uncovers her ears, the guy says it was from a 6th grade piano competition, admitting he never practiced again. Besides, all the relatives who went to see his performance that day are now dead. The man asks if they know what happened, assuring them that if they knew who was coming, they wouldn't have been so defenseless. However, Huimin states that he warned him, even advising they cancel the meeting, since the killer was no ordinary person. As Huimin insists Cheong was the one who ignored his warnings, Cheong cuts in. He tells the other guy to put that cigarette away, claiming he was the one who knew best. This visibly angers him. Cheong says this was a traditional emergency meeting for his family, something that can't be canceled on a whim, claiming that's why he paid him 200 million won to take care of that man discreetly, without alerting the other members. The guy rests his knee on some sort of cane. While touching his leg, he says that instead of taking care of the killer, they suffered losses, and now he has to use this thing. With that, the man says he can't help but wonder how Huimin is still alive, even though all the other guards died. The guy claims he already explained, saying the killer operates by his own rules, and he didn't fit them. With a smirk, the psycho says that maybe a terrorist's rule is to avoid friendly fire. Obviously, this infuriates Huimin. He tells the guy to stop spouting that nonsense, asking if they really think he'd risk the honor of his organization and his parents. Cheong says it must be nice to have parents to support you, stating that even if he wanted to, his are already 6 feet under. Suddenly, the other Oseong member adjusts his glasses, preparing to intervene. The man asks who was responsible for dealing with the so-called terrorist. The guy assures him that shouldn't even be a question, stating it was Mr. Junsu. The girl looks suspiciously at the old man again. Huimin's partner asks the bodyguard directly. The old man obviously confirms it immediately. However, even the guy seems to become suspicious. He says he understands and asks what Cheong wants from them. The psycho states he doesn't care about money or anything like that. He just wants to ensure they keep quiet about the incident. And if anyone asks, Huimin has never seen the killer before. The guy doesn't understand why the Cheongu are trying to bury this issue. His companion lights a cigarette, asking if that's all they want. Cheong tries to tell him to put out the cigarette again, but Junsu touches his shoulder. Startled, the guy looks at his security guard, who speaks for him and assures them both that will be enough. The Oseong representative says he needs some time to process everything, asking if the bodyguard would also like a cigarette. But the old man thanks him and says he lost the habit. However, Cheong breaks the table, growing even angrier. He asks if they aren't afraid. After all, he'll be the new president soon, asking what that old worm is doing. The guy lets out a string of curses and tells that little shit to know his place. Getting up, he says that's what his boss would say, which is why he's putting him in his place. As he leaves, the man addresses the bodyguard directly, stating they agree to the terms. Tossing the cigarette butt on the floor, the guy tells them to have an ashtray next time, And a wet napkin too, preferably. With that, the three of them are left in the room in a deafening silence. Chong remains quiet for a few seconds, not saying or doing anything. Hui Min says he's a real badass. After all, he dismantled all of Cheon-gu's arrogance just with his words. Adjusting his glasses again, he says that's his role here, since Cheon clearly doesn't understand how things work, stating that the old president really taught him nothing and deserved his fate for not dealing with that brat sooner. The guy is incredulous, asking if he's really trying to say that. Calmly, the old man claims the incident was likely a coup planned by Cheong to secure the president's position. The elevator opens, and they start walking again, declaring that it's imperative they find the killer who attacked the Cheon-gu group. Huimin tries to say the guy is dead, but his companion assures him that's not true. After all, Junsu is strong, but he never kills people. The moment he asked the old man that question was when he directly confirmed his suspicions. The guy is even more impressed by this whole twist. He declares it's unlikely the man was hired by Cheong since Junsu lost too many men. The killer was just used in the end. Huimin says that when he met him, the so-called terrorist mentioned he hadn't been to Korea in a long time, asking if they should try to bring him to their side, maybe even managing to completely subjugate Cheon-gu. However, the old man says that would be good. But even so, if he finds him, he should just kill him. The guy can't understand the reason for all that from before. However, the old man admits what irritates him is that Cheong called him, thinking Huimin is no match for the killer. So the next time they meet, he must show them who's boss. Japel admits he's not the biggest fan of Oseong, but he still hates seeing one of his men get beaten up, back inside. While some ice cubes fall into a container, Cheong asserts there's one single thing he's become very good at. Thanking his father, he asks if either of them wants to guess. The room still had the broken coffee table, and both bodyguards remained motionless. Pouring whiskey into a glass, the guy says he's great at picking up subtle messages. He says that when that old man asked if Taiha was really dead, it was as if everyone in the room held their breath. Sitting back down on the sofa, Chong says his bodyguard had assured him he had finished off his cousin, but Taiha jumped and injured his leg. Besides, his body hasn't been found yet. Bringing the glass to his mouth, he pauses for a moment. With a terrifying look, the guy asks if Taiha is still alive. Junsu asks if the guy is suggesting he let the former young master escape. The old man says he was the one who shot the boy from the helicopter. Cheong states that if he had done his job correctly, that wouldn't have been necessary. The bodyguard admits the boy was stronger than he expected. Cheong slams his glass on the counter. He says it's time to move on. As he leaves, the guy states his priority is the board meeting, claiming he needs to win their votes to join the committee. The psycho says that whether Taiha is alive or not, the old man can't betray him, asking Chairman Junsu if he's right. The old man assures him he never goes back on his promises. They head to the rooftop, towards the helicopter. Youngmin was already waiting for them. Chong is surprised to see the guard manage to survive. The man says this is different from what he was promised, asking him to reconsider his transfer. He claims he served the Cheon-gu family for a long time, so he can't be transferred to be a mere director's bodyguard. Annoyed, he says that if he knew this would happen, he would have never betrayed his former boss. The psycho approaches and asks who ordered the guard to get beaten up. Before doing anything, Youngmin looks at Da-in. As he simply lowers his head, his boss tells him to be grateful he wasn't discarded after his poor performance. Still, he shouts for Junsu. The old man tells him to calm down for now, stating he'll be in touch later. With that, the helicopter begins to take off. Youngmin just watches them go. Somewhere in a less developed part of the city stood Mrs. Youngsuk's restaurant. Taiha says he now understands why Gray was able to identify him, since his late father was a researcher at the company. The boy says that with the tattoo on the back of his hand, and the search for a 20-year-old Asian man for the Cheon-gu massacre, it all made sense. Assuring him it's not that bad, the protagonist praises it, saying it wasn't bad at all. His adoptive mother states that it seems he has a lot of free time. Youngsuk says that for someone from Cheon-gu to return for revenge, he must have a plan, declaring that the boy shouldn't be standing around talking. Making Gray spit out his food, he asks if she would betray him just to see him busy. At that same moment, the psycho tells himself that traitors must die. His friend tries to smooth things over, but the woman says it's fair, stating that there's no way an assassin who lived his life for the mob can trust others easily. However, the protagonist says he was just handling some matters that would be more important in an emergency. He tells the lady not to worry, stating that anyone hated by Cheon-gu or Oseong is not his enemy. With that, Taiha calmly goes back to eating. They both realize the assassin is probably stating he can take care of them later if he's betrayed. Suddenly, those thugs enter the restaurant, complaining about the heat. He tells the woman to blast the AC, asking how she expects to pay her interest if customers don't stay. Youngsuk declares she paid everything, questioning why they are making a scene again. She asks Taiha to come back after lunch and a smoke, also telling Gray to go to school. Boksu tells her to leave them alone, assuring her he won't do anything to them. However, he seems confused and annoyed by something. He says he's never seen that kid around here, questioning how someone could end up eating in a restaurant like this. Meanwhile, the protagonist was surprised by the size of the radish kimchi. Getting furious, the guy asks if the brat is choking on his food or something. Getting up, Gray tells the lady he's heading to school. He walks towards the exit, looking back, remembering he asked his friend to promise him something before hearing his favors. He tells Taiha not to kill or do anything like that, begging him not to turn the neighbors against each other. The protagonist asks if the boy thinks he goes after people recklessly, but Gray declares that's exactly what he did. Getting back on topic, the guy asks what his request is. His friend reminds him that Jangseo's 3rd district is at a stalemate between Cheongu and Oseong. When these disputes were about to turn into a total mess, a local gang called Yaburi stopped the fighting, but Taiha asks if a small gang was really able to stop a power struggle between Cheongu and Oseong. Gray again assures him that everyone's safety was guaranteed by this Yaburi. However, they're also buying buildings to create a housing cooperative so they can negotiate in the future. The protagonist notices that he clearly doesn't agree with that. He states that if a deal were the solution, they would have made one already, adding that the mayor was elected with Oseong's support. Besides, Young-suk tried to talk to the boss, but apparently she's not worth his time. He asks Taiha to speak for her. However, he couldn't kill or irreversibly harm anyone. The protagonist admits that, in his view, they're just common thugs, yet they manage to make the crime lords back down. He simply stands up while thanking the lady. Boksu, annoyed, asks if he's really going to ignore him. He tries to go after the brat, but Young-suk gets in his way. The woman says she already told him not to touch her customers, stating she's paid and questioning why the ugly bastard is there. The guy raises his hand to slap her, asking who she's calling rotten-faced. However, Taiha blocks the slap with a bowl. Just like that, even before Gray gets far from the shop, the 3 of them go flying out the door. The protagonist walks out right after them. The boy couldn't believe the psycho did all that in less than 10 seconds. Scared on the ground, Boksu asks if the brat even knows who he is. As he walks towards the men, the guy mentally admits that his revenge consists of 30 grand schemes. Despite all the planning, some points were still uncertain. After all, he hadn't considered that his real enemy would be Cheong. He considers it a failure, but he can guess his plan for the future, since, despite being from the Jin family bloodline, he still needs to be elected chairman by the board of directors. Therefore, he'll use the development of the Janseo district to disrupt the board, asking the delinquents to take him to their boss. While they ask if the boy is crazy, a girl across the street questions who he is. Suri asks if he wants to start a war against her gang all by himself. However, Taiha just answers no. He calmly takes out a cigarette and lights it, informing them that he's just there to talk. Suri asks what he means by that. She says she can't possibly believe him with her men down on the ground, but the protagonist just looks at them, understanding the situation. The boy apologizes. He says they don't seem interested in listening, so he has no desire to talk to people like them. Looking up, Taiha realizes that's how they manage to keep both sides in check. With armed men spread across all the buildings, he figures that if these guys took over the entire city, Jangseo's 3rd district would become the base for their armed forces. And if one of them was a former officer, they must have an efficient system. He wonders if this is how Korea prepares for things. The girl says she'll hear his last words, telling him to make it quick, calling him a scumbag from either Oseong or Cheongu. Obviously, this pisses the guy off, but before he can take a single step, a shot hits the asphalt in front of him. Suri tells him to say where he's from, unless he wants to be filled with holes. The girl says the kid better hurry up. However, this just makes the assassin even angrier. Clenching his fist, he claims he knew this day would come. He can't believe it would unfold in such a rotten way. Her guards warn that it's dangerous, asking if they should kill him. She quickly calls for someone named Hwaryong. Her subordinate jumps from the top of the building, landing quickly in front of the protagonist. The guy was huge, literally known as the tank. The big guy stands there staring down the kid. But contrary to expectations, Taiha simply tells the guard to step aside. The man stares at him, standing his ground. But then, unexpectedly, he does as the protagonist commanded, leaving Suri completely confused by her guard's actions. The girl asks how he could betray her like that, as her other subordinates rush toward them. Surprisingly, the assassin just grabs the milkshake she was drinking. Tossing it aside, he says it's no wonder nothing she does goes according to plan. This, obviously, leaves her stunned, unsure of what just happened. He leans close to her face while looking at the building, whispering something in her ear. She's confused and frightened by the turn of events. As he leaves, the protagonist says they don't seem worth his time anyway. The girl was still frozen, as her men asked if they should go after him. However, she calmly approaches Hwaryong. The man admits he couldn't sense any threat coming from the protagonist. The girl asks if that's why he let that guy get close to his boss, noting how truly united her gang is. With a smile, the man asks if she felt it too, claiming that even he was able to. He says it's been a long time since the war, long enough to forget what it's like to see the real deal. Later, back at the old woman's restaurant, they were working on fitting the door back into its frame. Gray asks his companion to hold it steady while he screws it in. They fix the restaurant's entrance. They both announce it's back in place, claiming the door now closes properly. While Young-suk asks if he's sure he fixed it right, Gray assures her he did, and begs her for some food. Obviously, she scolds Taiha, telling him that if he breaks anything again, she'll kick him out. The old woman was still scolding him about the expensive door, but then Suri shows up and breaks it again. The girl asks what's wrong with that door. Hugging Young-suk, the kid says she missed her and asks how she's been. Pinching the girl's cheeks, the woman asks when these delinquents will let her door see the light of day. Seeing this, the protagonist thinks to himself that the girl is completely different from when he met her earlier. Again, someone puts the door back in place. Besides fixing the door, Suri says she heard Boksu laid his hands on the old woman last time. She apologizes, stating that she broke all his fingers to make sure he'd never do it again. However, the old woman tells her to finish with the door and come eat, saying the girl is nothing but skin and bones. Gray explains to the protagonist that during a war that happened there, Young-suk helped treat many members of the Yaburi. She also treated Suri's father a few times for free, which is why they consider her their savior. Taiha wonders aloud how a gang's lackeys could treat their boss's savior so rudely. Obviously, the girl doesn't like hearing that. Looking at her, the protagonist says everyone calls her boss, but the girl is just a figurehead. She leaps, wrapping several wires around him, focusing especially on his neck. Suri curses at him, saying she's been going easy on him from the start, but the kid doesn't seem grateful. Confident, the girl tells him to repeat what he said. The protagonist notices these aren't normal wires, realizing their tensile strength is different. Surprising her, the guy claims she should know that better than he does. He states that among the men positioned inside the buildings when he was there, some seem to have their weapons pointed at a specific spot. Instead of aiming at the intruder, they were aiming at their own boss. He says that while things look like an external stalemate, she's actually just a puppet being controlled from within. The moment he got close to her, the boy had asked Suri to meet him at the old woman's restaurant, since there were too many spies there. He asks who sent them to buy up the buildings, questioning if it was the Oseong. As the girl pulls the wire tighter, the protagonist claims there's only one last alternative. He asks if it was the Cheongu, but the girl pulls the wire, visibly furious. But to her surprise, all the wires have snapped. With his dagger in hand, Taiha says he's got his answer. Elsewhere in the city, in a luxurious house, a man was banging on a glass window begging the director to save him. He claimed that despite the failed deal with Lebanon, he could double the revenue in 2 months. Meanwhile, the director was on the phone, asking what happened. The spy says an intruder approached Suri earlier. He suggests the intruder might have noticed them and asks how he should proceed. A cage begins to open, a large cat inside. A hungry lion steps out into the same yard as the man. Desperate, the man tells the animal to stay back. He desperately pleads with the director, begging for another chance. But as expected, the man does nothing, leaving him to be killed and devoured by the beast. In the photo he received, the protagonist's face was completely exposed. The director finds this interesting. Ingyu orders them to bring the kid to him alive. Taeha says it looks like Cheon-gu was really the one behind everything in the 3rd district. On top of that, the reason the girl didn't deal with them is because she's being threatened. Suri starts complaining, wondering who that guy is. After all, he cut her wires like they were nothing, even though they were her best weapons, made of Kevlar fiber. The girl indirectly asks who he is. The protagonist claims he's just the best person in the entire country at killing Cheon-gu members. This, obviously, just confuses her even more. He states that if Cheon-gu is her problem, he figures he can help her. She is surprised by the old woman's arrival. Young-suk also states that Suri can trust that guy. This startles her even more, since the woman usually doesn't meddle in anything. With that, she gets off the table. As she's leaving, the girl says that if it were just a matter of killing a few people, everything would have been solved already. Annoyed, she warns him that this is his last warning, telling Taiha to get out of the neighborhood. She walks away, leaving the 3 of them in the restaurant. Later, the protagonist and the old woman were smoking outside. He thanks the woman for trying to help him earlier, when she asked the girl to trust him if the issue was about dealing with Cheon-gu members, but Young-suk just says it's the truth. Complaining, she asks if there's anyone else in the country capable of going against them. The protagonist asks who secretly orchestrated all the trouble with Cheon-gu. The woman says it was the director of the electric company Ingyu, assuring him that Worm is always behind everything. She explains that when the former Yaburi boss, Suri's father, nearly died in the redevelopment war, that man took him to the hospital, but only the 2 of them know about it. The rest of the neighborhood thinks he died, because if they knew, there would be resistance, and they would all end up dead. Young-suk admits she'd prefer if everything could be resolved without Suri's father getting killed, asking if Taiha could help. They both fall silent for a moment. Someone reports he's he's B1 and that the target is in his sights. He's asked if there was any conversation. The spy says yes, stating that Young-suk asked the intruder for help. He claims the man is hard to read, so he doesn't know what his answer was. This was a mercenary from the private company Peak. The person on the other end raises the possibility that the guy is a mercenary. B1 says that either way, he just needs to bring him in alive. His colleague asks about the woman and the boy from the restaurant, but the mercenary declares he doesn't need them, stating he'll just kill them all. However, Taiha was right behind him. The guy is terrified when he senses his presence. The protagonist quickly strikes his hand, preventing him from using his weapon. He rapidly closes the distance between them. His colleague asks what that was, questioning if B1 is okay, demanding an immediate response. But the mercenary was still trying to pull out the knife that had been stabbed into his hand. Meanwhile, the boy calmly walks to the spot where his enemy was watching him from earlier. He picks up the radio that had fallen on the ground. He identifies himself as B1 and tells them not to worry. Signing off, he says he'll see him soon. Sometime later, the next day, at the hospital separate from Cheongu, a guy is eating something while stating he had requested all contracts be completed yesterday. He questions whether Suri took his words seriously. The girl says she's trying to convince everyone to sign the papers, stating that this will prevent problems later. Her father was breathing with difficulty through machines. Ingyu says he really doesn't see useless people as human beings. While stabbing something into the guy's leg, the psycho asserts that from his point of view, they're just pieces of meat. Obviously, the girl is shocked and yells at him. Still striking her father with the fork, the director says the machines are beeping like crazy, claiming this proves he's alive. He claims he's doing his best to keep that piece of meat alive. Suri, very nervous, assures him she understands, saying she'll get all the documents signed no matter what. She was trembling as she begged Ingyu to stop, claiming she would do as he asked. He grabs the girl by her face as she pleads with him to just leave her father alone. The psycho calls her a little tramp, assuring her that if she follows all his orders, everything will be fine. Obviously, she was furious, but she couldn't do anything. The creep says he loves to see that defiant look, stating that it makes her worth taming. Showing her a paper, the guy asks if she met that man yesterday. Looking at the floor, she still seems a bit dazed. The girl looks at the protagonist's photo, while Ingyu claims he wants to meet him, demanding she bring him by the end of the day. She stops crying, still looking at the photo. As he leaves, the guy tells her not to forget it, stating that the girl has a lot to lose if she betrays them. A doctor bows before the director. The guy walks carelessly to the elevator. While he calls someone who doesn't answer, another person was also present in the elevator. Ingyu was irritated, wondering what those delinquents were doing that they weren't answering, stating that he sent them to find Taiha. He keeps complaining as he looks at the other person inside. As expected, it was the protagonist, who just watches the director. The guy tries to say something, but the boy simply cuts off his ear. Not quite understanding what happened, Ingyu looks down, seeing the piece that was taken from him. Obviously, he starts screaming desperately. Taiha says he heard about it through rumors, saying it seems the director was looking for him. The guy asks if the protagonist even knows who he is. Trying to hit him with a punch, Ingyu questions how the boy dares to lay a hand on him. He remembers that during his conversation with Young-suk, she told him that Cheongu hired mercenaries in the redevelopment war. They were men from the Peak Company, ruthless assassins who do anything for money. The protagonist asks if the director really thought everything would be solved by just throwing more money at it. Grabbing the mercenaries' dog tags, Taiha declares that if the guy wants to spill blood, he has to be prepared to see his own shed. He shoves all the dog tags into the psycho's mouth. The psycho assures Ingyu that no matter where or when, he will find him and stab him once a day from now on. With that, he tells him to get ready, stating that the race starts now. After a while, the guy was running desperately, wondering what was happening. He fell to the ground as the protagonist calmly approached him. The director screamed for him to stop. Crying, he begged him not to come any closer. Taiha had killed all the guards, which explained his calmness. The boy stabs his leg. He tells the guy to stop being so dramatic, assuring him that the femoral region has a lot of muscle, so he won't suffer a serious injury. As he pulls out the blade, the protagonist states that compared to the other places he'd hit him, this one wasn't so bad. Wiping his knife, he says he'll see him tomorrow. Sometime later, a painting of a festival appears. Chiang sips wine while explaining that out of the 15 directors, 7 are his allies, 6 support the vice president, and the remaining 2 are impartial. He states that in difficult times, they should stick together, claiming it's a shame. Another person agrees, saying he can hardly imagine how distressed the late president would be about this. They say the 2 impartial members can only be persuaded by actions, assuring them that the younger ones are getting the upper hand on the vice president. But unexpectedly, Chung calls out for Ingyu. He says he heard Ingyu is working on the Jungseo redevelopment case, asking if he can expect good news by the meeting. Nervously, the director just agrees, giving him his full assurance. However, the man starts to laugh, telling him not to be so formal and asking why he's so nervous. In a terrifying way, the madman tells his colleague to try his best, so they can avoid any hostility in the future. Placing a hand over his latest wound, Ingyu assures him he doesn't want anything like that. Later, He heads towards his car. He sits in the back seat, in a lot of pain, remembering the protagonist's words as he was pierced with his dagger. The man curses him, vowing to destroy him next time. His driver asks if he should take him home. The director kicks the seat, questioning if that kind of question is even necessary. As Ingyu locks everything he can, Taiha appears in the passenger seat, asking if the man has committed a crime. Obviously, the man is in disbelief that he managed to get in there. Taking out his blade, the protagonist says that apparently that leg has no manners. He quickly shoves it into the guy's knee. This makes the director scream desperately. Afterward, the psycho calmly gets out of the car and says he'll be back tomorrow. Terrified, Ingyu asks who he is and why he keeps doing this. He states that he won't be able to get what he wants if the man doesn't tell him. Night falls. Taiha says it's already the 7th day, and even though he's stabbing him in non-fatal areas, the director must surely be at his limit. He tells Suri that even if they hand him over, their group can never go back. They ask what the protagonist was thinking going after the director, stating it was very difficult to kick them out. One of them asks his boss for permission to kill him, arguing that if they don't hand him over, another war will break out. Suri questions why he did it and why he came there to tell them, but Taiha simply says that there's an error 307. He explains that this error prevents people from using the online bank entirely, an error usually found by journalists. Also, the internet speed there is below 10 kbps, as if everyone is just gritting their teeth, waiting to be hacked. He asks her why that is. However, the two guards state that he doesn't understand anything, claiming he's just an outsider. Even knowing all of this is because of the Cheongu, she still stands firm for their families. He says that if she only wants to protect her family, they should have stayed out of the way, questioning why they didn't fight back. However, Suri just looks down, not knowing what to say. As he leaves, Taiha says the director will try to handle this alone since he can't bother the council, telling them to get ready. Hwaryong asks what the boy gets out of all this. He claims he'll get the title of director in Cheongu. Later, at the same house where Ingyu released a lion to eat his subordinate. A man says that this is a tragedy for both of them. The CEO of the mercenary company Peak says he never imagined the powerful director would be suffering such humiliation from an outsider. But Ingyu tells the guy to shut up, claiming he's not putting up with this because he likes it. While smoking, he curses the protagonist, saying that if it weren't for the council meeting, this would already be over. Insik asks why he doesn't just mention it, but the man fervently denies that possibility. He explains that the meeting's name is purely symbolic, claiming it could completely reorganize Cheongu. He states that he has always maintained a friendship with Cheong, and that after he's finally appointed, he'll have a god on his side. He says it's better if he also gives his all, because if the project fails, he'll be punished too for associating with him. With that, Insik says that Madman managed to handle his men, so he did a background check on his own. He asks if Ingyu has ever heard of the Salernos from Italy. The man admits he has no idea, asking if it's some kind of mafia. The CEO confirms it is, claiming they're insane. He says the boy is one of them, going by the name Vendetta, and he's their best executioner. The only thing known is that he's Asian, claiming that since he's a senior director of the Cheongu, he must have a lot of money. With that, Insik asks how much he needs. He says that if a nuclear bomb has appeared, they'll need to create their own bomb, declaring that someone who rivals him has been called to Korea. He says Jerome is a guy who's crossed paths with this Vendetta twice and lived to tell the tale, but the director says he should have found someone who understands the protagonist, not just a survivor. However, the guy explains that the kid is infamous for hunting down traitors to the ends of the earth. He mentions that Vendetta once went to the Amazon rainforest to hunt a traitor, surviving only on insects. Ingyu asks if that doesn't just make Jerome good at running away, but Insik says if that were the case, he wouldn't have come right away. The CEO states the commission is $700,000 up front, $300,000 later, and another $300,000 in brokerage fees, claiming it was very difficult for him and his men to bring the guy in. The man asks how many men Insik still has, and he assures him that if he wants his company to participate, the payment will have to be double. The director makes a call, ordering them to bring 200 kilo of bills to the first basement floor. With that, the elevator doors open. Inside, something glistened in the light. He asked the CEO if it really made sense to spend $1.3 million to kill one man. Ingyu says there are 200 kilos of 50,000 won bills, each weighing about 0.97 dream, stating that the man can do the math. He assures him that it's more than enough for him to retire, adding they need to have a productive conversation. Someone was looking at a blueprint somewhere. Gray says it's the blueprint of the director's property, explaining he contacted a security company and bought the layout. Taiha asks how he managed to buy it. The boy says that besides the Cheongu security firm itself, all the others will trade for cash. After all, Cheongu is always ready to replace anyone who isn't profitable. In other words, their employees have no loyalty. Seeing this, the protagonist says his grandfather would be rolling in his grave if he heard that. The boy explains that most of Ingyu's schedule is sent from headquarters, so it'll be risky, but the best time is 10 p.m. However, they realize they don't have the blueprint for the first basement floor. Gray says he's sure one exists, since there are stairs and elevators, but he suspects the blueprint might be with the director himself. He notices the phrase B1GRC appears a few times, and based on his research, it's a type of cement used in construction. It's highly resistant to moisture, chemicals, and weather, and it's used for soundproof walls and even in zoos. Hearing this, the protagonist becomes thoughtful for a moment. Taiha asks the boy for a favor, and Gray says he's listening. Vendetta gets closer to the boy and whispers something in his ear. He asks why so suddenly, but the protagonist just says he assumes he'll need it. Gray says he has one at home, but he never thought the guy was the type to use those things. But Taiha claims there's no type for these things, and asks the kid to keep an eye on the CCTV for any mention of an intruder. After that, he calmly leaves the restaurant. Someone asks if he's going out again. Hwaryong asks if the psycho is going to provoke the director again. The protagonist says he finds it hard to believe that someone getting stabbed every 24 hours would see it as just a provocation. He states that he's been around since the revolution of the 90s, and because of that, he knows how to spot real talent. Even so, he's never heard of him before, asking who the kid is. Taiha asks if it would change anything if the man knew who he was. The big guy seems a little irritated by this. He warns that if he refuses to explain, he'll be considered a threat to the boss and will have to be eliminated right there. The protagonist just watches indifferently, saying the man is aware of his opponent's skills, yet he wants to fight fair instead of planning for an advantage. He claims that it seems he was part of the Oseong gang. As he leaves, Vendetta says he also trusts his skills, which is why he'll leave the place in his care while he's away. He guarantees that he will personally compensate him in case of redevelopment, offering 10 times the amount he was initially offered. Night finally falls. The director's mansion was quiet as always. The protagonist had managed to get past the entrance security. With a certain caution, the assassin slowly opens the door, using his knife to brace it. Soon, he starts walking through the rooms, searching for his target. Seeing how quiet everything was, and with the lights off, Taiha assumes the guy might not be back yet. However, he notices the staircase that Gray suspected led to the first basement floor, wondering if that was the entrance. So the psycho simply starts to go down the stairs. He ends up in front of a glass wall showing a lion's habitat. To his surprise, the door slams shut. Ingyu speaks over a loudspeaker, claiming it's good to see him again. Obviously, Vendetta realizes it's a trap. The director says he suspected from the beginning that he had gotten his schedule. After all, the kid always knew when to strike. He calls the assassin a disgusting insect. With that, the lion's cage opens. The man says that no matter how skilled the protagonist is with his knives, he'll never be able to face two lions. Naturally, the big cats start to roar, showing they are the predators. Ingyu states he couldn't do anything in the 3rd district because of the Oseong thugs, but now he has the perfect excuse. He declares that while he's being eaten alive, that place will crumble as armed assassins infiltrate it. He assures him that tonight, the kid and all the scum from the 3rd district will be eliminated. Calling the lions by name, the director orders them both to attack him. With that, the lions start to approach him, quickly running towards their prey. Obviously, even the protagonist feels fear at a moment like this. However, he pulls out a gun and even criticizes their names, saying they are both males, finishing them both off with bullets. Seeing this, Ingyu doesn't know what to do, as his plan has gone completely wrong. The director asks if that was a gun, questioning why the psycho wasn't using his knives. However, Taiha says daggers are for humans, asking if the guy thinks he's in a comic book to imagine someone would do that. Speaking on the phone, he contacts Gray, noticing he hasn't lost signal. Cutting the splint off his arm, he warns that an attack is coming soon, telling the boy to have Suri get ready. At this, Ingyu starts to tremble with fear and nervousness. He recalls the story of how he went into the Amazon rainforest just to hunt a traitor, surviving for a month by only eating insects. He freezes up even more as he watches the protagonist's calmness while talking on the phone. Vendetta terrifyingly looks at the camera, stating that while Gray does that, he will hunt the director. The boy warns everyone that Cheon-gu is on their way, specifically targeting the Peak Company. He confirms that the message ends with Taiha asking them to wait for his return, as he's going to get Ingyu. Besides, since this fight is inevitable, the best choice is to face them head on. If they don't, it'll be the end for all of them. The Yaburi are outraged, claiming that Scoundrel must have run off after causing all this mess. Gray tries to defend his friend, assuring them he will return, but the guys tell him to shut up. They say the brat doesn't even know what the last war was like, mentioning that kids his age died, leaving their parents grieving to this day. Stopping the boy, Young-suk also assures everyone that Taiha will be back. Some question what that man is to her, but another person declares that's enough. Advisor Suion tells everyone to be quiet, stating that this isn't a decision for them to make. He asks his boss what they should do. The girl, obviously, was also annoyed and worried. Suri says she didn't see the last war since by the time she got back, it was already over. Leaving them confused, the girl says she was afraid of losing her father, and because of that, she became Cheon-gu's puppet. She apologizes for deceiving them, stating that now is the time to end everything. Therefore, all members of the Yaburi gang must join together and kick Cheon-gu out of here once and for all. Insik reports that the director's plan is to kill everyone living in the 3rd district. Since no owners have rights to significant apartments, the construction company can make a bigger profit selling luxury condos. Even though the truce with the Oseong prevents them from attacking, the appearance of the intruder, vendetta, and the assassin chasing him changes the story. His men say that apparently the assassin is bait. The bald guy confirms it, claiming that despicable Cheongu is good at what he does. He warns them that they must strictly stay out of the fight until the Oseong gang arrives, since Vendetta and that guy will be responsible. Jerome was watching everything nonchalantly. He admits that initially he didn't expect anything, but this is really starting to draw him back in. Stating he can smell war, he says Korea seems to be a very interesting country. The company's CEO gives the order to activate the drones. With that, a van is shown in an alley, another one in a parking lot, surrounded by combat drones. They all had bombs strapped to their bodies. Insik says that, unlike the last war, they will no longer be limited to small arms. He laughs, claiming they are mercenaries. As such, as long as there's money, there are no rules, which is why they win every battle. As a car speeds down a highway, Ingyu asks the CEO if his men are on guard. He desperately asks him to confirm this properly. The guy tells him to relax, assuring him the director is probably better protected than the president, since 70% of his men are on guard duty. He starts kicking the driver's seat, telling the bald guy to say that after getting stabbed in a public sauna. He tells them to just monitor the surroundings, claiming that psychopath threatened to hunt him down. The protagonist was in a car. Ingyu notices and says that Vendetta is approaching. Taiha thinks to himself that installing trackers on all the director's cars was worth it. He's also worried about how Gray and the others will handle things in the district, thinking he needs to finish this quickly. In one of the security cars, a guard warns the driver that the assassin is right behind them. The guy wonders how that lunatic knew they were there. As he prepares to shoot, the soldier asks just how fearless this Vendetta guy is. With that, he fires a burst through the windshield at the driver. Somehow, the protagonist manages to survive without getting hit. However, his car seems to lose control. The guard informs the others that the black sedan behind him is the target. A bus pulls up alongside Taiha's vehicle. He's surprised to see it, as they order everyone not to let their guard down. Several soldiers ready their rifles from the windows, stating they won't give him a chance to catch his breath. However, the protagonist quickly slams on the brakes while swerving into the barrier. He breaks one of the doors as he jumps out of the car, using it as a sort of surfboard on the asphalt. Obviously, his car flips over further ahead. He looks back, startled, trying to figure out his next move. After all, besides the several cars, 2 motorcycles with armed soldiers were approaching, so he uses the door to knock one of them down, leaping up and landing a knee strike to shatter the other guard's helmet, quickly finishing them both off, and stealing one of the motorcycles for himself, speeding up as much as he can to catch up to the director. For some reason, one of the escort vehicles was a car carrier truck. One of the guards says he has a visual, telling his comrades to open fire. The Matrix's Neo dodges all the bullets. He gets into their blind spot and heads for the ramp. Realizing it's time to play some GTA, he accelerates even more to gain momentum, and jumps over the truck. Still in the air, he already prepares for another daring move, skillfully jumping from the bike towards another vehicle, landing on top of one of the security cars. Carefully, he gets up and stands, taking a deep breath and getting ready. He grabs his 2 daggers and says that from now on, the real fun begins. Since they couldn't risk hitting their colleagues, the guards just watched the protagonist, noticing he wasn't even armed. The crazies decide to speed up, thinking they can crush him as soon as he's alongside the car. Of course, Taiha can hear the engine roaring louder. He lifts his head, listening intently, waiting for the right moment. Just then, Vendetta makes a small jump, launching himself off the car. He heads straight for the bus. The protagonist quickly gets ready to smash through the windshield, taking advantage of the guard's confusion. With that, he shatters the glass and enters the vehicle. The soldiers obviously weren't expecting anything like that, so they can barely react. Taking advantage of the situation, Vendetta swiftly and fatally cuts them down. He moves through them like a brutal hurricane, literally severing all of his opponent's heads. He then breaks the window separating him from the driver and sits down beside him. Obviously, the guy has no idea what to do. He could barely process how a flying motorcyclist had just appeared there. Handing him some money, Taiha apologizes and asks if he can speed up a bit. He assures him it won't take long. In the district, it's reported that drones have been confirmed within a 600-meter radius, with 16 spotted. Gray warns that they've split up to attack from a lower altitude. Also, based on their speed, they appear to be FPVs. Suyeon says it's exactly as they expected. A few hours earlier, Suri had asked the Major how the last war was fought. The guy informs her that Cheong and Oseong only fought at predetermined times. She finds that ironic, since they aren't in medieval Europe. However, she asks why the war was contained within the district. After all, whenever one gang left, the other did too. The Major explains that only small arms were used, and only by the peaks, as both gangs wanted to avoid attracting attention. After all, if a monster like that one reappeared, no one would survive to see another day. Hearing this, the girl becomes thoughtful for a moment. Suyeon says that's why the peaks tried to end things before getting on Oseong's radar, but taking over the district would take too long. The boy finally understands the reason for the drones. The aide says they're likely equipped with RPGs or grenades for self-destruction, warning them to get ready. The drones begin to fly over the area. Some soldiers spot them and get ready to shoot them down with an anti-drone gun. With that, a few of them stop mid-air. One of the soldiers celebrates the hit. Another one fires his rifle while cursing at the mercenaries. The bald guy is informed they've lost control of the drones on 1st and 7th Street, suggesting the enemy might have an anti-drone gun. Insik asks why they're considering that hypothesis. His subordinate explains that the signals were only lost in specific locations. Obviously, the CEO is furious, asking if the Yaburi have radars. Besides, an anti-drone gun isn't something you see every day. Laughing, he assures them that won't be enough to stop them. Suddenly, Gray is incredibly surprised. They try to understand what's happening with the drones, reporting that there are many of them, at least 100. Insik asks if they really thought his company would start a war with just 10 or 20 drones. Anti-drone guns only jam a small area. When you point it elsewhere, the signal comes right back. Now, with hundreds of drones scattered across the sky, the man wonders how many they can possibly suppress. With the last war resulting in the renovation of most buildings in the district, a simple command can send drones anywhere. The CEO says he's eager to see how many survive with 800 explosive drones after them. Someone on the radio warns that the drones are infiltrating through the vents, adding that they seem to know the house layout. Suyeon tells everyone to get out, saying those are already programmed and can't be stopped. Smiling, the major assures them the boss is already on her way. Someone calls out to the bald guy, saying there's something strange in the sky. Insik looks up, confused. The sky looks normal, as always, but then, unexpectedly, several lights appear. They grow more and more intense. With that, multiple explosions begin to erupt. On top of a building facing the drones was Suri, trying to get the attention of as many as she could, quickly manipulating her wires. She wraps them up completely, making them stop. Then, she leaps away as she makes them all explode. Insik is startled, asking who she is. He insists that nothing like this ever happened during the last war. A while ago, her subordinates had asked what that was. She apologizes for not telling them sooner, stating that this is her true weapon. The girl says they might be surprised, but as she mentioned, she was somewhere else during the last war. She explains she was learning to use this weapon to help her father, but fate had her arrive too late. That's why she wants to fix things this time, vowing to make sure those scumbags never set foot in their neighborhood again. Suyeon is proud, telling Giseob to see how much his daughter has grown. The bald guy orders another batch, telling them to overwhelm them with numbers and to blow up anything in their path. But as his soldier tries to respond, something seems to startle him. Suddenly, someone hits the van behind him. Someone had informed Hwaryong that a drone command center must be there. The big guy confirms they were right. At the sight of him, the CEO gets nervous. The tank heads toward the bald guy, stating he'll take care of him first. 10 years ago, the guy asked his friend if he really wanted to start a gang. He said times were changing. Instead of paying a gang for protection, it was easier to create their own. The major replied that he was still a soldier. Besides, no one there was as good a fighter as Giseob, but the guy assured him they wouldn't be getting together to beat anyone up. It was just a way to make negotiations easier. With a smile, he asked his friend what he thought of the name Yaburi. Back in the present, the mercenaries wondered how Hwaryong had found this place. The soldiers reported that Alpha Team had identified a threat. The big guy ran faster and faster, ducking his head to avoid the shots. Annoyed, their captain ordered them to stop aiming for the head and shoot for the feet. But the tank had already slammed one of them against the wall. His partner couldn't believe what was happening. Then, the big guy quickly struck the second mercenary, throwing him against the wall, already unconscious. A sniper reported that the Alpha Team's threat was in his sights. The man admitted that the guy was a monster. However, before he could do anything, his body was sliced apart. As expected, it was the girl's doing. She was running swiftly across the rooftops. Insik noticed this and cursed her furiously. She informed everyone that she had just taken care of another sniper. Suyeon congratulated her on her work and warned that there were probably more, telling her to stay alert. Besides, they didn't know she existed, so the snipers are likely in spots with a clear view downwards. And the place where the snipers are gathered is probably the same place where the drones are stationed. Gray announced that he found the possible location. He stated it was in a public parking lot on the other side of the community center, in a black van. The girl said she understood and was on her way, but something caught her attention. After all, Hwaryong had been hit by a bullet, but his nickname wasn't Tank for nothing. The guy didn't have a scratch on him. As he approached, the man said that in the last 20 years of bloodshed, he had only survived as a mercenary in that country one way. Insik swore he would kill the girl after finishing them all off first. Tearing his coat, the man revealed his robotic arm, declaring he would finish the bald guy right there. Elsewhere, a car falls onto an overpass. Luckily, it didn't flip over when it landed on the road below. The director was on his knees knees before the protagonist, calling him crazy. He asked what Vendetta wanted with him and why he was doing all this. However, the madman said he'd already told him he planned to stab him once a day, plunging his knife into the man's shoulder. Ingyu asked if Taiha was crazy for doing something like this for such a stupid reason. The protagonist took out his phone, stating it would be too much trouble to find him if he went abroad, so he would take him to the district. But the director replied that it was already too late. He assured him that by now, there was nothing left on the streets of that neighborhood. He declared that he had ordered his men to exterminate everyone, including children and the elderly, telling them not to discriminate. He mentioned spending over 100 billion won, asking if the kid had any idea what that meant. He said they were to destroy everything within an hour, using bombs, missiles, or anything they deemed necessary. The protagonist said he heard many people died in the last war, caught in the crossfire between the two gangs. He claimed that, apparently, the man still didn't understand why he was only going after him. He stated that there's no one deadlier than someone who has lost their family. Since people like that have nothing left to lose, they risk everything without fear. But there's a group of people even stronger than them, those who have a family to protect. At this, the director remembered that day at the hospital. Taiha said he was sure the director had also seen the eyes of someone who would do anything to protect their family, an agony that tears at their lungs, a fury that shatters their hearts, all trapped in ragged breaths that promise vengeance. People like that are strong, and the one who made them that way is none other than him. Therefore, the protagonist told the man to shut his mouth and follow him in silence. But Ingyu asked if the boy really thought things like family and vengeance were stronger than money. Back at Hwaryong's fight, the mercenary admitted he never would have guessed he was a former Oseong member, the 16th in command of the gang during the last war. As he dodged the shots, the big guy said that was in the past. Swinging his axe, Insik told his opponent not to sell himself short, stating that everyone knew what the ranking meant. Anyone in Oseong's top 20 is considered one of the strongest in the nation. Suddenly, Suri's wires appeared in the middle of the battle. The girl quickly managed to wrap up the bald guy completely. As he cursed the girl, the man wondered what kind of wire this was that he couldn't even cut. She said his name, claiming she heard he was the one who killed the most people in her entire city. Cursing him, Suri promised to take his head to soothe the grieving hearts of all who remained. With that, Hwaryong leaped towards him to deliver the final blow. The CEO tried to ask them to wait, but luckily for him, Jerome appeared and saved him. This obviously surprised the big guy. Not unlike him, Suri also didn't understand what had just happened. The man stated that choosing toys like drones to win is the reason the bald guy found himself in this situation. Grabbing a crowbar, the assassin asked, "Am I wrong?" looking straight at the two of them. The guy says he's about to start. Still confused, the girl wonders if the man is a new enemy. She noticed that even though Insik was completely tangled in her wires, that maniac pulled him out like it was nothing. The mercenaries' leader asks what the hell he was doing, showing up so late. But Jerome just tells him their base is 350 meters northwest, on the 4th floor of a ruined building, and tells the bald guy to go. Before he could finish, Hwaryong shoves the assassin against the wall. But the tank seemed surprised by something. After all, the guy was laughing as he said he'd stay behind to have some fun. Insik desperately yells into the radio, ordering them to get all drones in the air. His subordinate objects, arguing they don't even know where the enemy's control center is. However, their leader says it's not a problem, since his best man is right there. He orders them to kill everyone while Jerome keeps the guy busy. Suri rushes toward the guy, saying he can't do something like that. This distracts the big guy for a moment, creating an opening for the assassin to land a kick and send him flying. Obviously, Hwaryong struggles to stop himself. Nervously, he admits he didn't expect the guy to be able to launch 120 kilos so far, noting that, judging by his form, that wasn't even his full strength. The big guy thinks that this guy is truly promising. The girl calls out to her friend, but he tells his boss not to worry, assuring her he'll handle things here. The girl says she'll take care of the drones, telling him to take that man down and bring him to the base. She states it's an order, telling him to finish it in the next 5 minutes. If the peak arrived before then, it's over. However, Hwaryong is suddenly terrified by something. Jerome has appeared right beside the girl, asking if she's leaving already. He asks her to stay a little longer, claiming it would be more fun that way. But the big guy charges in, preparing to punch him. He lands a powerful blow on the assassin, sending him flying. The guy again tells her to leave this to him, promising he'll catch up soon. The girl just nods. With that, she starts running as fast as she can. Hwaryong mentally admits that if she had hesitated, he would have cursed her out until she left. He's surprised she's keeping her composure despite it being her first war, thinking it must be in her blood. But Jerome starts laughing, asking if this isn't a surprise. He admits that if he takes a few more punches like that, he might actually end up dead. The big guy grumbles about how he survived a direct hit to the chest, wondering where this guy came from. His opponent says he's from the Philippines and learned Korean just for fun, asking how his pronunciation is. They both stand face to face, staring each other down. Jerome admits his life has been boring lately, claiming he misses fights and stuff like that. He introduces himself, saying the two of them are going to have a lot of fun. With that, the psycho punches Hwaryong in the face, who, as expected, retaliates. Preparing another blow, he also introduces himself. He unleashes a barrage of attacks all over the enemy's body. As he exploits an opening and lands an uppercut, the assassin declares he loves this. Naturally, a blow like that leaves Hwaryong dazed. Before he can even regain his senses, the psychopath lands another one. While still getting hit, the big guy remembers someone who discovered his identity. He recalls the protagonist, who said he trusted his skills and would leave everything to him while he was away. Clenching his fist, he wonders why that man would trust his abilities. He remembers that during the First District War, he was the leader of the Ocean Gang's main squad back when it was new, and that Giseob, the head of Yabari, was a close friend who worked with him for the gang before retiring. Back then, he asked his friend to trust him, assuring him he'd make sure everyone could move into an apartment with a great view. But Suri's father argued that most of the people there were elderly, so they couldn't wait 10 years just to live there again. He said he would fight, and if he died along the way, at least he'd know he tried to do something. But before anything else, he asked for a favor. He said that if he died, he would leave what came after in his hands. Even though he's badly beaten, Hwaryong gets up once more. He screams as he tries to hit his opponent, but Jerome manages to dodge and counterattack, as the big guy admits he joined the Ocean Gang to find out what it meant to be strong. However, the truth he found only brought him despair, a world full of talents who towered over him like insurmountable mountains. Upon reaching the top 16, the man finally realized that was the limit of his abilities. However, his friend's death illuminated something he never knew. He admitted that what made him stronger wasn't the mountains, but the people he needed to protect. Jerome kept landing blows on him, but surprisingly, Hwaryong grabs the assassin's head. He runs, dragging him along, declaring that he's known as the tank for a reason, proclaiming he is the one who clears the path so that others can follow right behind. His enemy seemed surprised by this turn of events. Smiling, the weirdo says that Fist is full of conviction, claiming he thought they were just having fun from the start. Appearing behind him, the maniac says that if the man is going to get serious, then he'll have to do the same. Grabbing a crowbar, Jerome admits this has been fun, informing him he'll make his departure painless. At this, Hwaryong freezes, completely paralyzed in shock. A huge gash cuts across him horizontally. It even slices through the wall in front of him, causing it to start collapsing on top of him. Someone praises the man for all his hard work. Unexpectedly, Taiha appears and slices the wall, stopping it from falling on him. The protagonist tells Hwaryong to let him take it from here. With that, he turns his gaze back to Jerome. Staring him down, the assassin says that vendetta is very late. The boy says that from now on, he will be his opponent. But first, Taiha asks if his companion can move despite his injuries. Visibly covered in deep cuts, Hwaryong insists it wasn't enough, claiming he's fine. He assures them they'd have to kill him to make him stop moving. So, the protagonist tells him to go 1 block over, explaining there'll be a black car near a lamppost. Ingyu will be waiting for him inside the trunk. He declares that he'll handle things here, asking the man to drive the car to their hideout. Jerome asks if they really think he'll let the big guy go so easily. However, Taiha throws a manhole cover at his feet. As expected, the guy simply blocks it. The protagonist starts moving toward his opponent. Smiling, the psycho questions if he's serious. He quickly uses his crowbar to catch the manhole cover in midair, skillfully throwing it back. Growing more and more excited, Vendetta rushed toward him as fast as possible, barely managing to dodge it. They both stop, a short distance from each other. However, Jerome lunges into an attack, seeming more and more thirsty for adrenaline. The protagonist says that apparently, the guy has really been going around claiming to be his rival. The weirdo asks if it's not true. With that, they begin to exchange blows at an absurd speed. However, Taiha says the guy is nothing more than a stalker, but the assassin just keeps laughing, claiming it's all the same thing. Several explosions were going off in the sky. Suri was taking down every drone she could. Tired, the girl admits there are too many drones. Besides, she can't waste much time on them. Suddenly, a voice on the radio reports that headquarters is in a firefight with Peak, about 50 meters from the base. Gray says the situation is dangerous, but their position makes it hard for the enemy to approach, telling them not to worry. He states that as soon as that man returns, this war will be over, so they just need to hold on until then. The girl, hearing these words, wonders if he could be talking about someone specific. With that, she hears the sound of a car. Inside the trunk was the director. Even though he was incredibly injured, Hwaryong went there to get him. Obviously, the man was growing more and more afraid of what fate had in store for him. The big guy grabs him by the face like a doll. He wondered if the solution to end the war was to smash that worm's skull right then and there. However, if that man loses, Suri won't be able to face Jerome alone, concluding it might be better to ask the Oseong for help. With that, he starts squeezing Ingyu's face even harder, telling himself that this man is to blame for everything, and that after his death, Peak and Jerome will have to retreat. Meanwhile, Taiha and his opponent fight their way past him, high above. The assassin was blocking the protagonist's blades. They both begin to clash their weapons again, coming face to face, staring each other down once more. They exchange another frenetic sequence of blows. Vendetta manages to land a kick to his enemy's stomach, sending him flying. The guy uses his crowbar to stop himself. Getting up, he admits he was surprised to learn his rival was in Korea, but he says he might be starting to understand why he came here. He shatters the air conditioner he had dug his crowbar into. He surprises the protagonist, saying that for assassins like them, this place is a paradise. Trying to hit him with it, Jerome asks if Vendetta doesn't agree. Obviously, the boy has some trouble dodging the attack. As a last resort, Taiha throws himself backward and crashes through an apartment. However, his opponent was already expecting that, laughing manically as he tries to strike him again. Suyeon asks if Gray is sure that everything will be over when that man arrives. The boy says he's absolutely certain, driving the major crazy as he asks who this man is and why they have so much faith in him. Gray asks if the aide remembers the news calling the Cheon-gu family royalty, revealing that the so-called terrorist was Taiha. However, he then tells the man to forget the words he just heard. He states that, in reality, he isn't a terrorist who killed the royal family, because even though he left, that man is still a part of said royal family, declaring that calling him the heir to the throne makes more sense. In his head, Vendetta remembers the first time they crossed paths. They were both in England and had the same target. Suddenly, a huge explosion rips through the tunnel walls. The protagonist and Jerome were fighting. The guy had fallen onto the middle of the train tracks. He leans on his crowbar. Looking down, he seems surprised. He realizes his legs have been completely shattered. Because of this, he couldn't get out of there, and a train was approaching. The guy even looks to Taiha, hoping for some help. However, the kid does nothing, claiming he was sure he had killed him right then. But then, some time passes, and a cargo plane was crossing the sky. Two people start to fall. The protagonist says he was once dealing with a traitor trying to flee to Russia. That's when they crossed paths once more, fighting in midair. They start trading blows while in free fall, until Vendetta manages to hit his vest, slicing the parachute's trigger. He places his foot on his chest and shoves him down. But he didn't die that time either. On the contrary, Jerome seems to get stronger after each of their confrontations. The madman keeps laughing, saying the protagonist's blow wasn't enough, claiming the difference was very subtle. He notes that the blows from his right hand are weaker than those from his left. With that, Jerome quickly advances on Taiha, saying that Vendetta failed to kill him despite several opportunities, including this last strike. The guy lands a fiercely powerful attack. The protagonist notices his right arm started to tremble after the assault, as it was the one broken during his revenge. Taking advantage of this brief distraction, the madman appears behind him, questioning if a guy of his caliber really hurt his arm. The kid manages to escape the attack, while his opponent says that after his brief experience in that country, he can even understand him. Jerome says it would be crazy to assume that place isn't filled with good fighters after they created a lawless environment by killing the president. He states that, even so, the best among them all is still Vendetta, since he's the only one who can bring him to the brink of death, allowing him to get stronger and stronger. The guy starts cutting the water tank with the tip of his crowbar, making a large gash in its structure. He throws that piece at his opponent. Taiha doesn't have time to react. The assassin leaps, preparing for the final blow while taking advantage of his enemy's vulnerability, landing an incredibly powerful strike, kicking up a cloud of smoke. He lands calmly on the ground, but, to his surprise, the protagonist wasn't there. He wonders how the kid managed to escape that. He starts to tremble with rage, stating he clearly saw him get hit, realizing he can vanish from his sight easily. He parries one of the daggers his opponent threw. Jerome declares that Vendetta has failed once again and lost another opportunity. However, the protagonist cuts him off, assuring him that this time, he'll make sure he's finished. When the blade finally hits the ground, Taiha is already standing in front of his opponent. The guy couldn't understand what just happened, questioning if his rival had always been this fast. The assassin Vendetta unleashes a slash that cuts everything around him in half. Taiha says he is just like him, stating that he also grew stronger in the face of death, finishing his rival right then and there. Meanwhile, Suri was running desperately across the rooftops. She says that according to the radio, this is the last batch of drones, claiming she needs to finish everything as soon as possible and return to base. The girl gets confused when she sees two men carrying a body. One of them notices her presence. Paralyzed, she wonders if they are more adversaries. However, the guy says her name, stating they are a special force from the Oseong gang. As they say they are under the orders of their captain, Huimin. He appears in front of the protagonist. He immediately informs him that he has received orders to kill him, asking Taiha what he should do. They both stare at each other after that unusual question. The protagonist remembers him, wondering how he knew his location. He realizes he must not be one of Ingyu's men. Besides, if the guy wanted to kill him, he would have ambushed him instead of revealing himself. The kid says he thought he was special, stating it seems he's part of Oseong. Huimin asks if he wants thanks or something, claiming he should know he can't cause a mess here. Taiha says the guy probably didn't get the full story, but he assures him that he wasn't the one who made the first move. Just as the two were about to argue in detail, the psycho starts getting up like a zombie behind him. This obviously leaves both of them completely stunned. Barely able to speak, Jerome admits that was pretty serious. Logically, Vendetta picks up his other dagger that was on the ground. However, the corpse was able to dodge. The psycho pulls a grenade from his pocket. He throws it, saying he'll see his friend another time. The other two are stunned by the blast. The protagonist scans the area with his eye, trying to find him. He starts to walk, wanting to go after the zombie. However, Huimin stops the kid, telling him to wait a minute, stating that Taiha must maintain order. But obviously Vendetta gets annoyed by this. Moving his dagger, the protagonist claims the zombie was first in line. However, his opponent easily contains the attack. He realizes that the guy predicted his move. Huimin admits he can't see him at that ridiculous speed, but it would be humiliating to be fooled by the same trick twice. The captain states that it seems the kid is in no condition to fight, questioning why he doesn't try being nice for once. He admits the guy always seemed strong to him, but he's a promising person who hasn't reached his full potential yet. In that case, Huimin must be someone capable of forcing things within the gang. Both of them distance themselves from each other. The protagonist says he had noticed it before, but considering his skills, his opponent doesn't seem to have blood on his hands. Asking if he's right in assuming that Huimin has never killed anyone before, the man tries to land a blow. However, Taiha disappears, leaving the guy surprised. The protagonist was already behind him, smiling as he watches him. However, to the kid's surprise, the captain also increases his speed, while claiming he's beaten many into pools of blood. Seeing that, Vendetta is astonished by his ferocity. Even so, he dodges the blow. He tells the guy to go to the third floor of the abandoned building 450 meters northwest of there, informing him it's their hideout and the residence, stating that even if Huimin can't kill him, he'll gain something rewarding. But when he turns around, the man realizes no one is there anymore, left alone in the middle of that alley, snorting with anger as he says he's sick of that brat. The third district was completely silent. The Oseong gang's special forces speak over the radio, telling everyone to pay attention, ordering them to surrender. If they don't, their squad will destroy every one of them. The announcement was repeated once more, while Insik hid to avoid being hit by the gunfire. He curses as he sees his dead soldiers on the stairs. The guy complains, wondering if the Oseong gang had also planted spies in that place, just like them. Gray remained hidden in the other room, asking if the major was okay and telling him not to pass out. Despite having trouble breathing, Suyeon asks the kid to speak quieter, claiming they can't let them know their locations. It's said over the radio that they found 2 individuals in the hideout. However, there were many soldiers in the surrounding buildings, making the area dangerous. His subordinate asks why they don't retreat, assuring him it will be difficult with Oseong there. But Insik tells them to shut up. Obviously, the mercenary leader could only think about the money, stating that opportunities like this only come once in a lifetime. The major speaks to the bald guy, saying it seems he wants to go all the way. The guy claims that if they manage to kill Gizeob, Jerome will do the rest, but this just needs to end things here. He continues, saying he will kill the Yaburi leader with his own hands, but a hand was silently approaching him, freezing him with fear. This person covers his mouth. It was Hwaryong, who questioned if he had really just declared that their lives were worth 10 billion won. Turning around quickly, the bald guy states that the man should be nothing more than a walking corpse by now. However, the big guy steps back, saying he'll make him spit out every drop of blood, assuring him it's for all those he killed, landing a punch in the middle of his chest, making the mercenary leader vomit a large amount of blood. The force of the blow was so strong it even threw him out of the building. The mercenaries in the building across the street are startled by this, but before they could do anything, some wires appear. With that, they begin to be strangled. As she jumps, Suri easily decapitates them. Meanwhile, Insik had died from the fall. As she runs, the girl realizes it's all finally over. After that, 5 minutes pass. Huimin had finally arrived at the building the protagonist sent him to. Upon entering one of the rooms, the guy asks what that is. At a makeshift table, Taiha asks the man to join them. The kid makes an observation, saying that at the table is the representative of the 3rd district, a representative of the Cheongu Ingyu, and finally, a spokesperson for the Oseong gang, declaring that it seems all the important parties are present. The protagonist announces they will officially negotiate the district's redevelopment rights, claiming that everyone should leave happy. Still at the Yaburi's base building, someone tells his boss he doesn't know how to put it, claiming he wasn't fooled. He says he doesn't think he's the right person to speak, asking if the boss could help him. As someone approaches, a guy tells an old man to stop mumbling so much. He takes a deep breath after hanging up the phone and pulls out a cigarette. At that, Taeha offers his lighter, saying it must be tough working this late. Huimin notes that the kid has apparently started carrying his own cigarettes. Taeha asks if Huimin is still not over that, offering him one in return, but he just refuses. The captain admits he wasn't confident he'd win their last fight, claiming that'll be true for many of their future battles. However, he states that if he gets the chance to fight him 3 more times, he guarantees a win. The kid just watches him in silence. Annoying the guy, Vendetta says it's a shame he only has 1 life. With that, one of them finishes his cigarette. As the protagonist leaves, Huimin asks how he can be alive and well after facing Junsu. He says he won't tell him anything there, declaring that, like it or not, the guy will find out everything the next time they meet. The captain smiles, saying the brat never gives a straight answer. He adds that he wants to see if Taeha will act the same way with the man who's about to arrive. Sometime later, back at the abandoned building, Huimin returns accompanied by 2 other men, including Jae-pil. As they enter, Hwaryong promptly bows, showing them respect. He introduces himself as the former leader of Group B of the Incheon branch, saying he's sorry for making the vice president come all the way out there. The man says it's been a while since he last saw him, noticing the man has some injuries. However, the guy says that fortunately, he's not having any trouble moving. Jae-pil claims that he seems to be the troublemaker there, telling him to stop with the formalities since Hwaryong is no longer in the gang. He tells him not to bow so easily to others, saying he didn't let him leave on such peaceful terms just to be greeted like that. Even Huimin notices the strange atmosphere. The big guy admits it's already surprising to see the 7th in command, but he never imagined seeing the 2nd in command come here. He was the one who turned the gang into an organization incorporated into the political system. When he was appointed as vice president, it caused an uproar. He admits the man always led them to victory, where violence is not an option, guessing this is more problematic than Cheon-gu. Everyone falls silent as they hear his approaching footsteps. Jae-pil introduces himself and says that before they begin, he has a few matters he'd like to address. Ingyu was still tied up, mumbling non-stop. The man demands they untie the director, stating he refuses to negotiate anything until they do. Unlike Suri, who is outraged, the protagonist simply says that man is a criminal who violated the agreement. Taeha was about to say more, but the man tells him to shut his mouth. He claims the kid is an outsider who shouldn't even be there, warning that one more word, and he's leaving. With that, he has to remain silent. The man again orders them to release the director, while Huimin is pleased with his superior's attitude. Since he couldn't speak, the boy just nods at the girl. She does as she was asked. Jae-pil says there's a car waiting for him outside, ordering the man to go first. Ingyu starts to leave, assuring them he will pay his debt. He tells them all to wait, promising he'll make their deaths as painful as possible. Suri obviously was furious about the whole thing. The girl asks what the old man's problem is, stating that he was about to be betrayed by the manager, yet he still did that. However, Jae-pil asks how the bitch expects him to believe everything they said. This leaves her even more confused and outraged. He questions how he could know if it was really a breach of agreement or some kind of internal squabble between the 2 of them. She slams the table, stating the director held her father hostage, the man who was almost killed by their 3rd best subordinate. Looking at the protagonist, the man asks if he wasn't the one who stabbed Ingyu at the hospital. This obviously leaves her speechless. He states that even if the director was really threatening her people, there would still be no reason for war. Therefore, after they provoked and threatened that man with an outsider, his duty there is to hold them both responsible for breaking the contract. After that, Jae-pil asks if they have any evidence strong enough to refute him. Visibly, the protagonist was dying to kill them. On the other hand, Suri says that in that case, they are no longer interested in negotiating with the Oseong gang. The man says that decision is no longer in the girl's hands, as they accepted the terms of the agreement but violated them. The representative announces that they will send a proposal within 24 hours and that they will have another 24 hours to respond. With that, the 3 of them leave normally. Suri kicks the table, extremely irritated. Trembling, the girl says she couldn't even say everything she wanted to, declaring that Jae-pil never intended to negotiate from the start. Taeha just agrees with her. She also suspects there's a spy among them, since the old man knew everything before he even got there. The girl looks at the protagonist, asking if at least everything is going according to plan. He says yes, praising her for her work. Meanwhile, the Oseong members head to the car. Surprisingly, the man states that Huimin should go separately, claiming he doesn't offer a career to cowards who hide at the first sign of defeat. But obviously, the captain doesn't like that, saying he explained exactly what was happening. He declares he's still new and asks what he expected. However, Jae-pil didn't care and continued on his way. However, someone intercepts their car. As expected, it was the protagonist. The car was coming slowly towards him. Opening the window slightly, Jae-pil asks what he wants. The boy says that since both gangs are part of a larger power structure, it's important they don't cross certain lines. So, if they lose the director who was just released, especially since Cheon-gu recently lost its president, they will become more fragile. This would weaken the agreement between them, especially if the person and the reason behind the disappearance remain a mystery. He states that for someone who had no need to negotiate with a stranger, he now has excellent reasons to at least discuss this. At this, Jae-pil recalls what he said in the meeting. Remembering Hwaryong, the man realizes he wasn't waiting for him, but for the director's release. The man admits he expected the boy to come after him, but upon realizing he's not as foolish as he thought, he no longer knows what to think. The old man completely changes his demeanor, informing him that there's a spare seat and asking if the boy would like to join him, but the protagonist says they're not that close, arguing they just need to keep things simple. Jae-pil assures him he wouldn't set a trap this late in the game, saying he just knows a great cigar lounge. Taeha says that just adds to the problems, since he's extremely picky about his cigars. The man says he heard he was away from Korea for a while, asking where the protagonist had been living. The boy says he was in Italy. The old man says that even though he isn't very familiar with them, the place he's talking about also has cigars, trying to remember the name. Before the man could even finish his sentence, the madman gets in the car, stating that he should have mentioned something like that from the start. Jae-pil is a bit surprised by the assassin's reaction. He informs him that the speed limit in Seoul is 31 miles per hour, but Taeha tells him not to worry and just to hurry up. After that, they arrive at the place. A man with white hair approaches them, informing them that these are the cigars the gentleman usually smokes. In addition, he also brought the ones that were ordered. The man says he'll enjoy them as always. The waiter wishes them a pleasant time. However, before he leaves, Taeha calls out to him, asking if they have any matches. The waiter says yes and asks if he should bring some. It was a high-end place with incredibly expensive drinks. The boy says that this isn't a typical cigar, made with a Kentucky blend and enjoyed by workers as well as other classes. It's characterized by its considerable length, which is sometimes cut in half to be shared with partners. Giving a piece to Jae-pil, he explains that's why it's called the friendship cigar. A little surprised, the man takes it. He states that it takes half an hour to an hour to smoke a whole cigar, noting that Taeha wants a conversation of 15 minutes at most. With that, they both fall silent for a moment. The old man admits that the cigar isn't half bad. He also assumes he doesn't care what happens to the 3rd district, since matters like that don't interest him. So he reveals the real reason he showed up. First, Hui Min still doesn't know how to handle situations like this. Second, he didn't understand how someone capable of facing Cheon-gu's royalty ended up in a place like this. The protagonist says he almost died that time, assuring him he's only alive because of the people there. He requests that the man offer the citizens guaranteed housing until the redevelopment plans are complete, providing the necessary relocation support for a new apartment up to Gangnam standards, with no extra fees. Jae-pil states that the construction alone will cost 3 trillion won. If they provide all that support, the families will get 10 times the property value. Taeha asks if they aren't there to negotiate, since he got the impression the man wanted to know about his plans for Cheon-gu's future. But the old man denies this, assuring him he's there for another reason. His true interest lies in the protagonist's knowledge of the committee, South Korea's largest conglomerate, controlling advanced industries and entertainment businesses across the country, the Cheon-gu Company, the criminal organization behind the president's assassination, with rankings based on each member's skills, Oseong, the pseudo-religious organization with the largest inner circle, composed of all post-assassination presidents, the sect of eternal life, the largest crime syndicate, made up of military elites and media moguls rejected by Oseong, the Dobang Association. Finally, the committee's organizer, the Yan House of Changju. Since 1990, these 5 parties have overseen the country through the committee. The only thing they covet is balance, a perfect balance of equally shared power. Hearing this, Taeha remains silent, looking thoughtful. The protagonist says that apparently they fear Cheong will upset this balance. But Jae-pil assures him that's not it, and says the boy knows the real answer, asking if Cheong was responsible for his near-death experience. However, the protagonist seems to hesitate for a moment. He remembers his confrontation with Junsu, and the moment the old man said it all ends there. Nevertheless, the boy claims it was Junsu. The man suddenly says, Cheon-gu got Junsu, claiming that's what they said the moment they acknowledged their strength. A man of unknown origin, age, and identity, who took over as the president's bodyguard. Claiming that Cheon-gu's presidency itself shines because of his light, this man first emerged through a coup, and although he's afraid to believe it, perhaps Junsu is using the organization to fuel his own ambitions. Taeha questions what the man is after by telling him this. Leaning back, Jae-pil insists he must know, declaring he's sure the boy knows what he really wants. The protagonist guesses that perhaps this man wants him to kill Cheong and Junsu. Getting up, Vendetta thanks him for the cigar, warning that he'll take this as an agreement on how to approach the district matter. The old man says that if anyone outside the committee learns about him, the rule is they must be disposed of. With that, he asks the protagonist not to run, assuring him he wants to maintain the connection they have. The boy stops walking, encouraging Jae-pil to look to the future and watch the next Cheon-gu board meeting. Elsewhere, a fax arrives at an office. This was the 31st floor of Cheon-gu Electronics. One of the employees wonders who could have sent a fax there. She calmly reads the message that was sent. She's surprised by what's written. Elsewhere, in a forest near a waterfall, someone was running barefoot on the dirt. That was Pyoto, a director on the board of administration, who who was trying to hide with the same message in his hands. Calling the vice president, the man informs him that Ingyu has announced he won't participate in the vote. The old man, who was taking a bath, freezes, visibly irritated. The man says he sent a fax announcing that a proxy will be present. The ugly man asks who this proxy would be. The street was lined with protest banners, making it clear that entry to the building was restricted and residents would fight the demolition. Inside the cafe, the brewing process was detailed, involving an espresso machine and a pre-warmed ceramic cup. For the drink, a dark roast blend of Arabica and Robusta beans was used, ground while the machine hummed softly. Then, drop by drop, a very strong ristretto began to pour from the machine, the dark liquid dripping rhythmically into the cup. The coffee then filled the ceramic cup, and the light crema floating on the surface signaled a perfect result. He then proudly presented the cups, explaining it was an authentic Neapolitan ristretto, its aroma filling the air. A person in a cap, with long hair, carefully observed the small cup in her bandaged hand. Then, she raised the cup and took a small sip of the dark beverage. The other customers in the cafe reacted with shock, finding the drink too hot and extremely bitter. The indignant group asked if he expected them to drink that, complaining that their throats felt like they were on fire, and questioning if he was trying to kill them. He then explained that he usually has a shot of it before work for an energy boost, and that they would soon get used to the taste. Even so, one of them remarked that the drink was too bitter, and jokingly asked if adding sugar to coffee was a crime in Italy. Taiha, tilting his head slightly, replied, "No, they should have said if they wanted sugar, as he hadn't added any," which seemed to surprise the group. The person in the cap then said to forget it, stating she preferred something cold, and started to excuse herself to order an iced Americano. Just then, Taiha interrupted her, holding a knife in her direction, and asked if she was serious. The person in the cap sighed, questioning his seriousness. Outside, a narrow alley ran alongside the building, with a few trash bags and air conditioning units on the wall. Back inside the cafe, someone in the group asked how the negotiations went and what the current situation with Oseong was. Taiha looked to the side, his expression serious and thoughtful. The scene then shifted to an elegant cigar lounge, where it was revealed that, on that day, Jae-pil Kim had accepted all the terms of the initial proposal. Displaced residents would be relocated at no cost, with free rent in the new apartments after redevelopment and no charges during construction. After the move, any property sale had to go through a company designated by Oseong, which would receive 50% of the profit based on the property's initial value. Taiha reflected that the terms were unexpectedly better than he had anticipated, though there was a catch. Back at the cafe, Suri Yoon, the second-generation leader of the Yaburi gang, asked in surprise if he wanted her to step down from her position. Taiha confirmed this had been the final condition presented by Jae-pil Kim during the negotiation. In the lounge, Taiha's expression remained serious as he processed the information from that earlier conversation. During that conversation, Taiha had addressed Jae-pil Kim, asking if he was referring to Miss Suri-eun. Jae-pil Kim then wanted to know if Taiha was aware of who taught Suri-eun to use custom-made wires as weapons in her fights. Taiha replied that while he didn't know the details, he was aware she had trained with someone before leaving abruptly. Jae-pil Kim proposed one more condition. The leadership of the Yaburi gang was to be transferred to Hwaryong Lee. Taiha, slightly surprised by the demand, asked if it would be too much for him to question the reason. Jae-pil Kim explained that, officially, the reason was that communication with Hwaryong would be easier for Oseong, but unofficially, there was another story. He continued, saying it was a precautionary measure, however small, because after all, there was only one person in Korea who used that type of weapon. In the present, at the cafe, a young man then asked who this person was, and if her mentor was someone so renowned. She began by saying she wasn't entirely sure, but when a scout showed up with the offer, her father was quite surprised. The proposal was to join the best group in the area, or something like that. Since they promised to pay well, she ended up accepting, as she felt trapped in a big house all day. Speaking of which, Taiha had something important to add. He thought it would be best for the Yaburi gang to be under Oseong's leadership. The other two were very surprised by the idea, one of them questioning what he was saying. He then stated that Jae-pil Kim also agreed, and that although they would become a faction under Oseong in name only, in reality they would be, but he was cut off. Suri Yoon shot to her feet, vehemently disagreeing. Despite her gratitude, she firmly refused the proposal, claiming Oseong was to blame for her father's condition, and they could not serve an enemy. He insisted that this was the only way to save her father. He continued, reminding her that her father was still at Cheongu Hospital, and his safety would be the first to be compromised once Cheongu realized Ingyu Hong was missing. Even so, she seemed reluctant and shaken by the situation. Just then, footsteps approached, and a voice urged them to do as he said, addressing her as boss. A group of men appeared, and the one with his arm in a sling declared he believed it would be wise for them to also be under Oseong's command. Surprised, she grew concerned, telling the newcomer she had told him not to push himself. He then argued that if they didn't join Oseong now, Cheongu would surely return seeking revenge, and when that happened, it wouldn't be with mercenaries, but with their real forces, which would be very dangerous. Taiha looked at the man who mentioned Cheongu's security. His eyes showed he was paying close attention to what was being said. The man continued, explaining that for 3 years, a lot of blood had been shed, and no one, not parents, friends, or neighbors, had been safe. He added that even knowing Giseob was alive in Cheongu Hospital, no one dared to speak up, fearing he would be harmed. He stated he would fight, and if he died trying, at least he'd know he tried. But he worried about his daughter and had a small favor to ask. Then, addressing the boss, he said the neighborhood's strength didn't come from Giseob or anyone else, but from her, who protected and led them. Everyone bowed in respect, and he thanked her for everything she had done. He warned her that she had a lot to lose if she betrayed them. Tears welled up in her eyes at his words. Suri-Yoon wiped her face and adjusted her cap, telling him not to be so dramatic. She agreed to the decision and, smiling, invited everyone for a drink. Someone excitedly suggested they go to Bowman Restaurant and that they needed tables outside. Meanwhile, Taiha watched the group from a distance, lost in thought. He placed the cup on the table, stating that with Ingyu Hong's fingerprints secured, getting into the board meeting would no longer be a problem. Confident, he thought it was his turn to claim victory, and that Cheong just had to wait. The car sped up as someone inside asked if they had found director Ingyu Hong's whereabouts yet. Director Pyodo Jang, a board member and a supporter of the vice president, wanted to know if there were any updates on the situation. A woman on the phone reported that, unfortunately, they still hadn't found him, and that the PR and HR departments at headquarters were working together to locate him. But he wasn't found at his residence, and it was reported that 2 lions the director kept there were found shot to death. Shocked, Director Pyodo Jang asked if the lions were shot, and the person on the phone confirmed that yes, that seemed to be the case. The woman continued, revealing they had also been contacted by the Oseong faction, who informed them that Director Hong had proceeded with the redevelopment plans. In Jangseo's 3rd district, Oseong claimed a violation of the armistice and declared full control of the redevelopment, surprising Pyodo Jang. He wondered what the hell was going on, reflecting that Director Hong might be an unqualified man, appointed to his position only because he had Cheong Jin's favor. He couldn't understand how he had disappeared so recklessly and began to suspect murder, fearing the consequences for his representative. Suddenly, someone called him Pyodo, startling him and making him stammer, "Vice President!" The vice president of the Cheongu group, Gwang-Hoo Yong, a member of the board, asked to be reminded again of the name of Director Hong's representative. The scene shifted to Cheongu City, a building in the Uido neighborhood of Yeongdungpo District, where the Cheongu headquarters was located. Director Ingyu Hong, a supporter of Cheong Jin and visibly injured, mentioned that the board meeting was taking place on the 60th floor. Taiha, who was with him, confirmed and asked if the board of directors consisted of those 15 members. Correct. Director Ingyu Hong remained silent, visibly tense. A knife was pressed against his neck, and he stammered, confirming that yes, that was right. The young man reminded Ingyu Hong that he wasn't keeping him alive just for information, as he already had enough and was simply checking what he knew. Confused, the director asked why then, and what he wanted from him. The captor stated that he wanted nothing, while the other, surprised, questioned this answer. He explained that even if Ingyu Hong returned to the board, he would be ruined once it was revealed that he had handed Jangseo over to Oseong, especially since he was appointed by Cheong Jin. The young man stated that, having lost Cheong's favor, all that was left for him was death, prompting him to reflect on what he needed to do to survive. He then instructed him to think carefully about why he shouldn't have to kill him. With that said, he turned and began to walk away from the area, his footsteps echoing. The young man turned his head upon hearing the question of whether he was leaving. A group was waiting for him. Suri asked if he was leaving without saying goodbye, especially with Ingyu Hong tied up like that. He replied that, despite appearances, Ingyu Hong was still a director at Cheongu and useful for countering any potential moves by Oseong against their redevelopment plans. But he added with a slight smile that if his presence became unbearable, they just had to call and he would take care of it. He then turned to one of the men in the group waiting for him. The silver-haired man asked about the promise he made, wanting to know if he intended to keep it. A memory came to the young man's mind of when he asked Gray if he didn't want to move up to a bigger arena. He touched Gray's shoulder and warned him that Cheongu might cause trouble, asking him to stand firm until the situation stabilized. The woman and the other man said their goodbyes, thanking him for everything. Taiha thanked them, saying it was a pleasure, and said goodbye with a "see you soon." The scene shifted to a long, empty runway under a clear sky. Two men were talking on the runway, one asking if the other had heard that Director Hong would have a representative, and the other confirming it. One of them noticed his colleague had started smoking again, and the other just confirmed it. The first one commented that he was jealous, since he couldn't even chew gum without being scolded, to which the other replied that he talked too much. A young man blowing a bubble with his gum remarked, "That's why they should have given them a raise when they asked nicely." Junyak Huang, an executive bodyguard from Cheongu Security, asked what they thought, if they would probably support the vice president. A man in glasses, distressed, protested that this was different from what he was promised, and asked them to reconsider his transfer. Youngmin Moon, another executive bodyguard, said maybe, but it didn't matter. They just had to follow the captain. The supporters of Cheong Jin and the vice president were clear, and Mr. Jin was confident of victory with the support of 7 board members. Junhyuk Hwang continued, stating that if Director Hong's representative was indeed that man, it would be up to the 2 neutral members to decide who would become chairman. The plane landed hard, as he commented on his surprise that the newcomer, inactive until now held all the control. The other agreed, adding that this individual held the key to their future. As the plane taxied, it was explained that Cheongu Security was the main force responsible for the organization's protection, with specific, delimited powers. It was further detailed that the members of this force only obeyed orders from Junsu Baek, and were forbidden from engaging in commercial activities within Cheongu. However, footsteps could be heard as it was clarified that members of Cheongu Security with remarkable intellect, power, and political vision could exceptionally join the board of directors. At that moment, Do Gyung-han, one of Cheongu's directors and the official successor to Junsu Baek, as well as a neutral member of the board, was descending the stairs. Although he was just a director on paper, he had the absolute favor of Junsu Baek, and served as an idol for the entire security team. His eyes remained serious and focused as he looked ahead. The 2 men waiting for him bowed deeply, showing their gratitude for him making the trip. In front of him, a row of uniformed men was lined up, as the entire force of Cheongu Security formally gathered to receive him as Director Han. The scene then shifted to the South Sea in South Korea, where a boat glided under the bright sun. A woman with scars on her back commented that he must have been in a hurry to come by helicopter, and that if he had contacted her earlier, she could have gone to meet him herself. He casually replied that it was fine, as the one with pending business should be the one to pay a visit, and then he changed the subject. A large striped marlin was hanging, and he commented that it looked to weigh nearly 900 pounds. Asking if it had really been caught with just a spear. She replied that the fish was well known among local divers, famous for being a bully that tore fishing nets and caused all sorts of trouble. Meanwhile, a woman watched from the boat. The Yan family of Changju, founders of the council, had existed for hundreds of years. With her legs marked by crisscrossing scars, she explained that in Cheongu, her role on the board was to oversee the other factions to maintain the balance of power. Harin Yon, one of Cheongu's directors and also a neutral board member, offered raw fish and drinks to those present. Little was known about her all-female organization, whose strength and skills rivaled those of Oseong's 10 most powerful members. Smiling, the visitor politely declined the invitation due to lack of time, and said he had come to ask if she already knew about the situation involving director Ingyu Hong. She promptly replied that yes, she was aware. She then mentioned hearing that his representative was a man named Soo-hyuk Jin, a name quite familiar to everyone. A memory surfaced revealing the 3rd son of the late chairman Seoko Jin, who had died 17 years ago. The visitor wondered how the representative could be someone who was already dead. Clenching his fist, he thought it might be a ghost, but soon concluded that in fact, there was someone who had become a monster and was now making his return. He then declared that he was there to formally request that the council issue a bounty for the man responsible for his family's murder. He wanted to see him dead, and the bounty was set at 20 billion won. The story goes back 17 years. Guho Jin, the eldest son of Chairman Seoko Jin, ran, asking his father to wait a minute under the watchful eye of a woman. Just then, a man questioned why Soo-hyuk was even considered his son, saying the least he could do was give an explanation before leaving. The other son agreed, insisting his father say something before he left, just as the car door shut. Seoko Jin, founder of the Cheongu group, replied by asking if he needed their permission to do as he pleased. Despite their protests and pleas, he called them insolent brats, cutting off any possibility of dialogue. As the vehicles pulled away to the sound of engines, one of the sons commented that despite everything, their father was truly impressive. Soo-hyuk, the 3rd son, reflected on the lack of consideration the patriarch showed, especially to those accompanying him on this sudden trip. Everything was done on impulse, and now he had to deal with his older brother's reaction. The woman, resigned, stated that what's done is done. She suggested they buy a painting on the way back to smooth things over, since his brother liked that kind of gift. However, Taiha, who was only 10 at the time, rejected the idea. He argued it could be misinterpreted and make him even angrier. Soon after, the creak of a gate marked the car's entrance. Soo-hyuk thought to himself that this was undoubtedly a headache, wishing his father had at least kept his trip around the world a secret. The convoy moved through the gate as the sound of engines echoed across the property. From the back seat, Taiha watched the scene in surprise, staring out the window at what was unfolding before his eyes. Men were bowing in reverence, calling out for Chairman Jin and wishing him a safe return. Even with the display, the chairman stated he had already asked them not to do that, reminding them they were all executives on their own merit. didn't. He just asked that they take care of the company and avoid hasty decisions. Guho reacted with contempt, grumbling unfriendly comments about the people present. As the car went over a bump, Suyak watched the men and commented that they didn't even bother to feign discretion anymore. Turning to Taiha, he told him to pay close attention to what was happening. He explained that most of the people there had been saved by their grandfather, and that's how they had gotten to where they were. Over time, many became loyal followers, drawn in by the founder's undeniable charisma. Some had even spontaneously sworn oaths of loyalty, never expecting anything in return. He mentioned that these people were known as loyalists, and he was convinced that in the future, they would be useful to Taiha as well. The narrative shifted to a bustling street, surrounded by shops under the orange sky of late afternoon. Pedestrians walked with a rhythmic pace on the sidewalk, marking the daily routine. The location was Yongin City, Gyeonggi Province. As he walked, he thought about the old loyalists and wondered if any were still active within Cheongu. He explained to Gray that they were individuals who had sworn loyalty exclusively to his grandfather, and now he was trying to imagine if even one of them was still around. Gray asked him to wait a moment, saying he would look through the files his father left behind as he typed swiftly on his keyboard. He wanted to know if any names came to mind. While searching through the files on the various monitors before him, he repeated to himself that he wasn't there, not there, and not there either. Gray, surprised, asked if he really remembered all the names after so much time. The answer was simple. There were fewer than 20. So it was easy to keep them in memory. Still, Gray continued the search, but confessed he wasn't finding anything relevant. That only confirmed what he already suspected. He felt disheartened, thinking maybe no one was left. He remembered that all the loyalists had sworn allegiance only to his grandfather, and he figured Guho probably wouldn't have spared any of them. It was then that Gray, with a flash of excitement, said he'd found something. However, he found it strange that the records were still active in the personnel database, since the man in question was retired. He reported there was a bar registered in his name, located right in Yongin, and that he would get the address. A short time later, the pub door slid open. As soon as he entered, he was greeted with a friendly smile by a man behind the counter, who welcomed him cordially. Taiha asked what the best dish in the house was, and the attendant replied, gesturing that the menu was right behind him. He confidently assured him they only served the best, and suggested fresh mackerel that had just arrived that day. He accepted the suggestion without hesitation and ordered a portion. Next, the attendant wanted to know if he'd like anything to drink. The customer preferred to decide after eating, replying with a slight smile. The other man smiled back, mentally processing the order for a brief moment. He then lifted the fish and slammed it hard onto the cutting board. From the other side of the counter, watchful eyes followed every move as a wide, gleaming knife was wielded with skill. It was then that the young man sitting down asked when the real owner, Gwangsu-gu, would show up that day. The attendant reacted with a relaxed smile, asking who exactly he was talking about, then claiming he himself was the owner. The response, however, was immediately challenged. According to the visitor, that wasn't true. Confused, the man behind the counter wanted to understand what that meant. The other, maintaining a firm gaze, admitted he was no expert on raw fish, and then paused intentionally. Next, he pointed out that the knife being used wasn't for slicing fish, suggesting the disguise could have been more convincing. Before any reply could be given, the attendant lunged with a sudden strike. In the same instant, a blade appeared, blocking the attack and producing a metallic clang. The impact was so strong that the tip of the larger knife broke off. Surprised, he wondered if that smaller blade had really caused that much damage. The young man leaped back just as the pub door opened. An older man entered, scolding someone named Hyunbin for leaving the lights on and worrying about the electricity bill. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he froze with a confused expression. The attendant, clearly alarmed, yelled for him to get out immediately, calling the other man an intruder and promising to handle him alone. Meanwhile, the older man kept his eyes fixed on the scene, trying to understand what was happening. With a slight smile, the young man in the suit addressed him with a calm greeting, saying it had been a while since they last saw each other. At that moment, a memory took shape. In the image from the past, the young man appeared beside that same man, listening intently as he spoke about the loyalists. Inside a car, he revealed that his bodyguard, Gwangsu, was also one of the loyalists. The other man, visibly flattered, replied that compared to the rest, he was still just a beginner. On that occasion, he made it clear that his only wish was to serve the young master to the best of his ability. The present came rushing back as Gwangsu's face, now in the restaurant, showed raw emotion. Tears streamed down his face as he fell to his knees. On the floor, the drops marked his turmoil. He expressed deep relief at seeing him alive and well. He finished, his voice choked with emotion, respectfully calling him young master Taiha. In the background, the attendant watched the scene, stunned. The scene changes to a quiet, organized office, bathed in the soft light of dusk. Gwangsu invited the young master to come in, saying the place was small, but he was truly grateful to have him there. Then he asked if the young master had attacked the Cheonsu annex, praising him for doing what no one else dared. He called him remarkable while casually tossing something aside. The young man admitted he had failed, since Changjin was still alive after all. As he hung up his coat, the older man asked who the young man from the bar was, and the young man replied that he was his apprentice. He explained that he currently works as a blacksmith in his spare time, and that after 8 years, the apprentice was finally starting to look promising. The young master commented that the knife the apprentice held nearly cut through his own, even without using any real technique, and that he'd never seen such a sharp blade before. Guangsu said he was too kind, but supposed his past experiences had helped him a lot in this line of work, as he threw something in the trash. The memory of the abrupt entrance at the bar surfaced, with the young man leaping back as Guangsu scolded Hyunbin about the lights and the electricity bill. And still in the office, Guangsu asked with conviction if the young master was the one who attacked the Cheongu annex. The young man noticed he threw away the bill without even looking at it, and wondered why as he unfolded the paper he had picked up. He looked at the contents of the paper with a surprised expression. His eyes were fixed on the paper, absorbing the information. As a door mechanism operated, Guangsu said, "Anyway, young master." Guangsu Gu, former vice president of Cheongu Security, then asked what the young master had been doing all these years. After a pause, the young man replied grimly, "Execution." The focus is entirely on the trash can full of crumpled papers, including what looked like a bill. He then clarified that he had been busy killing those who betrayed his family, showing a wanted poster with his picture and a large reward. 17 years earlier, a man sat alone in a dark room, waiting. Suddenly a door creaked open, revealing the darkness on the other side. Another man entered and pulled up a chair, remarking that Guangsu had seen better days. He, Gu Hojin, the eldest son of the Cheongu Group's chairman, found it pitiful to see him like this. As Gu Hojin mentioned that his father's funeral, along with Suhyok's and his family's, went well, Guangsu collapsed onto the table. He continued, explaining they had arranged a story that Guangsu wasn't on the yacht because he was caring for his sick mother. Guangsu shot up suddenly, furious, and told the other man to shut up, accusing him of being behind everything. He listed the caregiver's dismissal and his mother's disappearance, questioning if Gu Hojin thought he wouldn't see the plan to keep him off the yacht. Gu Hojin replied calmly that regardless of what he said, the fact remained that he wasn't on the yacht, even though there was proof Suhyok had invited him. Guangsu then asked, his face tense, if he was mistaken about the other's intentions. Gu Hojin said he didn't want to blame him, as he understood that family comes first, making a small gesture with his hand. He assured him that nothing would happen to Guangsu or his mother, and sliding a notepad and pen over, asked him to write. Then, he leaned forward and asked who among the loyalists still remained. He knew the group of loyalists was larger than those who had knelt at the gate that day. Gu Hojin insisted he write, to reveal the others who would refuse to serve him, but Guangsu's gaze was firm. Seeing the hesitation, Gu Hojin turned to the other man in the room, Junsu, and asked where his loyalty lay, as Guangsu seemed to waver. Junsu replied that Gu Hojin already knew the answer. He served only Cheongu, and Cheongu alone. Years later, an older Guangsu asked a young master if he meant he'd become a killer. The young man confirmed, saying yes, he punished those who betrayed his family. Guangsu, with a faint smile, supposed that in that case it might include him as well. After all, he was absent instead of boarding the yacht with Master Suhyok that day, and his hand clenched into a tight fist. The young master gripped his weapon, stating there were no excuses for traitors, and quickly readied it. His gaze was intense, focused on the man before him. Guangsu took a step forward, ready for what was to come. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow against the young man. The young man was shocked to see his blade had shattered on impact. Guangsu smiled, remarking, it was a shame the young man's blade wasn't in good condition. The young man quickly shed his coat, preparing to fight without it. The coat flew through the air as he moved nimbly to the side. Guangsu threw another quick punch, but the target was already gone. The young man vaulted over him with impressive speed, leaving Guangsu surprised. Looking up, Guangsu admitted that it was truly remarkable. Even in the dim light, the young man's transition from using a weapon to fighting without one was flawless. His speed was incredible, making Guangsu wonder how many fights he had been through. The young man's face showed his complete focus on the combat. Guangsu, on the other hand, wore an enigmatic smile during the fight. He remembered an old moment, embracing the young man tightly, and saying that as Guangsu Gu, he would gladly face him, no matter how many times he came after him. The scene returned to the room where Guangsu was now alone. He placed a bottle on the table, speaking about the Salerno family and saying he now understood. He recalled that on that day, after the deaths of Master Suhyok and the chairman on the yacht, a great purge began. Gu Hojin eliminated all those loyal to the old chairman, but Guangsu somehow was spared. The young man asked why, and Guangsu explained it was simply to serve as bait. At that time, Gu Hojin was convinced there were still more loyalists within Cheongu, so he decided to spare him, believing other survivors would seek him out. But after 17 years, it seemed everyone had forgotten him. He figured the young master must be wondering why, of all people, Guho Jin chose him. Of all the loyalists, of all the people who could have been used as bait, it was brother Junsu who interceded on his behalf on that occasion. The name Junsu Baek made the young master pause for a moment. The young man said that on the day of the yacht incident, he received something from his grandfather while searching under the chair. He was supposed to deliver it to a director named Insu Kim, a lawyer, but since he also betrayed his family, he was forced to deal with him. Then, he placed a fountain pen on the table and asked if Guangsu recognized it. Guangsu was visibly shocked to see the object. The young master pressed, asking who the remaining members of the loyalist group were. A memory of the old interrogation room surfaced. Guho Jin was questioning how long Guangsu would maintain his loyalty, mentioning that even the lawyer, Kim, had switched sides. Guho Jin said that such loyalty wasn't grand, and that no one was left to appreciate it. In the memory, Guangsu slammed his head on the table with force, in despair. The sound of his head hitting the table echoed as Guho Jin and Junsu watched. Back then, Junsu told Guangsu to stop his foolishness. Guangsu, bleeding, asked if he should stop and surrender like Junsu did, as drops of blood fell to the floor. He screamed that Cheon-gu was the chairman's dream, the man who gave him a chance, and asked how Junsu could suggest he betray him. With tears and heavy breaths, Guangsu said it was impossible. He would rather die than betray the chairman like that. The image showed the scars on his head, a reminder of that day. Back in the present, Guangsu remarked that after 17 years, not many would remember that fountain pen. However, he affirmed that as long as he lived, he would continue to follow the chairman's wishes. Then, Guangsu asked the young master to become the next chairman of Cheon-gu. Director Myonggi Kim of Cheon-gu Electronics adjusted his glasses, stating that 3 of the 6 board members supporting the vice president are at risk. Serving under them are department heads, each with at least 20 years of experience. But with their superiors refusing to step down, tensions are rising. With these greedy old-timers refusing to retire, Director Cheong Jin, also on the board, thought it was no wonder the group was falling apart. He ordered his assistant to schedule a dinner with the department heads, believing that after years of service, they'd have secrets on their superiors. A shoe tapped lightly on the floor as someone approached them. Cheong Jin greeted the approaching director, saying it was good to see him. A group of older men was approaching, and one of them asked how he was that morning. Cheon-gu's vice president, Gwang Hu-yong, said he had a matter to discuss, and asked for a moment of his time. Cheong Jin replied with a smile that he was quite busy, as you can see, and asked them to send everything by email later. He added, with a touch of sarcasm, that even though they were all old, surely one of them could draft an email. The vice president insisted that if he was busy, they'd keep the discussion brief, right here and now. His foot tapped the floor firmly. A woman in a suit stepped between them, her hands clasped in front of her. She apologized but requested that the vice president refrain from approaching, as Mr. Beck had ordered no confrontations before the board meeting. Myonggi Kim noted that even though the vice president was in charge, even he had to follow Mr. Baek's orders, since Cheon-gu's security had sided with Cheong Jin. However, the vice president took another step forward, ignoring the warning. The woman, nervous, said that if the vice president came any closer, she would have no choice. Her face showed apprehension as she hesitated, leaving the sentence unfinished. The vice president, his furious gaze shown in a close-up, curtly ordered her to get out of the way. His eye conveyed a contained rage as he began to insult her, calling her a brat. His imposing presence left her visibly frightened, looking up at him. Just then, Cheong Jin emerged from behind the vice president, breaking the tension. He asked what kind of bodyguard gets rattled so easily, and told the woman he would dock her pay for 3 months. The bodyguard lowered her head, seemingly accepting the reprimand in silence. Myonggi Kim thought about the vice president's overwhelming presence, as imposing as Mr. Beck's. He reflected that Gwang Hu-yong was a small but powerful giant, and understood why neither the founding chairman nor Guho Jin could take him down. The vice president smiled slightly, looking at Cheong Jin. He said that on a personal level, he was very grateful to Cheong Jin. Because Cheong Jin had eliminated not only the loyalist faction but also Guho Jin's, he could finally take over as chairman of Cheon-gu after 37 years. Then, he mentioned the man for whom Cheong Jin had offered a bounty 3 days ago, the attacker behind the Jin family massacre, and the one who cut his Achilles tendon. With a wide grin, the vice president remarked he'd heard they wanted the man dead, but he was curious to hear his story if he were captured alive. Cheong Jin replied that he'd already found him and sent someone for the 20 billion won bounty, giving the vice president an ultimatum, resign or die. He then turned to leave, leaving the vice president behind. The vice president laughed with disdain, repeating, 37 years? The scene shifted to the front of a pub called Fresh Liquor Pub. Inside, Guangsu looked surprised and asked the young master if he'd like him to forge a blade. The young master asked for a blade so firm it could withstand anything without ever breaking, and asked if that was possible. A chef at the counter remarked that this was all because the young master's knife nearly broke, and boasted that he could make excellent blades these days. Guangsu scolded the chef, telling him not to get cocky just because he can sharpen metal, and to focus on cutting fish properly, reminding him that mackerels should be sliced against the grain. Turning to the young master, Guangsu asked if the request was because of his brother, Junsu. The young master confirmed, explaining that Junsu had managed to break his knife with his bare hands after all. He admitted that while he'd seen a lot in his line of work, that was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Guangsu commented that using the young master's father's name as a proxy for the next board meeting was a great move, one that surely caused a stir among the directors. Master Taiha remarked that if Guanghu Yang were his old self, he would reprimand Cheongjin, as his greed was so great that even his grandfather had trouble controlling him. Guangsu added that if Taiha could get into the board meeting amidst this turbulent power struggle, his mere presence could turn the tables, serving as a witness. It would be proof of Cheongjin's despicable actions and his coup, stripping him of any chance to win a board seat or claim the chairmanship. The young master's gloved hand stretched across the table as he confirmed that this was the plan. However, he stated that regardless of how things played out, he needed to confront Junsu Baek, the man who commands Cheongu's security forces. Guangsu poured himself a drink, looking thoughtful. He took a sip and asked the young master if he thought he could win when they faced each other again. Taiha replied that, frankly, it wasn't a matter of winning, but a duty he had to fulfill. With a grim expression, he declared that every last traitor who hurt and betrayed his family would die by his hands, without exception. The chef behind the counter listened to the conversation in silence. Master Taiha added that, honestly, it wasn't as if this was his first time encountering a monster of that caliber. Guangsu tapped his chopsticks on the table with satisfaction and promised that, as a member of the loyalist faction, he would forge a blade so remarkable that even his brother Junsu would be left speechless. The young master thanked him, stood up, and said he would stay elsewhere for now, asking to be contacted when it was ready. The bell on the door chimed as he left the pub and stepped onto the street. Someone watched him from a distance and said, "Ooh, nice, there he is," as Taiha walked down the sidewalk. He paused for a moment, as if sensing something was off. A man in a cap approached, saying he was the one with the 20 billion won bounty and that he needed to come with him. Taiha wondered if he was a bounty hunter, surprised that not even a day had passed since the bounty was announced. He started to ask who told them where he'd be, but was cut off by a swift movement and a whooshing sound. Suddenly, he was struck hard by an attack from above, slamming him to the ground with a massive crash. The impact was so strong that it reverberated through the street with several booms. The assassin duo, hitter and thrower, lamented knocking the target away, as they needed him alive. The hitter replied that it wasn't his swing that sent him flying. He explained that Taiha had launched himself to offset the force his body would absorb as the dust from the impact began to settle. Back at the pub, Guangsu heard the noise outside and asked what that sound was, looking worried. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain and cried out, "Young master!" Realizing he'd been stabbed, the tip of a blade appeared near his glasses, embedded in his head. Cheongjin smirked maliciously and asked, 37 years? So what? He continued, saying it wasn't about how long it took, but about tenacity, old man. Guangsu, wounded, was holding the chef from behind as a hostage. With a crack of his neck, he asked if Cheongjin knew how much he had prepared and who he had positioned for every scenario. He mentioned the greatest assassin, who played the fool for years to fight for the honor of succeeding Junsu Baek, a sinister glint in his eyes. Guangsu, still holding the hostage, asked in shock what Cheongjin had just done. The man simply smiled, revealing he had poisoned the blade with Bushmaster toxin. He stated it wouldn't be lethal, but the pain would be so intense Guangsu would wish he were dead, so it was better to stay down. Stunned, Guangsu stammered as he realized something terrible about his attacker. Cheongjin then mentioned the vice president of Cheongu's Special Operations Division, asking if the name sounded familiar. He explained it was the unofficial unit created by Junsu Baek to shape a worthy successor. In the end, Do-gyung Han was chosen, and the rest were supposedly eliminated. However, Cheongjin found it wasteful to discard such talent. In a country with scarce natural resources, it was essential to make the most of its people. With that, he made his final proposal, that the vice president resign, promising him peace for the rest of his days. Otherwise, he should find someone strong enough to face Junsu Baek, known as Nameless. The former member No. 4 of the Cheongu division noted that although they had known each other for a long time, this was the first time they had truly faced off. In a swift motion, the chef threw Guangsu across the restaurant. With a trembling hand, Guangsu recognized the poison, Bushmaster, a viper famous for its potent neurotoxic effect. He questioned if Cheongu had really sent him to watch over him after he left, And if that man had been by his side all these years, in disguise, the redhead confirmed he had been placed there indefinitely, with one condition to complete his surveillance. To leave, he needed to. Before he could finish, Guangsu, consumed by fury, charged forward with a scream. The goal was to locate the last remaining loyal members. The attacker reacted quickly, cutting him with the blade. Confused, Guangsu didn't understand how the enemy had moved so fast, as he had been right in front of him just seconds before. Before he could react, he was struck again. This time surprised and defenseless. Without showing remorse, the assailant commented that he didn't want to strike him the same way twice, but shrugged as if it made no difference. Then, with a dark smile, he announced it was time to go after the young master's head. Outside, a loud bang and an explosion shattered the day's tranquility. One of the bounty hunters, known as the pitcher, shouted that there were no outs and no runners on base, launching steel balls at high speed. Running with agility, the young master dodged the explosions caused by the projectiles. It was hard to believe someone could throw with such precision and force. It wasn't impossible to escape, but it demanded extreme effort. Meanwhile, the batter prepared to hit one of the metal spheres with his bat. With a cry of, "Home run coming up!" he struck the ball with tremendous force. The projectile came at him at high speed, nearly hitting him. The real threat was the coordinated succession of attacks. He thought that with a knife in hand, he might have already ended it. Seeing Taiha dodge, the batter commented that the 20 billion bounty made sense. Only someone in Oseong's top 10 could avoid his attack. Approaching, the pitcher suggested Taiha surrender while they were still being reasonable, promising to spare his life. With irony, the young man replied that it was an admirable kindness, considering the aggressive use of the bat from the start. Laughing, the batter asked if his partner really thought a polite request would suffice, as they both advanced. He added that for players like them, actions spoke louder. If they wanted to be heard, they should take him down first. Finally, the pitcher revealed that some had hired them to capture him alive, others to kill him. They would be paid in either case, but perhaps Taiha would prefer to be taken alive. The young master stared at the wanted poster, wondering if they really wanted him alive and if these men weren't connected to Cheongjin. At that moment, the red-haired assassin appeared silently behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack. With an agile move, the young man managed to dodge the swift blow. Surprised by the dodge, the assassin spun his weapon in the air, as if better assessing his opponent. The hunter's reaction was immediate. Irritated, the batter shouted, asking who the hell that was and how he dared interfere with their merchandise. Without showing fear, the young man turned and asked the newcomer's identity. Smiling ironically, the red-haired man replied that he expected him to have figured it out, declaring he was the assassin sent to kill him. The pitcher grumbled, scoffing that another disgusting cockroach had decided to show up. At that, the batter sighed and stated there was no alternative. They would have to deal with both of them now. Without wasting time, the pitcher announced again, "No outs, runner on first, play ball," preparing another shot. However, before he could complete the motion, the assassin sliced his arm with precision, mocking the baseball talk. Screaming in pain, the pitcher clutched his wound. With contempt, the assassin ordered him to disappear, calling him a cockroach. Staggering, the man fell screaming, while the batter watched in shock, calling his name. Consumed by rage, the batter raised the bat over his head, screaming insults at the attacker. But in a swift and precise cut, he was struck down by the assassin. Losing his patience, he told him to shut up, calling him a bloated maggot. He said he was still in a good mood, so he ordered the other to stop screaming and disappear. As his partner's body fell, the young man approached, observing the scene carefully. It was then he recognized the clothes and realized it was the pub's apprentice. Confused, he asked if he had been in disguise and wanted to know what had happened to his mentor. The assassin laughed and said he was probably already dead. After all, one dose of the poison sent most to their deathbed, and he had received 2. The young man's hand clenched tightly upon hearing this. He wanted to know if he was acting under Cheongjin's orders, and if he had been sent to track down the last loyalists. With a nod, the assassin confirmed, saying he was set to rot on that mission, but the young man's arrival had saved him from that miserable fate. Mocking the loyalist faction, he called it an illusory enemy, explaining he had endured everything patiently, searching for a single opportunity, and now that chance was before him to kill Do Gyung-han and take the place of Junsu Baek, the traitor. He said this as he launched his attack. The young master faced the charge with a firm and determined expression. At the same time, a memory surfaced. The vice president, alone in his office, deep in thought. In it, Cheongjin smiled, challenging him to find someone capable of facing Junsu Baek. The vice president, still in the memory, smirked with contempt, considering Cheongjin a fool whose naivety knew no bounds. He doubted that he could have placed someone powerful enough right under his own nose without being noticed. He judged it impossible. He concluded then that Junsu Baek had pretended to ignore him on purpose, finding the act so pathetic it didn't deserve a response. After all, he was the second in command. Back in the present, the young master's eyes narrowed, fixed on the approaching opponent. In his dilated pupil, the assassin's leap was reflected, teeth clenched. However, with surprising calm, he called out for Guangsu and asked for a knife. From inside the pub, the wounded Guangsu launched himself through the window, which exploded into shards of glass. Even covered in blood, he managed to help one last time, holding the remaining knives. The assassin crashed into the protagonist's ally, shattering him on impact. A large explosion of smoke and debris filled the street where he fell. The young master quickly grabbed 2 of the knives Guangsu had thrown, one in each hand. Badly wounded, Guangsu muttered a few words in a low voice. The young man replied that he understood and told him to get some rest. With one last effort, Guangsu collapsed to the ground, motionless. The opponent emerged from the shadows, leaping towards him with a smile. He mocked, saying this was no time for distractions. With a swift blow, he sent the young man flying down the street, causing him to collide hard. Sitting on the ground, he recovered from the impact. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he commented that the loyalists were truly incredible, since Guangsu had received enough poison to kill most people. Still, he couldn't believe how quickly he had answered the call for a knife. The enemy asked if he was jealous, insinuating that Guangsu treated him better than he had treated the assassin all those years. He denied it, stepping on one of the fallen knives and shattering it, saying only that he was surprised to see him still standing. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the force. He continued, stating it didn't matter, as Guangsu would be dead soon anyway, as a light pole fell toward him. He looked up, surprised to see the object taken down by his enemy. The pole crashed down with a roar, destroying part of the street and the facade of a building. Severed electrical cables sparked and snapped on the ground. One of them whipped dangerously close to him. The lights of nearby traffic signals began to flash erratically. People screamed, asking what was happening and who was causing such destruction again. With a cleaver in hand, the killer asked if he was good at tap dancing as he closed in fast. They faced off amidst the sparking cables, their blades clashing with metallic sounds. The enemy remarked that, according to Chiang Jin, the young master didn't even land a hit on Junsu Baek before running away, and yet he shamelessly wanted to come back and face them, questioning where all that confidence came from. One of the cables kept sparking near them. To escape the live wire, he jumped onto a building's roof. He was followed closely by his opponent, who mocked his pathetic weakness. With a powerful blow, he was thrown against the side of a building, causing a loud crash. He slid across the floor of the dark hallway, acknowledging his opponent's strength. He braced for the next attack, which came quickly from behind. Their blades clashed repeatedly, creating sparks in the darkness. He thought he couldn't figure out this enemy. It was as if he was teleporting, always one step ahead, with incredible speed. However, the attacks themselves were slow enough to be countered. He remembered how the killer had acted in disguise for years, fooling even him with his supposed incompetence. Besides, he wielded a sharp blade, so why use poison? He held his knives, ready to act again. He asked his enemy if he knew what it meant to be a killer. In a flashback, he asked someone, with his feet on the table, if they were talking about assassins. The person explained that many think they're the same, but they aren't. The difference is that one is hired. He stated that in assassination, it's better to trust science. Explosives, poison, drones, the options are limitless. Besides, hiring that kind of service would be very expensive. He added that assassins don't just eliminate the target, they also ensure no trace is left behind. He commented that it sounded like his way of working, but he was scolded, told his methods were messy. Who in their right mind would paint a wall with blood? So he deduced that the recent request was a trap. The person confirmed. The client wanted both the target dead and him eliminated, a common government tactic to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But he raised a question. What if there was someone who always eliminated targets without a trace? What would happen to the organization that had such an individual? The thought worried him. With an assassin like that, they would hold tremendous power. Back in the fight, he thought that if that man really was an assassin, it all made sense. His movements didn't rival ordinary speed. They were like a magician's, disappearing and reappearing with purpose. If he knocked down the pole on purpose to lead him here into the darkness, then it was a plan, not a coincidence. The assassin smiled, repeating that he was saved from that miserable fate. He returned the smile, understanding why Chiang-jin and Junsu Baek had let him rot for years. They wanted to create an assassin, but with his chaotic way of acting like a killer, they gave up on him. The enemy's eyes widened with rage at those words. In another flashback, the assassin, still young and in a tracksuit, was being scolded. He took a blow, falling to the floor of a gym. He begged to continue, saying he still wanted to fight. Junsu Baek refused, stating he had seen enough and was disappointed. He said he should focus on his strengths, and that it was frustrating to see him get distracted by the unattainable. Du Gyung-han, with a cold expression, declared that he would never become someone like him. The young man screamed for him to shut up, asking what he knew. In the present, his rival was called an abandoned coward who ran away with his tail between his legs, and was asked who he thought he was to talk like that. Furious, the assassin shouted that he should mark his words, promising to bring back his head and make everyone acknowledge him again as he charged forward. A blade cut through the air with speed. He ran through a dark hallway, determined. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and told him to wait. A gloved hand pressed the elevator button to close the doors. He was told that he'd been given too many chances, but he just couldn't see what he was up against. With a determined look, the young master declared, "It's my turn now." A single gasp escaped the assassin as he turned to face the young master. Clutching his knife, he wondered if this was all a plan to lure him into the elevator. Then, the young man explained it was the same misdirection technique magicians use. By breaking the pole, he made his opponent believe he was fleeing into the empty building. He then remarked that the man had the natural qualities of an assassin, since he was so good at hiding. But whether he was a magician or an assassin, now that his game was revealed, the master declared he would pay the price. Immediately, his enemy lunged with his weapon, but the strike was blocked by the master's own blade. Still in disbelief, the attacker questioned how the other could have known his game. With a calm gaze, the young master simply confirmed that he was right. Then, their blades clashed again with full force in the middle of the elevator. A rapid series of strikes was unleashed, but the master blocked every attack with ease. The speed of the counterattack left the assassin stunned, unable to understand how he wasn't this fast before. He then rushed forward, leaving a trail along the elevator wall. But by leaping back, the enemy managed to escape the attack. As soon as he raised his weapon for another strike, he froze, seeing the blade already pointed at his throat. For an instant, an aura enveloped the master as he raised his blade over his fallen opponent. And in one swift move, the knife grazed the assassin's face, who could only watch, motionless. With a smile, the young man stated he had warned him, as he was like an open book. A reflection of shock filled the assassin's eye. Suddenly, the elevator cable snapped with a loud bang at the top of the shaft. The car then began to plummet in a free fall, and in a nearby hallway, the master revealed he had expected this, as there was only one way out of the elevator. Then, he asked how it felt to have someone always one step ahead. Unable to answer, the assassin just screamed an insult at his opponent. Then, the young master slammed him to the floor, pressing a blade against his neck. The impact sent them both crashing through the doors and into the middle of the hallway, and the blade shattered as it blocked the enemy's strike. With a smirk, the man revealed that the knife was a defective piece, asking how he could possibly be defeated with it. But before the assassin could finish his sentence, the master grabbed his face. With a piercing stare, he simply told his opponent to shut up. Sounds of impact echoed from outside the building. Then, the young master threw him against the window, which shattered, sending them both hurtling out of the building. During the fall, the assassin tried a quick strike to break free, but the young man used the broken knife to block the attack. He then took the chance to slice his opponent's face, and then the enemy's body slammed hard onto the ground. Meanwhile, the master landed on his feet without any trouble. Standing a short distance away, he took out a cigarette. He then tried to use his lighter, but it wouldn't work. Amidst the dust, he admitted the man's skills were impressive and that he'd never met such a talented assassin. But he added that no matter how good he was at acting in disguise, living together was a completely different story. He then recalled that the man knew full well that Guangsu had ignored him on purpose, yet he still dared to betray him after being taken in. With that, the man's silhouette began to dissolve. Before disappearing, all he could manage to say was that his body was... And holding the man's knife, he revealed that the poison had transferred to his own blade during their repeated clashes. As he fell, the assassin made one last request to the young master. With his last bit of strength, he asked the master not to kill that boy. As he brought the cigarette to his lips, he stated that under normal circumstances, he would kill him and leave his signature. Instead, he used the blade to light his cigarette. With that, the tip of the cigarette finally lit up as it touched the metal. But he declared that because of the man's loyalty, he would let him go just this once. And finally, he just told the man to consider himself lucky. Night fell over the city, and elsewhere, a man was biting the straw of his drink. At a table, one of the men asked if the other was sure about his decision. Uncertain, he asked if Do-gyung had really said he would vote for him. The man in glasses then confirmed, adding that he'd asked him to join them so he could hear it for himself. Just as his phone vibrated, the man remarked that the good news kept coming, as it seemed the master had also been taken care of. He then tossed the phone to the other man, telling Chairman Bayek to take the call for him. On the phone, Chairman Bayek heard the order to confirm the young master's body and ensure it was dissolved. After the call, he said he would bring Nameless back, but the seated man simply asked why. He was told you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and to just dissolve them both together. After a moment of silence, Chairman Bayek agreed to the order. He then left the room and walked down the hall. Once in the hallway, he answered his phone and told the person on the line to proceed, and the voice on the other end said he was afraid Chiang would hang up on him, so he was glad to have him on the phone. Surprised, Beck realized the young master was still alive. On the other end of the line, the young man invited him to come out. As he looked up at the top of the building, he then asked if he should come inside instead. On the phone, he assumed the young master had already dealt with Nameless, and with that, he said he was happy to see the young man was still alive and well. Losing his patience, The master told him to spare the empty pleasantries. He then repeated his invitation to come out, unless he wanted him to come in on his own. On the street, he stood still, waiting for a response. Back in the building, Beck replied that if the intention was to attack young Master Cheong, a call wouldn't have been necessary. Then, he taunted him, asking if he was just buying time for fear of failing like last time. As he walked, the young man explained that at first the situation seemed simple. His family was murdered, and he came back for revenge, but he revealed he'd changed his mind and wanted to hear him out before taking any action. He directly asked why exactly Junsu had betrayed his parents and his grandfather. Despite Cheong's thirst for power, he pointed out that Junsu was still in the same place as years ago, as president of Cheongu Security. After turning his back twice, first on his grandfather and then on Guho Jin, he questioned what he was trying to achieve with all this. Using a metaphor, Junsu replied that a wild beast would gladly sacrifice its own life for its offspring. But if the offspring failed to grow or became sick, the same beast would break its neck with the same reverence. With the phone in his hand, Junsu asked if the young master felt betrayed, stating there was no need to analyze the situation. He then explained that the Cheongu company doesn't belong to one person, but is its own legal entity. Furthermore, the vow he made to the late chairman Seoko Jin was for a single cause. That vow, he revealed, was to protect Cheongu. With the call ended, the master just watched him. He then questioned if his parents were murdered for such an absurd reason. With his hand already on his gun, he concluded that in the end, he didn't need to listen to him. And to finish, he just asked if Junsu didn't agree. Instead of answering, the man just made a sign with his hands, which brought a look of confusion to the young man's face. In front of him, he held his pose without a word. Then, his hand rose slowly, and then one hand closed over the other. Not understanding, the master wondered what that was, maybe some kind of sign language. Suddenly, a long-haired man appeared silently behind him, and the newcomer just watched him from above. As he turned, he met the gaze of the man who had silently appeared behind him. Without hesitating, he jumped back to create distance, questioning who the man was and when he'd arrived. From a distance, Junsu placed his hands over his chest, signaling that it wasn't time yet. He then opened his hands, completing the signal for the man. The long-haired newcomer remained silent, just watching. Slowly, he walked over and stood beside Junsu, ignoring the young master. Beside the man, Junsu revealed that Nameless was never who Cheong expected, and that he hadn't come down just to exchange pleasantries either. To finish, he declared he would see him at the next board meeting, where they would settle the matter once and for all. With that, the master was left behind in the parking lot as the two men walked away. Standing with his back to them, he just tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, and with a determined look, he agreed that they would settle this. The scene shifts to the city buildings under the night sky, and elsewhere, a man in sunglasses with a cigar questioned if members of the Dobang Association were also involved. An informant from the Oseong faction, known as Megaphone, began to report the events. He recounted that while they were chasing the bounty on director Heron Yan, Pitcher lost his right arm, and Batter ended up in the ICU with serious injuries. The informant continued, saying that rumors were spreading that Vice Chairman Yang of Cheonsu had already met with the Dobang Association on several occasions. With this, the man in sunglasses concluded that since Junsu had aligned with Cheong, Yang had to resort to outside mercenaries. Faced with this revelation, he understood that Yang's involvement turned the family feud into a full-scale war. He then asked where that man might be right now. In a warehouse, a mannequin was sitting on a couch, and a voice gave the order to fire. Immediately, an explosion destroyed the mannequin as the three men watched. One of them explained that the explosive was designed to direct shrapnel into the spine, and that they were ready to fire upon receiving a text signal. Vice Chairman Yang then asked if he could count on them, and the man in safety goggles confirmed that everything had been assessed. It was explained that the explosives were installed in all the seats designated for Cheong's supporters in the meeting room, and since the detonator was ceramic, it wouldn't be caught by metal detectors. The other man added that the seating arrangement was correct, but that they could react quickly even if there were changes. However, he pointed out that the problem was that man, and questioned if it would be all right with his whereabouts unknown. And with a determined look, Vice Chairman Guang Huyang stated that neither Chong nor Junsu were a concern, as no one could right the wrongs he had suffered. With that turbulent day ended, an eerie calm settled over the country, and as tensions reached their peak, reports of internal conflicts at Cheongu began to surface. On the day of the board meeting, the Cheongu building was surrounded by unprecedented media attention, and reporters in the crowd were questioning what was happening, since no board members or cars had arrived. Soon, one of them pointed at something, claiming that just one picture of that would provide enough material for a whole month. With Cheongu's main security personnel gathered there, the expectation was that something big was about to happen. Inside an office, it was revealed that, according to Director Yeon, Jae-pil Kim was responsible for leaking information about the meeting, and the director of the Cheongu group, Cheong-jin, commented that this was a way to fan the flames, as Vice Chairman Yang would be worried about an all-out war. Speaking of which, He suggested they should bring in more people, asking if the young master had been located yet. Director Myung-gi Kim replied that, unfortunately, Chairman Baek had ordered security to focus on the first floor. Meanwhile, at the building's entrance, a figure was walking towards the reporters. Back in the office, Cheong-jin found the situation ridiculous, commenting that the person didn't seem to care about the message they were sending. And then, he wondered if Taeha would really dare to walk in through the front door. On the 36th floor of the Cheongu headquarters, a certain door had remained closed for months, and this door led to the president's office, a room reserved for all of Cheongu's leaders, where a gong would sound. Inside, a ritual was taking place, for that place reigned over everything, and many coveted the key to its doors. While musicians played the drums, the shaman conducted the ceremony with his gong. Several shirtless men danced intensely to the sound of the drums. At the same time, another moved fervently in front of an offering table. The oldest one shouted amidst the dance. Far away at the end of a hallway, Junsu watched in silence. Back in the office, Cheong-jin asked about him and was told he was on the 36th floor. It was soon explained that a shamanic rite was happening at the vice president's request, which is why the floor manager had to be present. Then, Myung-gi Kim questioned the reason for the ritual, but only heard that the vice president must be excited. It was then clarified that the man was excited about the prospect of becoming the next president, and it was questioned if he could be any more obvious. With a distant look, Cheong-jin recalled that after his grandfather's death, most people blamed his father for the massacre of the Loyalists, but the truth, he revealed, was that the person who tortured the Loyalists to death was none other than the vice president. To conclude, he claimed to have seen everything with his own eyes, as his father wanted someone to keep a close watch on him. Suddenly, the memory of a scream echoed in Myung-gi Kim's thoughts. In the scene, a bound man screamed that he wasn't part of the Loyalist group, claiming they only respected the late president. With pliers in hand, the vice president demanded the Jin family's secrets, threatening him with death if he remained silent. Back in the present, Cheong-jin could hardly wait, wondering who would get Taeha's head first, him or the vice president. Outside the building, reporters tried to film the interior, commenting that the lobby was completely blocked off. As one turned around, he bumped into a man walking by. Not recognizing Taeha, the others wondered who he was, assuming he was a new employee. However, from inside the lobby, Myung-gi Kim recognized him immediately. With a look of disbelief, he just wondered if the young master was serious. Then, a faint smile formed on Taeha's face. Far from there, he entered the Bomungukbop restaurant, knowing that although his life was intact, the day would be difficult. Finally, he visited Gwangsu in a room, who joked that he didn't need so many visits or he'd die of embarrassment. So, Taeha said there was something he was very curious about, and Gwangsu offered to answer. Without beating around the bush, the young master asked why he hadn't run away. In response, the other just gave a calm smile. Standing in the room, Taeha commented that after the massacre, Cheongu was a hopeless place for a surviving loyalist like him. With a questioning look, he asked what had kept him there when he could have fled. Furthermore, he wanted to know why Cheongu would place a spy next to someone worthless to them. With a calm smile, Gwangsu replied that it was because of his determination, as he believed someone would one day follow in the late president's footsteps. This blind conviction, he explained, was something Cheongu couldn't ignore, and that's why the spy chose to have hope and wait with him. Surprised by the revelation, the heir could only ask who that person might be. Suddenly, in the building's lobby, a voice shouted for everyone to stand at attention. The sudden command caught the Cheongu security guards by surprise. As a new group marched inside, it was announced that it was election day, and unidentified individuals were forbidden from entering. Then, the captain of the black team, Vui Kim, gave the order to immediately kill anyone who posed a threat to Cheongu. One of the men in the lobby commented that another acclaimed face had arrived, recognizing the captain. It was then explained that the black team was a secret espionage unit with much more field experience than the headquarters staff. It was also revealed that with the team positioned in a hard-to-reach location, Vice President Yang had secured the support he wanted. Soon, the black team took up formation in the lobby. One of the men stated that this, however, did not make them enemies. After all, the security staff might be divided by who they served, but the mission to protect Cheongu remained the same for everyone. And no matter how confident he seemed, that place was a tiger's den with 400 men ready to attack. With a slight smile, Taeha walked toward the main entrance without any hesitation. So, Myung-gi Kim gave the order for the main door's shutters to be lowered as soon as he entered. With a hand on his gun, the order to eliminate him quickly was already given. However, the young master stopped at the entrance and began to introduce himself. In a loud voice, he declared himself to be Taeha Jin, grandson of the late President Seoko Jin and son of Soo-hyuk Jin. The declaration caused a stir among the reporters, while Vice President Yang watched the scene. Far away, Cheong-jin asked with a smile if he was just planning to walk in like last time. Next, Taeha told them he had escaped death in an ambush 17 years ago, and, after a long journey, had returned. Finally, with a pen in hand, he stated he was there to honor his grandfather's last wishes and declare his right as the heir to Cheongu. Then, he held up the object and asked if anyone there recognized that pen. In response, one of the guards just scoffed, saying that was a thing of the past. Confused, the other watched as his colleague started walking towards him. That's why, the memory revealed, he chose to remain hopeful and wait by his side. Then, the memory continued, with a man questioning who among the loyalists still remained. It was said that the loyalist faction was made up of more than just those who knelt at the gate that day. Then, the memory shifted back to the scene of the shamanic ritual. The shaman continued to conduct the ceremony. Using pliers, they demanded he reveal the secrets he knew about the Jin family. At that moment, Cheong Jin revealed that the one who tortured the loyalist to death was Vice President Yang. To conclude, he stated he had seen everything, since his father had sent him to watch the vice president. Meanwhile, the dance continued amidst the sound of the drums. The order was clear: speak or die for your silence. During the ritual, the vice president asked for judgment for his actions, but also for blessings for himself as the new heir. Suddenly, back in the lobby, one of the men knelt before Taiha. Soon, several others followed him and welcomed the young master. The scene left the reporters and security guards speechless. Meanwhile, Cheong Jin just laughed at the situation. Then, a memory showed the same man asking his executives to take care of the company until he returned. With his head to the floor, one of them apologized on behalf of all the loyalists for failing to fulfill the president's last wish and protect the company. With that, Taiha announced that the board meeting awaited them and called for them to go. Next, Taiha led the group of loyalists toward the building where the meeting would take place. The revelation of his identity as Suyok Jin's son left everyone outside completely stunned. Meanwhile, inside, Cheong Jin walked down the hall with his subordinates. The young director wore a confident expression as he headed for the confrontation. Elsewhere, head of security, Youngmin Moon wondered what was happening around him. The news of the vice chairman's loyalty baffled him, as he remembered him leading the black team in the massacre of the old loyalists. Soon, one of his men, carrying a gun, warned him to prepare for the group's arrival. Even so, the subordinate questioned the order, asking if they weren't going to fight. After a moment, Youngmin Moon agreed with his subordinate's suggestion. Then, Cheong Jin told his men that the vice chairman's betrayal changed nothing, as their group was still 3 times larger. With that, the security chief added that it was imperative to resolve the conflict there to secure the board vote. He knew that failure would make him responsible not only for his career, but also for the incident at the annex. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut in, asking about all the commotion. Soon, external director Herin Yeon approached, remarking that something interesting seemed to be happening. Youngmin Moon turned in surprise, immediately recognizing Director Yeon. At that moment, Vice Chairman Yang explained that he had urgently summoned Taeha to the board meeting. He then revealed that the young master was a key witness to both the yacht incident and the recent Jin family massacre. Yang then declared that if these facts were linked to Cheon-gu, it would be treated as an organized coup. After hearing the statement, Director Yeon watched the scene with a subtle smile on her face. With that, she agreed with the situation and offered to lead the way to the meeting room. Furthermore, Haran-yeon added that her official role there was to ensure the company followed the rules. She then turned and asked the young master to follow her. The group then entered the VVIP elevator at Cheon-gu headquarters and began to descend. Inside the elevator, the director commented to the vice chairman that she never would have guessed he was a loyalist. She continued, guessing that his old ambition for power was an act, since the loyalists served the late chairman Seoko Jin. Finally, Haran asked if he kept up the facade out of loyalty to a dead man, or if he was just waiting for the young master's return. In response, Vice Chairman Yang stated he had no idea, even after the attack at the annex. He explained that he only discovered the truth when the former guard, Guangsu, contacted him and he saw the photo released for the bounty hunt. That was the moment he realized the young master was alive, and that their long vigil had finally been rewarded. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Taiha asked Director Yeon if the elementary school she attended still existed. She replied with a laugh that the school was long gone and wanted to know the reason for his interest. Then, Yang remarked on how bittersweet it is to see the past disappear, as memories last a lifetime. With that, he continued, explaining that when a workplace of 30 years vanishes, it's as if your own existence has been erased. For that reason, he claimed to have endured everything to ensure that madmen wouldn't lead Cheon-gu to ruin. Next, it was announced that the vice chairman and the director were entering the room, accompanied by one person. The scene then opened on the Cheon-gu board of directors meeting, with everyone already seated. At the table was director Myung-gi Kim, one of Cheong's supporters. There was also director Pyodo Jang, who was an ally of the vice chairman. Among those present was director Do-kyung Han, who held a moderate position. Now in her seat, Harin-yeon announced to those present that she had brought a man as a key witness for the urgent agenda item. With that, Taiha positioned himself behind an empty chair at the head of the table, facing the board. At the other end, Cheongjin leaned back in his chair to watch the scene. Soon, a man at the podium declared the start of the 81st meeting of the Cheongu Board of Directors. However, just as he was about to announce the first item on the agenda, a hand shot up to interrupt him. Executive Director Taechu Oh, a supporter of Cheong, demanded to know the meaning of this situation. He protested, questioning how they could bring a wanted fugitive into a meeting that governs all of Cheongu. Even as the moderator tried to explain, Taechu Oh slammed his hand on the table, stating that was his exact point. He then reminded everyone that the matter at hand was the ambush at the annex, where important company executives were murdered. To this, Cheongjin added that an incident like that was a matter for the police, not the boardroom. Vice Chairman Yang asked Mr. Oh to watch his words and revealed that the witness was the biological son of Soo-hyuk Jin. Hearing this, Taechu Oh scoffed, asking if they should bow down and serve Taiha as the new heir. He then accused the vice chairman of grasping at any hope to reach the 36th floor. The other directors on Cheongjin's side laughed at the accusation. Then, Taiha broke the silence and began listing names, starting with Captain Yuri Nikulin of the military company Watercall. While tapping his fingers on the table, he continued to name Vladimir Ilyin, Harry Felt, and 4 other men. He then revealed that, of the 8 men who stormed the yacht, he had already dealt with 7. He went on to explain that the last man, an Asian who spoke Korean, was the only one he never caught, but whom he found at Cheongu. Outraged, director Taechu Oh questioned what kind of nonsense this was and demanded proof immediately. However, Taiha simply replied, no, explaining that wasn't how he usually worked. With a mocking smile, the man remarked that he might as well say he fought 7,000 men. In response, Taiha tapped his finger on the table. With an aura surrounding him, he commented that the director didn't seem very good at reading the room. Then, he mentioned Insu Kim's death and the murder of the Jin family at their annex. Right after, he pointed out Director Hong's disappearance and questioned how the other man still had the audacity to speak that way. Director Oh just stared at him in silence. Seeing he wouldn't answer, Taiha asked if he was finished, because now he wanted to speak. Far away, the scene shifted to the storefronts of a commercial street. There, Guangsu prepared for a confrontation, strapping on a knife and adjusting a gun in its holster. Then, he straightened his jacket and got ready to leave. As soon as he stepped onto the sidewalk, a blue van pulled up beside him and the door slid open. From inside the vehicle, a voice called out, asking if he was Guangsu. Then, Suri-yun remarked that he looked ready to go. It was then that Guangsu recognized them as the people from the city who had treated him when he was injured. The former leader of the Yaburi gang, Suri-yun, invited him to come along, since she and the data broker, Gray, were also heading to Cheongu. Still, he warned them not to underestimate the situation, reminding them this wasn't a game and they could die. But Suri-yun cut him off, stating they knew that better than anyone, as this wasn't their first time dealing with Taiha's methods. Back in the boardroom, Taechuo asked if Taiha wished to speak. The young man then began his speech, commenting on the country's laws and the revised Inheritance and Gift Tax Act. He explained that Article 1 of this law aimed to promote national wealth and therefore exempted certain assets from inheritance tax. With that, he clarified that assets like stocks and bonds were tax-exempt when passed down to blood relatives. Finally, he revealed that this law, unknown to the public, was passed just 2 months before he and his grandfather were ambushed on the yacht. Taiha continued, saying that the 28.5% of his grandfather's and father's shares were fully inherited by the late chairman Gu Ho-jin. At that moment, Taechuo interrupted him again, questioning his point, since the law didn't only apply to Cheongu. Then, Vice Chairman Yang intervened, telling Taechu that was enough. The director turned, surprised by the order. With his hands on the table, Yang began to explain that an emergency committee was formed after Chairman Seoko Jin's death. He added that the loyalists were purged. Gu Ho-jin took over as chairman, and then asked how long it all took. He then revealed it all happened in just 1 week, right after Chairman Seoko Jin's funeral. He then reminded Taechu that he was only there because 2 of his superiors had been fired, causing the director to slam the table in protest. Taiha then chimed in, suggesting that maybe it was all just a coincidence. He began to list the events, mentioning that the broker who brought him back to Korea was a Cheongu affiliate. Next, he pointed out that Insu Kim, without any bodyguards, just happened to be the first to die. Then he highlighted that the Jin family held a meeting in the same village as his childhood home. Furthermore, he noted that when he arrived, everyone except for Cheong was dead. Finally, he questioned how he ended up finding Huimin from the Oseong faction by mere coincidence. The mention of the name made the directors whisper among themselves, questioning Oseong's involvement in the matter. Director Harin Yeon leaned over the table, watching the situation with interest. Confused, Director Taichu Oh turned to the young Cheong Jin and repeated Huimin's name. However, the other man just sat there with his arms crossed, remaining silent. Then, a memory showed Taiha asking Huimin if he was with Cheon-gu. In the flashback, the young man explained that he had overheard the call and was just helping out temporarily. Soon, Taiha revealed he'd heard from Cheong that Junsu had taken care of him, questioning how he was still alive and who he really was. Back in the present, he explained to the board that Huimin was hired by Cheong to track the attacker behind Insu Kim's death. He then questioned why Cheong would give such an order to the Oseong faction when Cheon-gu's security was at his disposal. At that point, one of the directors intervened, asking why he would expose company matters to outsiders and put it at risk. During the accusation, Cheong-jin simply watched everything with a faint smile. Still, Taiha pressed on, stating it was to gain an advantage, because if Cheong wanted to join the board after becoming chairman, he concluded that his rival would need Oseong's help and thought their support would serve him in some way. Another memory then showed Cheong telling Jaepil Kim that he understood the situation and asking what he wanted in return. The Oseong underboss replied that he didn't want money, just for them to keep their mouths shut about the matter. This revelation sent the boardroom into an uproar, with the directors whispering among themselves. Taiha then remarked that no one else seemed to know about Huimin's involvement, indicating Cheong had kept the matter a secret. He then reasoned that it made sense, since only Cheong himself would be joining the board. There was no reason for others to know about the deal. At that moment, Vice Chairman Yang stood up and, on a point of order, proposed reopening the investigations into the mentioned events. Shortly after, one of the directors agreed, suggesting the creation of an emergency committee to thoroughly investigate the yacht incident and the Jin family murders. Yang added that if the allegations were true, the board's legitimacy would be in question, proposing to postpone the meeting and summon Huimin. The proposal sparked another uproar of whispers among the directors in the room. Meanwhile, Director Heron Yan just watched the events unfold with her arms crossed. She then turned to Cheong-jin, remarking that the vice chairman's wishes were clear and asking if he had anything to add. The young director remained silent, sitting in his chair. Suddenly, he brought a handkerchief to his face in an abrupt gesture. Finally, Director Tai Chu-oh watched the scene with a surprised expression. With the handkerchief still in his hand, he lamented how greed for power could transform a man. Right after, he turned to Taiha and questioned why he was deliberately straying from the truth. Then, he confronted him directly, asking who murdered Insu Kim, shed the blood of his allies, and ambushed the village. Clutching his cane tightly, he continued, demanding to know who killed his father, who injured him, and ultimately, who was truly responsible. With a hand on his chest, Cheong-jin turned to the vice chairman, questioning why he was ignoring his truth, even after all he had done for Cheon-gu. The other directors watched the scene in absolute silence. To one of them, it was unclear what he hoped to achieve, but his presence at that meeting seemed to be a grave mistake. The same director then reflected that the young master couldn't possibly know certain details unless he was intimately connected to Cheong. It was at that moment that an intense aura began to emanate from Cheong-jin's hand as he held the cane. Without hesitation, he confirmed the accusation of killing his own father to inherit the Cheon-gu shares, agreeing with the gravity of the situation. With his arm raised, he declared that he would return all the inherited shares to the state. He further clarified that this return also included the portion belonging to his grandfather, a detail that, according to him, the young master could never know. The sudden declaration left Vice Chairman Yang completely stunned, and then, Vice President Yang loudly questioned if he would really donate all his inherited shares to the state. With a smile, the heir confirmed that since the legal formalities were still in progress, he would renounce his inheritance to the state. He then detailed that the funds would be directed to the Ministry of Health and Welfare and absorbed into the National Pension Reserve. By doing this, he hoped to prevent the devaluation of the shares and allow the pension fund to support more beneficiaries. Furthermore, he declared he only aspired to create a happy future for Cheon-gu, without coveting power at the expense of others' misfortune. However, the proposal to donate nearly 30% of Cheon-gu's shares raised questions about what he was really planning. Then, doubts arose as to whether the move was a threat or if there were other ways for him to retain power. A possible connection to the Eternal Life sect was even considered as the reason for his confidence. After a moment, Vice President Yang simply told him to do as he pleased. However, the unexpected response left him silent. Taiha then intervened, agreeing he could do what he wanted with the shares, but demanding the reopening of the investigations into the incidents. At that moment, the accused just stared at him without a word. Hearing this, Director Jaisu Cheon slammed his hand on the table and agreed, demanding the cases be prioritized. He also stated they first needed to determine if the heir was even eligible to receive the shares. Following this, another director asked Jaisu Cheon to watch his words, as this was still a board meeting. The accused then questioned if the director truly believed those accusations, asking if he saw him as a monster who would kill his own family. In response, Director Cheon called him shameless, stating he knew exactly what he did last month. He then revealed that, under the pretext of having caught the culprit behind the massacre, He had lured the families of his deceased uncles to a restaurant. There, the family members were all tied up and gagged on the floor. Shortly after, several shots were fired through the door of the room where they were being held. Everyone was murdered, but a janitor hidden in a storage room witnessed the entire scene. Back in the present, the accused calmly asked if there was any proof of what was said. He continued, questioning how they could know this so-called janitor wasn't just an invention. Director Cheon replied that the janitor was a well-regarded woman with 8 years of service, and that he had run a background check on her. He raised his voice to emphasize his point. In response, the accused slammed his cane on the floor, questioning if they were accusing him of killing his entire family because they were a threat. With his arms wide open, he asked if they really saw him as someone who would kill anyone who crossed his path. Director Cheon then leaned back and stated that the truth would be uncovered with the investigations. Meanwhile, Taiha remained silent, observing his opponent's reaction. The calm expression while denying the accusations seemed to catch his attention. Still, despite knowing every word was a lie, the situation felt like being coiled by a snake. Meanwhile, the heir just wore a wide, confident smile. Taiha realized he needed to postpone the meeting quickly, as his opponent was definitely plotting something. So he raised his hand, agreeing that the investigations were essential. But Director O slammed the table, complaining that the agenda was already set and they couldn't postpone. Director Cheon then warned that electing a president today, only to expose him as a criminal, later would cause Cheon-gu's stock to plummet. So Taiha addressed the vice president, suggesting they postpone the meeting right then. However, the accused raised his hand and offered a new proposal. He acknowledged both directors' points, admitting that ending the meeting would leave the position vacant and that their concerns were valid. For that reason, he suggested being elected that day, but postponing his formal inauguration for 1 month to conclude the investigations. However, Vice President Yang countered that a month was impossible, as a full reinvestigation would take at least 6 months. At this, the proponent questioned how they could guarantee he wouldn't use his authority to influence the election. So, he proposed they proceed with the election, reminding the vice president that withdrawal was always an option if he felt dissatisfied. The vice president just stared at him in silence. Meanwhile, Director Yeon observed the scene, questioning the reason for such a rush as he was acting so openly suspicious. Faced with the impasse, the moderator announced they would proceed with the main agenda of the meeting, the election for the presidency. He informed them that 2 candidates had declared their intention to run. The moderator then named the 2, Director Jin and Vice President Yang. The vote count indicated a possible 7-7 tie, depending on a single decision. But the possibility of a tie raised the question of the accused's ultimate goal, since the regulations would require a new vote. Thus, a new suspicion arose, focused on a possible betrayal among his own supporters. The moderator then began the vote, asking all those in favor of Director Jin to raise their hands. Immediately, several hands went up in support of the candidacy. Among the votes was that of Director Do-kyung Han, the moderate, who also raised his hand. With the count reaching 7 votes, the results seemed to be heading in the expected direction. However, another hand unexpectedly rose in the middle of the room. The hand belonged to Director Pyodo Jang, one of the vice president's declared supporters. The unexpected action left Yang stunned. Then, Director Jaisu Cheon stood up and shouted Pyodo's name. The man tried to justify himself, but his voice failed at first. While holding a small detonator, he explained he was compelled to act after discovering the vice president's true nature. Upon seeing this, Yang reacted, recognizing the object and realizing the terrible truth behind the situation. Then, a memory showed the order to detonate an explosive that violently destroyed a mannequin in a test. At that moment, it was explained to the vice president that the explosive was designed to direct shrapnel and would be ready to be triggered by a signal. Back at the meeting, the vice president questioned why Pyodo had the switch, which was a measure intended only in case the opponent used violence. It was then revealed that explosives had been installed in each of the seats designated for the heir's supporters. Unable to believe it, he turned to the director and asked if a fellow loyalist had really betrayed him and sided with the rival. The scene then recalled the accused's words when he asked if they saw him as a man who would kill anyone who crossed his path. Yang finally understood that those words were a direct threat to Pyodo, who repeatedly apologized while holding the detonator. Realizing the imminent danger, Taiha immediately shouted for everyone to get down as he pushed the vice president to the floor. Then, Director Pyodo pressed the button, activating the explosives under the seats of his former allies. For a moment, the scene showed the peaceful facade of the Cheon-gu building under a clear sky. Then, a voice gave the final order to fire, and a blast of blood splattered against the meeting room window from inside. Amid the chaos, the man at the center of the accusations remained calm, even with blood splattered on his face and screams all around him. Right after the detonation, Myung-gi Kim looked at the carnage around him and wondered what had just happened. Amid the blood-soaked floor, the moderator announced that Director Cheong had secured a majority with 7 votes in his favor. With that, the chairman of the board meeting, Seung-han Lee, declared him elected as the new president. After the gavel fell, The bodies of the vice president and director Cheon dropped lifelessly in the room. Next, the winner stood up and, looking at the bodies on the floor, mentioned the storage room. While wiping the blood from his face, he commented that cockroaches really do seem to hide anywhere. His face covered in blood, Taiha turned and screamed the new president's name. So, Taiha stood up and faced his rival from across the blood-soaked room. He then questioned how he could kill so many people in broad daylight. With a mocking tone, the accused feigned ignorance, saying that Director Pyoto had his reasons. He then commented on the foolishness of those who dare to provoke a sleeping bear. Then, Taiha gave the order to stand up. Instantly, Director Yeon charged towards him. As she ran, she furiously screamed about being dragged into this situation. The target, however, simply watched the attack approach with a confident smile. Suddenly, Do Kyung-han appeared and grabbed the director's wrist, stopping the blow mid-air. She then ordered him to let go, calling him a dog without a leash. Right after, the accused addressed Yeon, telling her she was mistaken about who activated the bombs. Taking advantage of the distraction, Taiha leaped over the table in a surprise attack. The young master continued his mid-air advance towards the target. Without turning, the man finished his sentence, asking if the blame wasn't being misplaced. Before the blow could land, Do Kyung-han intercepted Taiha with a kick to the chest that sent him flying. The impact threw the young man across the meeting room. Seizing the opportunity, Yeon lunged at Do Kyung-han, who ducked to escape the attack. As she rose, she glared at them both and declared that's how it would be. She then stated that she didn't need to report anything, since she could just kill them right there. Across the room, Taiha got up and agreed that it would all end here for his opponent. With that, he pulled a hidden gun from his back, declaring that this was it. Suddenly, Yang awoke, trying to call out to the young master. The vice president, wounded on the floor, asked if he was unharmed. Taiha remained silent, just looking towards his fallen ally. At that moment, the accused ordered Junsu over the phone to alert all building security. The order was to frame Taiha and the loyalists for a suicide bombing in the meeting room. Soon, Young Min-moon and his team received the command to immediately eliminate all remaining loyalists. The head of security hesitated for a moment upon receiving the order. Suddenly, one of the men beside him was hit by a gunshot, surprising everyone. In the midst of the chaos, the security guard appeared with a gun in hand and declared that the war had begun. In the meeting room, Taiha just watched the scene in silence. As he looked at the fallen vice president, the young master pondered his next move. He then realized the adversary must have an escape plan and that more reinforcements would arrive soon. On the other side, the accused waved with a mocking smile. Despite the situation, Taiha tightened his grip on his gun. The target simply watched him, anticipating his move. With that, he decided he had to kill him that day, or he might never get another chance. At that moment, a series of memories flashed through his mind. The first memory was of being asked to take over the presidency of the Cheon-gu group. The second was the promise he made to his grandfather that he would inherit the company no matter what. Finally, the image of the loyalists awaiting his return as the young master came to mind. As the memories faded, his decision became final. Just as he was about to act, the vice president grabbed him and told him to escape while they still could. The man then pulled him close and repeated that they should leave the area immediately. His ally looked at Taiha with wide eyes. He said the young master's smile brought him to his senses, insisting they could leave now. Taiha then smiled back as their adversary watched them from across the room. Looking back, he declared that luck doesn't strike 3 times and swore to kill him at the next opportunity. With a wide grin, the accused retorted that it was a shame because he wouldn't get a next time. And so, Taiha and the vice president retreated into a dark hallway. He then pointed to the stairs, saying they couldn't use the elevators. The vice president, however, disagreed and assured him the elevators would do. Taiha then questioned this, explaining that there would surely be guards posted at the stairs. With that, his ally revealed he was aware of this, which was why he had ordered the elevators to be checked first. Not understanding, the young master asked what that meant. At that same moment, the elevator door opened, revealing a massacre inside. It was then revealed that even with his skills, it would be impossible to face Cheon-gu's security alone. Right after, it was said that the adversary wasn't the only one who had prepared for that day's chaos. Inside the elevator, Vui Kim was cleaning his gun and reminded the young master that he was no longer alone. Next, the head of the American branch's black team introduced himself and apologized for the delay. Vui Kim then told the young master it was time to go, but he just watched him in silence. Outside, the police began to disperse the reporters, announcing the event was over. As they were leaving, one of the journalists complained about the excessive security that had closed off the main entrance. Suddenly, a noise from inside the building caught Young Min-moon's attention. One of his men beside him turned and asked if he had heard it too. In the main lobby, a full-blown battle had erupted between the 2 security factions. With that, Young Min-moon ordered his men to spread out. Then, the gunfire intensified, with the Cheon-gu team trading shots with the black team. Asura, the leader of Black Team's Group 2, lamented that they were too slow and ordered his men not to let the enemy get any closer. He then questioned how they could declare war right in the company's headquarters. At the same time, the bodyguard Junyuk Hwang fired into the air, yelling about where they thought they were going. Amid the shootout, one of the Black Team members was shot in the hand. The bullet tore through his fingers, preventing him from calling for backup. Even injured, the man just ordered his comrades to advance. One of his subordinates offered to clear a path, and Asura confirmed the plan. As soon as he got the order, the man ran into the front line, under the security team's crossfire. Even after being hit by several bullets, his body was used as a shield, so his comrade could move forward. With that, Asura yelled that the path was clear, and ordered all units to advance. Right after, the leader of Black Team's Group 4, Iri Kang, also launched into the attack. He soon found himself surrounded by the Cheongu security team, who were attacking him with batons. Still, he skillfully dodged their blows, defending himself from the attacks. Seeing this, Asura shouted for his men to get them and rushed to join the fight. Meanwhile, Iri Kang continued his swift advance down the hallway. Suddenly, Youngmin Mun intercepted him, blocking his blade with his own. The security chief then taunted him, saying he should have just retired and stayed away. In response, Iri Kang remarked it had been a while and mocked him for losing an eye. Just then, an announcement blared over the loudspeakers, warning of a large-scale terrorist attack in the building. The message instructed all employees to get to the safe rooms as quickly as possible. Far away on another floor, a weapon sliced through the air and fatally struck the Cheongu guards. As the bodies hit the floor, the vice president appeared on the scene with Gray and Suri Yoon. Bui Kim explained that since the employees were at home, the announcement was just a trap to lure them out. Hearing this, Taiha questioned the lack of security for such a bold attempt. The vice president then deduced that most of the security forces were stationed on the first floor to contain the media. Bui Kim added that by using the board's private elevator, they were able to reach the executive lobby on the 11th floor. So, the plan was to use the 2 emergency stairwells on opposite sides of the building to go down and catch the enemy by surprise. Taiha then reflected that under normal circumstances, using the elevator would have been a death sentence. Vice President Yang agreed, stating that Cheongjin wouldn't have planned a war here if he had thought of everything. With the plan set, the young master opened the door to the emergency stairwell, leading the group. As they descended, he remarked that the pieces of the situation were starting to fall into place now that his head was clearer. The vice president explained that Chiang would have already had the 8 votes to become president, even without Pyoto's betrayal. He also mentioned that everything their rival said in the meeting was to provoke and threaten Pyoto into pressing the detonator. The scene flashed back to the memory of the man apologizing as he held the device in his hand. Thus, the vice president concluded that Chiang likely exploited the fact that Pyoto was a family man. He then revealed that eliminating the loyalists was necessary to prevent the reopening of investigations into the Annex massacre and the yacht incident. Finally, he stated that although Chiang tried to appear indifferent, the mere presence of Taiha and the loyalists had cornered him. Bui Kim added that the enemy would suffer a major blow if the 2 of them managed to get out of there alive. The vice president then declared it was imperative that Cheongu's future not fall into the hands of a madman like him. Taiha, however, questioned if that was really the case. He then pondered if escaping alive was truly the only way to get to Chiang. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the scene remained empty and destroyed. There, Cheongjin complained to Myung-gi for not shutting down the elevators, questioning what he did while the rats escaped. A subordinate explained that, knowing he would lose the fight, he preferred to stay away. The president said sarcastically that he couldn't even threaten to cut his pay, since there was nothing left to cut. The 2 then stopped in front of the meeting room door. Upon entering, they found Junsu waiting for them. Cheongjin then remarked that despite the unexpected events, he had become president as promised. He then held out his hand and demanded the key to the 36th floor. Without hesitation, Junsu held up a set of keys. He then handed them to the president, congratulating him on his achievement. Finally, he warned him not to disappoint him or Cheongu. As Junsu's assistant watched, Cheongjin clutched the keys and declared he had finally done it. He then turned to Junsu and asked if they should go take a look at the famous president's office. His ally, however, warned that the area was still dangerous and suggested they evacuate using the prepared helicopter. Without turning around, the president bluntly refused the offer. At that, Junsu and his assistant just watched him in silence. He then turned back and questioned why he should run away like last time, stating that the building was now his. Right after, he announced that his first orders as the newest leader of Cheongu were for Junsu to kill Taiha and all the other loyalists. To finish, he demanded he wanted the head of every single one of them by the end of the day. Meanwhile, Asura, the leader of Black Team's Group 2, ordered them to close in, claiming their opponents were weak up close. He then charged forward, shouting that he'd show the rookies what a real fight looked like. At the same time, Iri Kang, leader of Group 4, taunted his opponent, asking why he was still so weak. With a strike, He reminded Youngmin Moon of the high hopes he once had for him, asking if he'd stopped training since joining the Jin family. But the young man shouted back that if his opponent cared so much, he should have been the one to stay. He revealed he knew the man's skills well, as he had been his mentor, and that he himself had been trained by Junsu to capture Taiha. Still, the Group 4 leader questioned why there was such a huge gap between their abilities. Then, his weapon clashed violently with his former apprentices. With a single blow, the younger man was thrown back by the impact. The veteran's superiority made the combat experience Black Team had gained a broad clear. From the ground, the wounded disciple raised his weapon, facing what seemed to be the wall Junsu had spoken of. The scene then shifted to an earlier moment, where a subordinate was asking Junsu what he meant. There, the man argued they hadn't made any tactical errors in the village operation, questioning why they were being punished for a lack of information on Taiha. Calmly, the leader explained he wasn't blaming anyone. The demotion was just to keep them out of harm's way. Confused, the subordinate questioned the decision, arguing that no one in Cheongu posed a threat to their team. With a firm gaze, Junsu asked if he'd rather try again then. He then asked if the young man was confident he could win if he were to fight the young master Taiha again. The question caught him by surprise, and he could only ask him to repeat it. Unfazed, Junsu repeated the question about his confidence in facing Taiha in a new fight. Faced with this insistence, he couldn't answer right away. After a moment of hesitation, he finally declared that he would need more time. In a disapproving tone, the master remarked that even after so many years of training, he was still asking for more time. He then took the blame, saying he had protected him too much, and perhaps that had stopped him from overcoming that wall on his own. Back in the present, the memory of Junsu's words about how those who retreat before a wall fall into despair paralyzed him. In the midst of the confrontation, Junhyo Kwang desperately screamed for everyone to get down. Suddenly, a heavy machine gun mounted on a tripod began to fire at the invaders. The one firing called them useless for not being able to handle a bunch of guys with knives. Right after, his shadow fell over one of the attackers, who looked up, completely defenseless. With a thud, Pyongwon Ho crushed the man under his feet while wielding 2 machine guns. Finally, he identified himself as the Vice President of Security, the Mad Tiger, and yelled for the invaders to forget their vacation. He then opened fire with his weapons, mowing down everyone in his path. Meanwhile, Junhyo Kwang, still in hiding, wondered if he was drunk, since he was supposed to be shooting only at the enemies. Because of this, Iri Kong and his companion were forced to dodge the bullets, while the shooter complained he couldn't get a break. From a distance, Asura recognized the man as the Mad Tiger, confirming the rumors about his insanity were true. Confused, he asked how Junsu could appoint someone like that as the Vice President of Security. While one of his men fired, the Group 2 leader wondered aloud if Junsu had really gone senile. In another hallway, Taiha moved forward and plunged his blade into a guard's back. He then commented to Vice President Yang that they were getting closer, but he never imagined Cheongu had such heavily armed forces. The Vice President then explained that the Young Mude military project had been cancelled, but Pyongwon had secretly kept it active. After Taiha asked about the VP of Security, his allies stated that the man was a beast, and they needed to hurry to provide support. Taiha then realized that all the security was concentrated on the first floor, as if they were being herded there. Just as his phone rang, he answered and identified himself. On the other end of the line, Gray commented on the chaos and asked what floor they were on. Seeing the destruction in the hallway, Taiha warned him not to come over, as it was too dangerous. Unconcerned, Gray replied that his guy had already spoken to everyone, leaving the other man confused. At that moment, Asura appeared in the lobby, humming a tune. With a smile, he ran for the exit, remarking that this was the perfect moment. Then, his hand slammed down on the door's open button. As soon as the glass door opened, he peeked outside, where his men were waiting. Seeing the opening, the security team shouted for their forces not to let them escape and to block the way. Suddenly, Asura's men were knocked to the ground by Pyongwon Ho. In a mocking tone, he asked if they were leaving already, reminding them that a month's notice was required to quit. His opponent replied that it wasn't like that at all, but it seemed the Mad Tiger had forgotten to mention a few things. The comment left the man confused as the sound of an engine grew closer. Then, a blue van crashed through the building's entrance and hit him head-on. The impact sent Pyongwon Ho flying backward, tumbling down the escalator. The driver then got out of the vehicle, picked up his weapon, and stated that he never wanted to return to this company. Finally, Gwangsu Gu, the former co-head of security, remarked that nothing about the place had changed. Asura praised the impeccable timing, as Gwangsu Gu asked if his arrival was deliberate. With a knife in hand, he scoffed, questioning who would calculate a return to the company that had already kicked him out once. The sudden appearance made the security team wonder if this was a new enemy. Beside them, Junhyo Kwang remarked that he didn't recognize that face. Immediately after, the tripod-mounted machine gun was raised and opened fire on the van again. At that, Gwangsu Gu ran for cover behind a sofa, dodging the bullets. Already on his feet, Pyongwon Ho said he'd been wondering who had shown up. He then identified the man as his former superior, who was fired for backing the wrong people. The visitor corrected him, stating he preferred to be remembered as the loyalist who resigned. The revelation left Young Min-moon frozen, unable to believe that man was Gwang-soo. He then recognized the legend who built the building's entire security system with Junsu. Just then, Woo Kim and his men entered the lobby, commenting on the commotion and the mess. One of the newcomers then turned to Asura and asked if the control room was secure. Ignoring the question, he looked at the group and asked who these brats were. Gwang-soo assured him they could be trusted, revealing that one was a data broker. He then added that the other had been trained to be a successor to the Yeon family. The information left Asura speechless at the revelation. As Woo Kim reported that the control room was in the basement, the leader of Group 2 claimed to know the way and prepared to go. Watching the scene, Pyong-won-ho questioned where these rookies came from and ordered his men to kill everyone. As soon as the security team raised their weapons, Gwang-soo intervened, grabbing one of the guards' hands. With a push, he corrected the man's stance, warning him that he couldn't control the recoil like that. He then punched another guard in the face, shouting for them to hurry up as their target was close. He proceeded to correct and take down each of the guards, pointing out their flaws in stance and combat. In moments, the entire security team was down and defeated on the lobby floor. Rubbing his neck, Gwang-soo remarked that he didn't know who their instructor was, but their work was a mess. Seeing this, Iri Kong declared that things had gotten serious and called his men to move in. At the same time, Pyong-won-ho's gun ran out of ammo, leaving him frustrated. Without wasting a moment, Gwang-soo charged directly at one of the opposing team's men. With a swift move, he grabbed the guard by the arms while the Mad Tiger did the same from behind. Caught between the two, the man desperately begged to be saved. As Pyong-won-ho pressed his gun to the hostage's head, Gwang-soo used him as a shield to shoot another enemy. Immediately after, the vice president of security took advantage of the distraction to cut down an opponent with his knife. With a disapproving look, Gwang-soo questioned how he could use one of his own men as a shield. With a smile, Pyong-won-ho replied that it was only fair to take the useless ones off the payroll. The veteran then dodged the knife attack, and the two exchanged a quick series of blows. Even so, the Mad Tiger's blade managed to strike his opponent's arm during the fight. Then, the scene shifted to 2 days earlier, as Gwang-soo sat at a table with Asura. Straight to the point, the leader of Group 2 recognized him as his former supervisor, but questioned if it was safe to meet so openly. The visitor replied that it was better this way, as he doubted he was being followed with Cheon-gu so busy. He then asked who the biggest threat was among the men he didn't know at the last board meeting. Curious, Asura wanted to know why, asking if he was planning a direct confrontation. The ex-supervisor held his glass and replied that of course, that wasn't his intention. Despite the denial, he quickly added that he wouldn't rule out the possibility. Unfazed, Asura asked to be notified in advance if that were to happen. Gwang-soo then asked if the other knew Pyong-won, and was told only that he had taken over his old position at Cheon-gu. With that, he asked if he remembered the incident in the Middle East where 16 tourists were taken hostage. The other man confirmed he did, as all the hostages died at the end of that event. Without hesitation, Asura revealed that Pyong-won was behind it all. The revelation left the veteran completely shocked and speechless. The leader of Group 2 then explained that the Mad Tiger killed everyone, including hostages and terrorists, and then disappeared with the ransom money. Back in the present, Gwang-soo attacked, unable to believe Junsu had brought such a man into the group. While dodging, Pyong-won confirmed that Junsu had brought him back from Oman, where he had been hiding. He went on to say that when questioned, the leader gave a reason for his decision. The answer was that what Cheon-gu needed right then was absolute power, as their weapons clashed. The impact of the blow was so strong that the Mad Tiger's knife shattered into pieces. With the broken blade in his hand, he asked how his opponent managed to do that. Sitting on the floor, Gwang-soo admitted his plan was to avoid unnecessary confrontations. He then got up and declared that, unfortunately, Pyong-won would have to die. The story then returns to the past, in a Middle Eastern country where terrorists were holding a camp. Through a computer, the group's leader announced that the Korean government had failed to meet their demands. He then raised the ransom to $50 million for the release of the 16 hostages. As a threat, he declared that one hostage would be executed every hour if the new demand was refused. The proposal shocked the government negotiators, who remembered the previous demand of only $10 million. Suddenly, a shot was fired inside the negotiation room, startling the two men. After the shot, the leader's partner took over, demanding $50 million for the remaining 15 hostages. The whole situation began when Korean missionaries were kidnapped in a restricted zone, forcing the government to act. The negotiation team was accompanied by the Special Forces Unit Red Team, of which Pyong-won was a member. Unsure of what to do, one of the negotiators commented that his superiors would never approve an amount over $20 million. Even so, the partner insisted it was their duty to persuade the government to bring the civilians back home. From the back of the room, the soldier showed complete contempt for the conversation. The interruption made the negotiators turn around, asking who was there. Without hiding, Pyong-won raised his weapon, saying he couldn't believe they were going to waste taxpayer money. He then pointed the gun at the terrorist, stating that everyone there was a waste of oxygen. News reports at the time stated that the high tension during the negotiation resulted in a fatal shootout. All hostages, terrorists, and negotiators were found dead, with the exception of a single member of the Red Team. Furthermore, the account with the $20 million prepared for the negotiation had disappeared from the scene. 6 months later, in a luxurious house in Oman, the survivor was enjoying his new life. Then, Pyongwon commented that he was sure everything had been forgotten. Right after, he came face to face with Junsu and Asura, questioning why Cheongu was visiting him and if they wanted the money back. In a mocking tone, he said that not even a hideout full of terrorists could defeat him and doubted that Cheongu's men could handle him. The leader of Group 2 offered to handle the situation, but Junsu stopped him, saying it was fine. As soon as the fight began, the two men clashed with a force that shattered the windows. Even with the Mad Tiger proving stronger than the rumors suggested, Asura perceived the true intention behind the combat. In a swift move, Junsu grabbed his opponent by the neck, clearly assessing his skills. Surprised, the man questioned what kind of person he was, since his breathing hadn't changed even after the fight. Calmly, Junsu asked why he had ruined the negotiation on purpose. The question left Pyongwon confused in the middle of the destroyed room. The leader stated that if his goal had been the 20 million, he could have just taken the money before the negotiations started. Not understanding, the Mad Tiger questioned what Junsu was saying, justifying that he couldn't stand the way those clowns negotiated. With a laugh, he called them idiots who believed money could solve everything, claiming he only saved Korea from becoming a laughingstock. The justification was met with a slight smile. With a gesture, Junsu declared that, in that case, he was there to recruit him. Then, the scene returned to the present, where Taiha and his companions were in the hallway with the guards' bodies. Vice President Yang explained that when the late chairman Seoko Jin brought Junsu to Cheongu, no one could rival his loyalty. However, he continued, everything changed 18 years ago, about a year before the young master's yacht incident. Not understanding, Taiha asked what exactly happened, but the vice president admitted he didn't know the details. He revealed that the chairman used to confide that he was torn about the prospect of joining the council. In a memory, Chairman Guho commented that the council had approached him to join, but he questioned the decision due to its questionable members. At that moment, the vice president advised him to refuse the offer, as there was little to gain from the corruption of that era. Back in the present, he explained that while the chairman was traveling, rumors began to circulate about his visits to Cheongu security, which everyone assumed were routine. Then, a year later, the yacht incident occurred at a time when Junsu, the chairman's personal bodyguard, was conveniently absent. Fui Kim finished by quoting Junsu's words, who claimed that only the few with true power can lead the rest. To conclude, he revealed that Cheongu security used to have a brutal unit where each group competed to become Junsu's successor. Taiha then understood that this was where the assassin Nameless came from, and that Do Gyeong was chosen as the final successor. Next, Fui Kim revealed that he and other leaders of the Black Team were members of that unit who had been discarded overseas. The man assured them they knew the real Yunsu, who on the outside might have been a dedicated mentor. That mentor trained them both physically and mentally. With this, he earned the loyalty of everyone in a security unit that not even the chairman could control. Because of this, the blind faith everyone placed in him ran very deep. However, Fui Kim revealed the truth, stating that Junsu never saw them as human beings. According to him, Cheongu security was just a ranch where Junsu raised his flock to find the best warhorse. The scene then shifted to Jaepil Kim, who explained that the phrase Cheongu has Junsu was used to acknowledge the company's great power. Furthermore, he continued, clarifying that the Cheongu chairmanship itself existed because of that man, who first emerged through a coup. The revelation left Taiha completely speechless. Then, Fui Kim compared the former bodyguard to a wild beast, capable of sacrificing its own life for its cub's young master. However, he added that if the cub failed or grew sick, the same beast would break its neck without mercy. After hearing everything, Taiha paused for a moment on the stairs and observed the group. Turning to them, he apologized to Fui, but asked if he could buy him some time. Not understanding the request, the man questioned what the young master meant by that. Vice President Yang quickly realized the young man's intention and tried to stop him. He then stood in front of the door, insisting that he hide and wait for the right moment. Finally, he warned that if he faced Junsu at that moment, he would certainly die. In response, Taiha stated that he wasn't raised that way, recalling that his grandfather never taught him to back down. The memory of his parents then reinforced that abandoning others was never an option. With the image of his godfather in mind, he continued, explaining that the new life he was given wasn't based on cowardice. In the end, he declared that no one taught him to abandon those he considers his family. With determination, he stated that if Junsu defined Cheongu, then he would kill him himself, and asked again for them to buy him time. In a memory, Taiha announces he's home, and his surprised mother calls out his name. She runs to him and asks if he was bullied at school again. Then, his mother hugs him and suggests they switch schools, worried about his father's reaction. She then asks him why he insists on putting up with the bullying. Back in the present, one of the men asks if Taiha is really going to kill Junsu. He then explains that with everyone on the first floor, this might be their only chance to eliminate their target. So, he asks them to buy him some time, promising he'll be back after killing him. The blue-haired man questions his confidence about returning, reminding him that the first floor is right there. Standing before the door, Taiha states that 10 minutes is all he needs. The man then approaches him and asks if he knows why they became loyalists. He reveals it was because they believed it was the only way to kill Junsu. Seeing this, the older companion shouts Vui's name. He explains that the cast-offs from Cheongu's Special Operations Division joined Team Black to survive. Vui continues, saying they were sent abroad for dirty work, and contact with their families became rare. And that's how they found out most of their families were eliminated in accidental deaths to keep Cheonsu's secrets. Vui states that their desire to see Junsu dead rivals his own, but insists that now is not the time. Taiha cuts him off, declaring it's now or never. Grabbing him, Vui questions how he could defeat someone who has reigned for decades, reminding him that he was almost killed in the annex. After a moment, Taiha simply replies that he can. He explains that last time, he was caught off guard while hastily chasing a fleeing Cheonsu, but he guarantees that with 10 minutes in a one-on-one fight, he will win. Taiha then places his hands on Vui's shoulders and asks him to say he believes in him, and to buy him 10 minutes, because then he'll ensure Junsu is eliminated. Vui stares at him, undecided. The older man wonders how he can ask for something like that, but then, he himself tells the young master to go. He then states they'll be waiting and tells him to come back to them soon. Taiha turns his face to the side, and then runs up the stairs. Vui turns to the vice president and says he can't be serious about sending him back after everything. The vice president supposes he's getting old, and his memory has grown hazy, and regrets having forgotten so much about the kind of person the young master was as a child. Meanwhile, in the 11th floor executive lounge, the fight had already begun. One of the loyalists charges at the enemy, but his face is grabbed mid-attack as his opponent says that this is strange. Then he is violently slammed into the floor. An older man questions why they call themselves loyalists, as he doubts they ever met the late chairman. Ledger, the captain of Team Black's Group 5, gets back up. Junsu then asks if young Master Taiha is really worth risking their lives to keep him there. He continues, questioning if it's worth keeping him trapped on the floor. Ledger replies that the alternative is letting him go down to the first floor and kill everyone, so the answer is yes. The group of men then prepares to attack Junsu. Junsu remembers that as a child, the young master used to get bullied at school. Back on the staircase, the vice president explains that his parents didn't send him to a private school, insisting he be raised normally. He continues, saying that when the young master was in the 3rd grade, a 6th grader stole his money. Realizing the young master had more money than the others, the aggressor started bullying him every day, and the more the young master fought back, the worse the bullying became. Until one day he drew a large circle in the schoolyard where everyone could see. He then started calling out the 6th grade bully for a one-on-one fight every day. Vui asks if the young master won, but the vice president explains that the bully never even showed up. Instead, he would call him to another place and continue the violence. And the young master never fought back, just taking the attacks without complaining. The vice president then asks if they know what Taiha said back then. Back in the lounge fight, one of Ledger's blades shatters on the floor. He then prepares to attack with the broken weapons. Junsu lunges at him. In a memory, his godfather says that's enough, and begs for them to change schools. His mother also asks him why he insists on enduring the bullying. Taiha replies that the aggressor cursed him and his friends with words he can't repeat, but he assures his mother he can handle it and asks her to let him try. He then just asks them to say they believe in him. In the present, Junsu looks back in Ledger's direction. Then, he steps away from the men still standing. Taiha's voice echoes with a promise that if they did, he would deliver, and swears he will always win, no matter who he's fighting. Junsu stands still, waiting in the middle of the lobby. Taiha then appears, wielding a blade. Ledger turns around, shouting that this wasn't part of the plan. He runs toward the young master, questioning what he's doing there, since the mission was to keep him away. But as he tries to send him away, Taiha charges forward in the blink of an eye. Ledger watches him pass, stunned. Taiha focuses his gaze on the opponent before him. Junsu stares back. Then, Junsu intercepts Taiha's attack with a hand to his face. Holding him, Junsu states he was waiting for him, and calls him Young Master Taiha. Ledger can hardly believe it, saying he didn't even see him move. He then wonders how a human can be so fast. Taiha strikes Junsu with several blows and tells them to go to the first floor, as he'll take over from here. Ledger looks back one last time. Taiha states that he'll be the one to deal with this man. Junsu then attacks him with a powerful kick. He falls to the ground and looks up. Taiha gets back up and prepares to fight. Junsu asks if he's really going to face him, assuming he has a plan. Taiha rushes toward him, but Junsu stops the attack, grabbing his face with one hand. He then throws him far away and comments that, as far as he can see, his plan is nothing special. Then, Taiha is pushed back with great force. Junsu reminds him they say no one stands a chance against him. Revered in the age of chaos and bloodshed, he stands at the top of Cheongu's security forces. Those who know his name would never dare challenge Cheongu, as he was the only one who survived the Oseong boss. A memory shows Taiha sitting in a bar. In it, a man claims you should never say never, and that as long as he's human, he can be defeated. The man says that's the spirit, and explains that those who claim fighting Junsu is a lost cause speak from self-preservation, not fact. He recalls that, in the fight at the mansion, Taiha said Junsu shattered his knife with his bare hands. This technique, weapon break, borders on the impossible, as it shatters the blade by striking the angle of the bevel, requiring monstrous strength and grip. He then reveals that this is also a technique of his own creation. In the present, Taiha moves forward and attacks with his weapon. Junsu's abilities come from his physique and an innate talent for copying any move he sees. In other words, he'll only use techniques he's familiar with. Junsu then demonstrates this by breaking Taiha's blade with his fingers and lunges forward in a swift move to counterattack. Taiha dodges the blow, slipping under it. Junsu looks back and questions him about the new blade. Taiha crouches with another weapon, and his opponent asks if he really thinks that will be enough. In a flashback, a man asks young Taiha if he's okay. He pushes him on the swing and mentions his mother seems very worried about the 6th grader who bullies him. Then, he offers to step in and help if he wants. Taiha refuses the help, saying it's fine. But he asks the man to stop by his school at noon when he's not busy. He then explains that he needs him to tell his mother how he wins. Back in the present, Taiha faces Junsu with 2 blades in hand. Junsu comments that he shatters any blade he can get his hands on. Taiha charges, accusing him of daring to use the same technique on him twice. Junsu blocks his punch and asks if he was testing him. Then, he lands a direct hit on the young man. Junsu observes the result of the attack. Taiha remembers something and brandishes a new weapon. Suddenly, Junsu is hit in the shoulder. He realizes his opponent's movements seem reckless, but they have a strong, calculated purpose, and they are fueled by the unwavering conviction that he will win. With the bloody dagger, Taiha calls him the sworn enemy of his grandparents and parents, and declares he is there today to claim his revenge. Lobo asks what you do when you can't break a person's spirit. The bully physically assaults him and threatens him, writing insults on his desk, but the boy remains defiant, taunting the aggressor in return. The bully then goes to meet Taiha in the courtyard. Inside the drawn circle, a 3rd grader, 3 years younger, was challenging him, and just accepting the fight was already humiliating. Even so, he clenches his fist, with the sole plan of knocking him out with one punch. The aggressor then steps inside the circle. He charges toward Taiha. The younger boy waits for him, standing still. Then, Taiha kicks the sand on the ground in front of him. The move makes the aggressor slip and fall backward. A wooden plank was hidden under the sand to set the trap, and taking advantage of the fall, Taiha launches a sudden attack. He aims for a weak spot that could take anyone down, and that spot was the nose. That blow alone could have been the end of it. But instead, Taiha picked up a rock he had prepared and began to beat the boy relentlessly. He did this to ensure he would never be bullied again, and so that neither he nor his family would have to hear those insults again. Junsu was watching the scene from a distance. Having seen what happened, he reported to Taiha's parents that the boy defended himself remarkably well. Back in the present, Taiha looks up from the floor. Junsu then strikes with a blade. The move cuts through a marble pillar. The blade sliced through the pillar like it was paper, but something else surprises him. He notices the weapon doesn't seem to get dull, no matter the wear. The young master's skills could give other knives a similar cut, but the sharpness of this one was remarkable. But Junsu grabs and twists him, saying he aimed too low. Taiha looks up from the floor. Then he props himself up and uses his leg to trip Junsu, who recognizes the technique as Aikido. Junsu charges toward him again, and says he still remembers when the young master was a little boy. But Taiha defends against the kick. He then recognizes the Korean martial art technique as Kong Sudo. Junsu comments that with meticulous planning, patience, and determination, he secured his victory, and states that day at school was etched in his mind and still makes him laugh. He then questions if, against him, his strategy is really to use a single blade. A second weapon appears on Taiha's back. Junsu asks if, after 17 years of planning, this is all he has to show. He continues, questioning if Taiha thought he could run things here after getting a taste of the mob life. Next, he questions if he really believed this level of planning and strength would be enough. Then, he hits him with a punch that shatters a pillar, asking if that would be enough to defeat him. Taiha is thrown hard against the wall. Junsu turns away after the impact, but suddenly, spikes pierce through his body from all sides. He is stunned by the unexpected attack. Then, he looks back and wonders when that happened. Lying on the floor, Taiha says that's right, and that every now and then you meet someone like that. He continues, explaining that these people have strength, skill, and talent, and they're called God's favorites. In a memory, a younger Taiha includes himself in this group, claiming to be a prodigy. He then asks if he could win even against those who are in a league of their own. Regina Salerno, the underboss of the Salerno family, replies yes, because he is her pupil. Regina asks him what he's doing and tells him to get up. He struggles to get back on his feet. She then asks if he plans to just lie on the ground during a real fight. Taiha gets up and asks if he really has any chance against them by training like this. Regina just gives a slight smile. He asks her about the people who are in a league of their own. Then, she hits him with a large hammer. The impact sends him flying into a tree. She warns him he can't expect to win if all he does is take a beating. Lying on the ground, he asks if her toy hammer is made of steel, and she confirms it is. The night continues in the forest. Sitting together, Regina explains that, from what she can tell, he has exceptional fast-twitch muscle fibers. Taiha asks her what fast-twitch muscle fibers are. She explains that muscles are divided into red and white fibers. The red, or slow-twitch fibers, are for endurance. The white, or fast-twitch fibers, are for short bursts of energy, like in sprinting. Regina concludes that with his fast-twitch dominance and long legs, using speed as a weapon is his best bet. Taiha replies that they already knew that, which is why they chose knives as their main weapon. But he also knows that speed alone isn't enough to survive in this field. So, he asks her if, even being faster than most, he wouldn't just be a joke to anyone at her level. He grabs his shirt, stating he's still not good enough and can't go back to Korea like this. He continues, explaining he has no information on Junsu, the president's bodyguard, nor on his techniques or training. The only thing known about him is that he's undefeated, so Taiha needs more intel to face him. Regina scolds him for calling her master, reminding him they're family and he doesn't need to be so formal. She insists he call her sis, and Taiha, surprised, just asks her to stop, but she orders him to say the word as she advances with a knife in hand. He then runs away from her at high speed and leaps into the water to escape the attack. Getting out of the river, he asks if she's trying to kill him with a real knife. Regina just watches him from the riverbank. Then, she sheathes the knife on her belt. As he sits in the water, Regina says he really doesn't get it. She points out that he can never dodge her attacks with a toy hammer, but the moment it becomes a knife, he does it like it's nothing. She then states that he'll never improve unless he puts his life on the line. The moment he stabbed his own hand, he became someone who only acts with death breathing down his neck. She advises him to fight like his life depends on it every single time if he truly wants to get better. Her voice echoes, telling him to forget the small fights. Only life or death battles will push him forward, as long as he doesn't die first. Taiha then remembers this is his only way forward. On another floor, a bald man tells his opponent to just die already. He's then hit by a powerful punch to the face. The bald man staggers back from the force of the impact. His adversary prepares to strike again. Then, he hits him with a series of brutal punches. The attacker's face gets stained with blood during the assault. The bald man can barely react to the violent blows. With a final blow, he yells that there's not a single chance. The bald man is thrown against the wall. His opponent turns and shouts for the boss. The man approaches and asks if he's okay, and the boss replies that yes, he's fine. He comments that the opponent is a brute with simple techniques but unbelievable strength and stamina. The bald man retorts that he's also a brute who's all muscle. Then, he yells for the Yongmu division, questioning the delay. A voice replies that the containment barrier has trapped them there. On the communicator, Gui calls for Guangsu. In the control room, a woman reports they've just taken the location. She adds that they've also lowered barriers to block armed forces coming down from the 8th floor. Gui says that's a relief, but the situation there is still tense, and asks where the young master is. The woman asks for a second to check and asks her colleague about Taiha's location. Gui wonders why he would be fighting an old man with white hair on the 11th floor. Ledger questions what it means that the young master is fighting Junsu alone. The woman in the control room asks who the captain is and tells them to calm down as he went out to rescue the young master. The woman in the control room tries to describe the captain, mentioning his mustache. Then, she looks at the security monitors in front of her. On one of the screens, a woman is chained and suspended in the air. The operator can barely believe what she's seeing. She then calls her by name, Lady Heron. Through the communicator, a voice asks if Heron can hear her. In response, the woman in the control room hears the prisoner ask who she is. The operator introduces herself as Suri, explaining she saw her from the control room but isn't sure if Heron remembers her. Heron then demands to know how she dares pretend to be one of her house, to feign a connection. Suri quickly denies it, explaining they met a long time ago. She continues, revealing she was in training to be the successor to Chief Gaekcheon before she ran away. Suddenly, Vui interrupts, remembering her as the girl who broke the persimmon tree and fled, half dead. He then assumes that's why she knows Taiha, since he was previously in the Jangseo district. Haran thanks her for trying to help, but states that Suri isn't strong enough for this situation. She then reveals that the monster Junsu created as his prized pet is already on its way. The operator concludes there's nothing they can do, but Haran asks for a favor, for her to take a message to the head of the main house as quickly as possible. In another hallway, Ledger and his men fire their weapons, wondering what's going on. Ledger complains to Gui, outraged that the young master is fighting Junsu alone. After all their efforts, Gui just stares down the hallway in front of him. Gui states this isn't about victory or defeat, but a long overdue settling of scores, and he didn't expect the young master would actually face Junsu alone. Suddenly, one of his men is hit. Another warns of an attack from behind. Then, Vui moves forward and neutralizes the attackers with his blade. He walks through the hall filled with bodies, holding one of the fallen men. Ledger and Gui gather around their wounded captain on the floor. He asks about the situation, but the man replies, they're outnumbered and won't last much longer. An older man approaches Guangsu, thanking him for his service so far. Gui turns to the newcomer and says their patience has finally paid off. Ledger then asks him what happened, and if the young master is really with Junsu. He confirms it, saying he'd handle it in 10 minutes. But Vui interferes, ordering a retreat if he doesn't return in 5 minutes. The order leaves Ledger speechless. More men are cut down by gunfire. Gui and Ledger watch the scene. Guangsu appears and asks why they took so long to arrive. One of the newcomers approaches, explaining they were delayed by barrier walls that appeared. Then, the Youngmu Corps, the unofficial armed unit of the Cheon-su group, advances with orders to eliminate all targets. Ledger recognizes them and questions if using full tactical gear isn't a direct violation of the committee's protocols. Vui orders Asura to escort the vice president to the main entrance, but Ledger asks about the young master upstairs. Gui reassures him, stating that he is the new master to whom they've sworn loyalty, and he adds that, of course, the young master will return victorious. Meanwhile, in a simple office upstairs, there's a map and a calendar on the wall. Taiha observes the place, mentioning this is the president's office on the 36th floor, where only he and Junsu were allowed. He looks around, disappointed by the room's simplicity. The space contains only a small kitchenette and old furniture. A dispatch schedule is tacked to the wall. He wonders if it has something to do with never forgetting their humble beginnings in construction. Sitting at the desk, he reflects that his grandfather was one thing, but knowing his father also used this place makes him conclude that killing them was the right decision. His companion suggests that now that he's seen the place, they should evacuate. Taiha states the situation is too dangerous, as the black team has joined the loyalists. His companion warns him that he won't be able to protect him alone if he makes it upstairs. Elsewhere, Junsu questions how Taiha could possibly get up to him. One of his men reports that Heron has already been subdued and is being brought to him, doubting Taiha can do anything. Back in the office, Taiha asks if the implication is that he will defeat Junsu. The companion doubts that will happen, but suggests the young master could bypass the fight and go straight to the location. Taiha says that's impossible. As long as Junsu controls the 11th floor lobby, not even his grandfather could get through. He then picks up a red phone, remembering his grandfather is dead and that it doesn't matter. Taiha sits at the desk with the device in his hand. He asks his companion if he's ever seen a phone like that, and the man says no. Taiha explains it's a rotary phone, the kind old-timers used back in the day, and he reveals that this specific one puts him in direct contact with the 4 remaining emperors on the council. The companion watches him. Then, he asks what Taiha's intentions are now that he has become the president. Taiha tells him to think, explaining that his father eliminated his grandfather, and then he eliminated his own father. Taiha puts the phone on the desk and asks what has changed now that he's the president. He answers his own question. Nothing. At best, they'll just continue to divide the country with the other 4 council members. The companion then asks if this means he won't join the council, but will do something else instead. He explains that to rule a country, you need wealth, knowledge, and power. For the initial negotiations, he needs 2 key pieces. The 2 pieces are Huimin, son of Oseong's former second-in-command, and Junsu, the man who earned the faction's trust by confronting their boss head-on. Taiha claims that once he secures the loyalty of Oseong, which is pure power, the rest of the council will become irrelevant. His plan is to merge with Oseong, dismantle the council, and take full control of the country as its sole emperor. In a flashback, a young, injured Taiha appears with a knife in his hand. Junsu then declares that this is the pact between him and the boy. His companion asks if the plan is to join the Oseong faction and abolish the council. She doubts they would agree, since they were the ones who assassinated the president to usher in the era of the deep state. On the phone, Taiha claims they are like beasts who follow whoever hits them the hardest. He then dials, suggesting that to rule such beasts, one must take their leader's head. His companion stares at him, beginning to realize his true intention. Taiha explains that Junsu never left the shadows and questions why he would use special operations to create a successor. In a past fight, severing a pillar brings the structure down on the men. The young Taiha charges at Junsu, Both armed, they face each other, wounded and ready for combat. Junsu unleashes a series of blows, knocking the boy to the ground. Taiha falls as his opponent stands over him. In the present, Junsu recalls the confrontation. He acknowledges that in technique, strength, and endurance, the young master falls short, but he states that in one specific aspect, the boy consistently surpasses him. The young Taiha then shoots forward in an instant burst, or, as Junsu prefers to call it, an extraordinary speed. He admits it's an innate talent, the one thing he can neither see nor block. Taiha's blade closes in on his opponent's neck, but Junsu intercepts him, stating that even if his eyes can't follow the movement, he throws him over his shoulder. He then adds that he can definitely anticipate the action. The young man collides violently with the concrete floor. Standing, Junsu declares that the legacy of martial arts is as old as human history itself. He continues, explaining that countless combat techniques were created and refined for survival and conquest, and he claims to have trained in and mastered every existing discipline, devouring the history of mankind. Taiha attacks again with a kick. Junsu admits that, despite everything, he still hasn't landed a solid blow on the boy. Taiha ducks to the ground to dodge a swift attack. He glares at Junsu after dodging. Taiha then reacts to a swift blow that nearly hits him squarely. Taiha states that thankfully, his hands can still move. He then prepares to attack again. Junsu hits him with a direct blow. Even after all the attacks, the young master continues to advance relentlessly against him. Junsu alternates between his techniques, making sure to never use the same one twice to surprise him, and he knocks him down with another blow. The young man turns on the ground after the impact. Junsu reveals he has been fighting with all his strength. He then wonders why. The young man's eyes still stare at him with such intensity. The image of an ancient spear appears. Taiha lists the martial arts his opponent has mastered, like Aikido, Kung Fu, Judo, and Muay Thai. He continues the list, praising Junsu's mastery of the arts. But Taiha says he also has something. The scene shifts to a man leaping across a city at night. Taiha reveals that to get here, he faced every master of those disciplines. His dagger falls from the air, and he questions the years Junsu dedicated to the arts. Then, the young man reaches for the falling weapon, and he catches it firmly. The boy claims this is nothing compared to what he endured, as he trained with only vengeance in mind and nothing to lose. Junsu realizes the dagger simply fell into his hand. He wonders if the move was calculated, realizing Taiha threw it into the air on purpose. In a memory, Junsu tells the young man to remember his teachings. He advises him to never show emotion against a strong enemy and to wait until death seems near. In the past, Junsu explains that this is the moment to strike, needing only 0.1 seconds, to show them what he truly has. In a swift move, Taiha lunges upward and strikes Junsu with both daggers. The older man is hit by the attack. Taiha then declares that after a long and bloody journey, he, Taiha, has finally won. He recalls the Seoul Olympics, a global festival broadcast on television. On the screen, white balloons filled the sky, signaling the start of the festivities. But in Junsu's hometown, the roar of bulldozers drowned out the Olympic anthem. The shovel of a machine demolished the neighborhood's rubble. Under the guise of an urban renewal project, real estate developers appeared in the neighborhood, and neighbors who once shared food were now pitted against each other, divided between tenants and landlords. Junsu's father, who raised them alone, was found beaten to death by thugs hired for the demolition project. His older sister comforts him, telling him not to cry. She continues, saying it's not the time for tears. He explains that, from a young age, his sister Suyeon was stronger than anyone he knew and never ranked below third in her class. He describes her as his father's pride and his idol, who remained unyielding even in the face of poverty. When she said she'd drop out of school to work, he begged her not to, as his body was the only thing he had to offer. So, he started delivering newspapers at dawn and making food deliveries at night. And every night, coming home, he'd watch his sister study by candlelight until dawn. She comments on how people use computers to send messages far away, asking if it isn't cool. His sister reveals that the president of Cheonsu claims semiconductors are the future, so she will become an engineer to change the world. Every night she wrote in her diary about her dreams, promising to repay him one day. And for Junsu, watching her was the one thing that made his struggle worthwhile. Months later, after his sister finished her entrance exams, he used his savings to buy a cake to celebrate. But when he got home, he found the entire neighborhood in flames. He stands frozen, holding the cake, facing the destruction. A neighbor runs toward him, desperate, not knowing what to do. She explains that the thugs set fire to everything and ran away. The woman then points out that the fire started at his house. Junsu lets the cake box fall to the ground. Then, he runs toward his house. But when he arrives, he finds her already outside. In front of the burning house, a group of people is gathered around his fallen sister. A young Taeha is on his knees beside her, apologizing over and over. It's explained that a passerby jumped into the flames to save her, pulling her out with a burned back. And what he pulled out wasn't his sister, but her charred body. Then Junsu holds her body in his arms. The truth is, he knew what was happening. He knew that while he was away, thugs and landlords harassed his sister after school, and he also knew she cried alone, held together only by her determination. His sister had scored high enough on the college entrance exam to get into Seoul National University. The next day, when the thugs returned with riot police, a single man charged at them. 8 thugs and 3 police officers died, while another 23 were injured. That same night, 3 real estate offices and 1 landlord were found dead and burned. To avoid tarnishing the Olympic glory, the government covered up the incident, erasing the perpetrator's identity and records. And so the young man prepared to accept his death. In an interrogation room, he sits across from a woman. She then asks if he's awake. The woman comments that he killed all those men without formal training and without a single scratch. In response, he simply asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as his savior, the person who just saved his life. Junsu asks if she's a victim's relative seeking revenge and tells her to do what she wants. He states he has nothing left and asks her to just kill him. The woman lifts his chin, questioning his certainty, and reminds him he still hasn't caught those responsible for the fire. Junsu reacts to her words. She then states that was exactly the reaction she was hoping for. The woman laments he isn't a girl, but explains the Olympics have her working globally. She reveals she's a scout and offers him a new beginning, working abroad for 10 years. It's revealed that he was thus sold abroad, joining an organization of elite assassins. The organization was called Ordo Nox, a syndicate of master assassins considered one of the most dangerous in the world. There, he worked his way up to executive before giving up everything he owned and retiring. He returned to Korea on the condition that he would never leave again, and erased his alias and all other records. 10 years had passed, and he had only one reason to return, and that reason was revenge. He discovered who partnered with the government to evict them and build those new apartments. The building's facade displays the name Cheongu. Junsu stares at the building, recognizing the company's name. He remembers his sister saying that the president of Cheonsu saw semiconductors as the future. That same night, the moon hung in the sky. He then entered the president's office, which was just an old, rusty shipping container. The place was Cheongu's old construction office from its early days. Inside, he surprises a young man and calls him Taiha. He tells the young man it's time to pay for what he did 10 years ago. But the moment the young man saw his reflection in the glass, he just expresses his relief that Junsu is alive. The young man recognizes him and starts to cry. When he turns to apologize, Junsu grabs the back of his shirt. He then discovers the burn scar on the young man's back. The memory of the boy apologizing at the fire returns. The young Taiha confesses he has never slept peacefully since that day. He apologizes for not returning the fountain pen sooner, hoping that killing him will bring some peace to Junsu's sister. Junsu stares at the pen. It's explained that Taiha told him Cheongu was negotiating the remodeling terms with the government at the time. And he continues, saying that when he visited the area, he saw the fire and was the one who pulled Junsu's sister from the flames. Taiha knows that nothing he says can change what happened. He apologizes, admitting his ambition to change the world is what caused all of it. The memory of his sister's words about becoming an engineer who changes the world comes to mind. Junsu clenches the pen tightly. He then tells Taiha to prove with that pen that he still intends to change the world. And it ends with Junsu in the past, stating that it's not the time for tears. Taiha accepts the pen as a sign of trust and promises he will build a company for the people. Junsu watches the scene in silence. With Taiha's promise hanging in the air, he simply leaves the place. The pen was the only remaining memento of his sister, but he couldn't take it back. The weight of all the blood spilled over the past 10 years was too heavy to ignore. He knew that the moment his fingers wrapped around that pen, his sister would reach for him in his dreams and drag him out. In a restaurant, Yunsu confirms with 2 men if they are Cheolmin and Hansik from the Insang gang. Before one of them can finish asking who he is, his head is slammed against the table. The man falls unconscious to the floor as others around them wonder what's happening. Other gang members stand up, one holding a knife, demanding to know who he is. After 10 years of training fueled by rage, he feels surprisingly empty. He then challenges them all to attack, claiming that when he's done, it will be as if they were never there. Junsu remains standing amidst the chaos, all his opponents down on the floor. One of the men lies defeated beside an overturned table. He then turns his face to the side. A man enters the room, explaining that he stopped by because of all the commotion. He turns to Junsu and remarks that it's a surprise to find someone who knows how to fight. The newcomer turns completely to face him. Junsu watches him in silence. The head of the Oseong faction, Ducheol Park, asks for his name. Junsu then asks if he is their boss. With a smirk, Ducheol answers with another question, wanting to know what he would do if the answer was yes. Then, Junsu lunges forward with a punch, but the boss simply catches his fist. It was the first time anyone had ever blocked his attack, forcing him to take a good look at his opponent. There was a wild wildness in his eyes he had never seen before, like a tiger in a man's body. Their fight dragged on for over 40 minutes, with the subordinates just watching in silence. And for the first time, he met a man who possessed so much power in his fists alone. Dushiel Park remarks that it wasn't half bad, and that it got his blood pumping again. Defeated on the floor, Junsu admits he lost and asks him to kill him. Before anything else, Dukil Park says he'd love to hear his reason why. The man insisted on knowing the story, and, exhausted, Junsu eventually gave in and told him everything. The Insang gang, his sworn enemy, no longer existed, as most gangs had been absorbed by the Oseong faction. When he told Ducheol they were all just gangsters, no matter what they called themselves, the boss let out a huge laugh. Ducheol then declares that it doesn't matter what they're called. What matters is that they have the power to make a real change. He continues, questioning what the politicians did while people were being trafficked or kidnapped. While the president tried to restore a military regime, with their strength they stopped him and dared anyone who had a problem with it. Ducheol's voice was so loud Junsu thought his eardrums would burst, but he couldn't look away. That day, the man let him go, even as his subordinates questioned the decision and called it a mistake. Ducheol simply states that he earned his revenge, and since it was his decision, everyone should just shut up. Junsu looks at his own hand. After completing his revenge, he contemplated for days before returning to Seoko and offering to be his bodyguard. Seoko is surprised and admits he's quite curious. Junsu then says he wants to see how he will build Cheonsu by his side. Seoko was a man of character. He was also a stubborn man with an unshakable will, but he returned the loyalty of those devoted to him. And as the company grew, a faction calling themselves the Loyalists formed by his side. Meanwhile, his own sons began to turn on each other out of jealousy. Years passed, and Cheongu became a leading tech company, just as Junsu's sister had predicted. However, something in Seoko had changed, and he had lost his resolve. He not only ignored the corruption happening among his men, but also stopped looking toward the future entirely. And the moment he faltered, those who held a grudge seized the opportunity. One of his sons then announces with a smile that the board has contacted them and invited them to join. Soko, however, reacts with fury and slaps his son. He then exclaims that the moment corporations meddle in national affairs, they collapse. The image of Junsu's sister being burned alive in the Insang district redevelopment incident possibly still haunted him. In secret, Junsu visited the hospital Seoko frequented, and it was there he discovered Seoko was dying from terminal bile duct cancer. Only then did he understand why Seoko had ignored the ongoing corruption. He didn't want to create trouble or enemies within his own ranks, all for the sake of the next successor. Sitting under a tree, Seoko laments an IMF bailout, saying they'll need to sell half the company. Junsu approaches, and when called by the president, he responds formally. With a smile, Seoko asks if he's disappointed, saying it's a shame this is all he could make of Cheonsu. Junsu then asks why he would say things that aren't true, stating that if this was all, he would have let him die years ago. Seoko replies that he's right, because if he gave up over a few politicians, he'd never be able to face his sister. He declares he has lost money, but not his faith in his people, and vows he will rebuild Cheonsu from scratch. True to his word, Seoko survived the crisis and turned Cheongu into the nation's largest conglomerate, but even he was powerless against death. Seoko's third son, Suyok, was then chosen as the next president. Or more precisely, the chosen one was his grandson, Taiha. Seoko believed Cheongu wouldn't survive the third generation, so Suyok was chosen as the second-generation president to train the third. Suyok was the only son who resembled him in spirit and skill, and his own son also showed signs of brilliance. Their philosophy was simple. They stopped the president with their strength and dared anyone who had a problem with it. Unfortunately, Seoko's decision was hasty, as Suyok had no way of controlling Cheongu as it rotted from the inside. The other son then approaches Junsu and invites him to join the board. He claims his father is too stuck in the past and that, once on the board, Cheonsu can rule the country for the next century. Junsu reassures him, saying he'll take care of everything, and asks if he doesn't also want to leave his mark on the company. He then adds that the invitation came from the Oseong faction, and that their boss seemed to know him. The scene changes to a sunny garden. Suyok approaches Junsu and asks if there's a problem. Junsu informs him that he won't be able to accompany him on the trip, and Suyok reminds him it was an important one. He explains that the date coincides with the anniversary of his sister's death. Suyok stares at him in silence for a moment. He then understands and, with a pat on the shoulder, wishes Junsu a safe trip. If hell truly existed, he knew there was a special place in it just for him. He had already made peace with that. Even if he had damned himself to eternal suffering, he would protect the Cheongu his sister and Seoko dreamed of, no matter the cost. He explains that it wasn't Seoko's fault. He simply weakened in the face of an incurable disease, but Cheon-gu would have crumbled. As everyone knows, there was no one to lead the company like Seoko did. His children and subordinates followed him loyally, but none of them ever sought to step out of his shadow. And that becomes a problem when a monster like Duckhill Park decides to swallow Cheon-gu whole with no one to stop him. The only way to protect the company was to join the council. It had to be protected until the day it finally gained the power to protect itself. Taiha watches the scene. Junsu then attacks him with a kick. The impact throws the young man against the wall. The blow breaks his ribs. Taiha spits blood. Junsu takes a fighting stance. The young man gets up, questioning what just happened. He thought he had blocked the attack. He then realizes that Junsu has gotten even faster. Taiha dodges his opponent's next kick. Speed was the only thing Taiha had in his favor, but Junsu had caught up to him. With a single blow, Junsu hits him in the face. He then holds him firmly. Taiha retaliates by thrusting his hand into his opponent's abdomen. He spits blood from the force of the impact. The young man then glares at him with determination, but Junsu slashes him with his knife. He then backs away as Taiha clutches the new wound. Junsu states that people who fear death are easy to control. The reason he appointed Guho as chairman was not because he was worthy, but rather because he needed to buy time until the true successor of Cheon-gu was found, and until someone with greater power than his own finally appeared. Taiha's broken ribs make it hard for him to breathe, and he fears his organs might spill out if the wound opens, but he ignores the pain, as this is the moment he has been waiting for. It is time to destroy his family's sworn enemy with his own hands. Taiha charges forward to attack. Junsu watches him, and a laugh escapes his lips. In a memory, Guho's eldest son, Cheong, questions Junsu about why he betrayed his grandfather, since it didn't seem to be for power. He then asks if just joining the council is enough, and suggests they could devour all their enemies together. Cheong was as cunning as a snake and a madman who had killed his own brother. The reason Junsu found him intriguing was because he saw a hunger in him that wouldn't be satisfied just by joining the council. Cheong's ambitious proposal made him wonder if he might be the necessary evil Cheon-gu needed. He then turns a laptop towards Junsu, saying he found something interesting. Thanks to the yacht incident where his father sent him to die, he managed to obtain valuable information. A recording from an armed helicopter shows that Taiha appears to be alive. Cheong reveals that, according to rumors, the Salerno family, the Italian mafia, rescued him. He then suggests that Junsu might want to take care of the kid, since him being alive also means trouble. Junsu just smiles slightly. He replies to leave him be, stating that the Salerno family doesn't treat outsiders well and will kill him first. Back in the present, he concludes that he will be dead soon. Junsu attacks with a well-placed kick. Taiha responds by biting his shoulder, and then stabs him in the back. The blade pierces through his body, making him spit blood. In a memory, Cheong informs Junsu that Taiha is alive and is now a killer. He then proposes using him to kill his father and pinning the blame on him. And after the job was done, Junsu was to kill Taiha himself. On the plane, Cheong asks an associate if everything is ready, and he confirms that the bombs will be triggered mid-air. He explains that Junsu didn't kill him, but left him near death, as it was the most he could do. He knew that if the boy was the true successor, he would escape the explosion. Back in the present, Junsu reacts to the fatal blow. He looks at his opponent. Taiha's face is covered in blood. He soon explains that he doesn't fear death, as his life was not in vain, and finishes by saying that it seems Seoko's relative has inherited all of his brilliance. With a determination for revenge far greater than his own, he endured hell in a distant land before finding his way back. Now, no force in this world can stop him as he moves forward without fear. Junsu then tells Seoko that he has won. He has created something his old master never could. In a memory, he stands among the trees. He then looks up and smiles slightly. A child carrying Seoko's brilliance has walked a path similar to his own, and with both of their deaths, Cheon-gu is finally complete. Blood spreads across the floor, concluding that his time has come to finally face it and seek redemption. It's revealed that Junsu finally understood Seoko at the moment of his death. The day his sister was consumed by the flames marked a turning point for them both, but the silent promises they made to themselves couldn't have been more different. The memory of Junsu saying it was the anniversary of his sister's death comes to mind. He then wonders if Suyok knew about the lie, or if he was genuinely fooled. If he knew, his weakness is to blame. But if he was caught off guard, the fault is his alone for becoming complacent. At a meeting, Taiha holds up a fountain pen and asks if anyone recognizes it. Whoever inherited the chairman's pen would become the next in charge. There was no way Suyok could have been caught by surprise. Even if he didn't foresee the betrayal, he must have already been disappointed in Junsu. Just as he had judged Suyok, it seems he too was judged and deemed unworthy of getting that pen back. Suyok simply says that's how business works. with strict personnel evaluations every day. He then challenges him to show the future he left for the company. Junsu's head rolls across the blood-soaked floor. His lifeless eyes remain open. The head rests alone in a pool of blood in the middle of the grand hall. Junsu's body slumps to the floor. Taiha says they're probably waiting for him downstairs, but he's lost too much blood. In the lobby, heavily armed soldiers open fire on Guangsu's men. He complains that his opponents being so well equipped is just unfair. Vui glances at his watch. Then, Gui orders his men to fall back. A subordinate warns that the young master hasn't returned yet, but he insists it's too late. Vui states that 11 minutes have passed since the arranged time and they need to save the men they have left. Seeing the retreat, Guangsu orders his own men to advance. An elevator door opens. Ledger steps out from inside. Injured, Taiha senses someone approaching and tries to force his body to move. A shadow looms over him. He looks up at the figure and starts to say who he is. One of Gui's men grabs Vui, insisting they hold their position, but he shouts that it's enough. Vui screams that the mission has failed, that he's dead, and that the moment Junsu passes through those doors. A red-haired man carries Ledger, complaining about the chaotic situation. Gui is surprised to see Vui, asking when he got there. Ledger calls for help, claiming he saw everything from start to finish. He then announces to everyone that Junsu is dead and that Taiha was the one who killed him. Gui and Vui react to the news. Guangsu also shows his disbelief. Gui's men cry out in despair at their master's death. Taiha remains standing in the bloody hall, near Junsu's body. Ledger watches him from a distance. Junsu's head lies on the floor, his eyes still open. Ledger looks confused for a moment. With his face obscured, he straightens his tie and wonders if he's free. He continues the motion, questioning if he's finally free. Junsu's eyes finally close. Ledger then stomps hard on Junsu's head. Blood splatters onto his face. He then bites his thumb and grins. In the lobby, Suri meets up with the others near a van and tells them to go. She asks if the man being carried is dead, and her companion confirms he's still breathing, but they need to get out of there. Vui then tells them to go on ahead, stating he'll stay behind to hold off the enemies. He explains that since he doubted the young master, he'll do this himself to buy them some time. But Gui pulls him back, telling him to drop the heroics and just go. He then slams the van door, declaring that Vui needs to stay and serve the young master. Gui turns to face the danger and yells for them to leave, entrusting Cheon-su to them all. Suri and the red-haired man call out his name. The man carrying Ledger shouts for them to run. A memory shows Gui being greeted by a man, who mentions Junsu's recommendation. Gui recalls their difficult journey from the slums of the Insang district to Cheon-su. As they escape, one of the men asks if they'll be okay, since they'll be caught in no time. A white car screeches to a halt beside them. From inside the vehicle, a man says the situation looks dire and tells them to put the injured man in the car, as they will help. Suri and the red-haired man wonder if he's an enemy. The man in the car states that the damage is done, and if he dies now, Cheon-gu will deceive the board with lies. Jae-pil Kim, the underboss of the Oseong faction, assures them with a smile that he never makes a losing bet. In an office, Asura is on a call and says she understands. She then turns and confirms to her boss that it's true. Taiha really killed him. Her boss's hand smashes the phone on the desk. He then reacts with fury, screaming Taiha's name. Elsewhere, the facade of a restaurant called Bomun Gukbap is shown. Inside, a voice states that, for now, they've done what they could. Taiha is lying in a bed, recovering. A rib fragment pierced his intestine, but his life is not in danger. A man in a suit expresses his relief, while the doctor remarks that it hasn't been long since his last visit. He then suggests they take the patient to a real hospital, instead of leaving him with an underground doctor. But Jae-pil Kim explains that's not possible, as the Oseong faction could be accused of involvement in the Cheon-su coup. The doctor scoffs at the situation, asking since when do thugs care about politics. Jae-pil replies that if they don't use their brains, they'll lose a lot of blood, which is why he came to the Lion's Den. He then offers him the position of chief professor of surgery at Gashin University, which will soon be vacant. The doctor tells him to leave, stating that he prefers saving lives as a hobby. Jae-pil Kim simply adjusts his glasses and tells him to take care. Then, he turns and walks out the door. Outside, Soo-yok and his men ask how the patient is doing. He informs them that, fortunately, his condition isn't critical, and Taiha just needs some rest. Jae-pil says his goodbyes, telling them to go inside as he's about to leave. Before leaving, Jae-pil Kim asks them to tell Taiha to meet him for a smoke when he wakes up. Soo-yok and his men watch his car drive away down the street. One of them asks if Taiha has really woken up, but Soo-yok doesn't answer. Inside the car, Jae-pil Kim gathers his thoughts on the recent events. He remembers Taiha mentioning the upcoming Cheon-gu board meeting. After all, Taiha is the rightful heir to Cheon-gu and the grandson of the late chairman Seoko Jin. Jae-pil knew he was an extraordinary assassin from abroad, but not that he was Cheon-gu royalty. His remarkable eloquence and negotiation skills are clearly in his blood. Now, Taiha not only has the loyalists on his side, but also the man who defeated Pitcher and Gwanghu. And on top of all that, there's one more crucial factor. He killed Junsu in the heart of Cheon-gu's territory. Taeha is not only a skilled martial artist, but also intelligent. If he decides to take down Cheong for the presidency, he'll swallow everything whole. With that in mind, he wonders if they should just kill him. He then picks up his phone, identifies himself as the boss, and demands an immediate meeting with the executives. Back at the restaurant, Soo-yok tells his men they need to get out of there as soon as possible. One of the men asks what Soo-yok is talking about, pointing to the young master's condition. He explains that Oh-seong runs 30 hospitals in Seoul and asks why they brought him to a restaurant that serves blood sausage. Suddenly, one of his companions punches him in the face. Soo-yok then states they are in a gray area and will be eliminated the moment they're deemed useless. The man who was hit asks what he's getting at, and if the plan is to carry an unconscious Taeha around. But Soo-yok says that Vice President Yong will contact them soon and suggests they wait until then. He then holds up a flash drive and asks if they know what it is. He reveals that it's security footage from the control room on the first basement level of Cheon-su. The device contains all recordings from the last month, from the 38th floor down to the 6th basement level. His companion still questions him about what he can do with it. Soo-yok reveals himself to be a data broker who sells raw information, which can be traded for anything. Elsewhere, a train moves along the tracks. Inside a crowded car, a young man is standing. Gwang-hoo Yong, the vice president of Cheon-gu, tells a man to straighten up as they are in public. The man just laughs and asks if Gwang-hoo's legs are already giving him trouble. Min Chang-heo, the vice president of the Dobang Association, teases Gwang-hoo, asking if it's his first time on the subway since he always sees him in luxury cars. Gwang-hoo tells him to just say what he wants and leave, as the next stop is Sindarim. He then begs for help, insisting that the young master needs to take over as chairman. Min Chang scoffs, asking if he's really the Gwang-hoo he knows, or if he's just gotten too old to think straight. He adds that if he came to beg for favors, the least he could do is compensate pitcher and batter first. Gwang-hoo offers 300 million won for each of them, plus $1 billion to cover the commission fee. But Min Chang simply tells him to get lost, saying he's going to take a nap. Gwang-hoo then offers to help eliminate his chairman, reminding him that Min Chang still covets the position. Suddenly, Gwang-hoo's men and other passengers in the car draw their weapons. He then asks Min Chang not to say such scary things. Min Chang lowers his glasses and questions what the hell is making them so brave. The scene shifts to a rural area in North Gyeongsang province at night. A young woman in glasses prepares for action. Suspended by wires, a council member of the Yeon clan wonders who would have the audacity to seek her out. On the roof, Baek Chung-yeon, the clan's chief, says that her dear former disciple has returned to die for her past mistakes. The suspended woman tells the crazy old hag to stop messing around and open the door. The scene is set in Wonwado, the foundational training ground of the Yeon clan. A voice offers a tea made from tukujan leaves, harvested in early spring in Hadong, claiming it to be of the finest taste. Baek Chung-yeon assures her that after one sip, Suri will never go back to the cheap coffee found on the streets. But Suri Yoon, the former head of Yabri Sang, says there's no time, and she needs to speak with the clan leader, as Lady Heron specifically instructed her. The head of the Yeon clan, Baek Chung-yeon, finds it hard to believe that a third-rank officer like Heron was defeated and imprisoned by Cheon-su. She then speculates that perhaps Heron didn't take her sword because of the board meeting, since the young woman can barely live without it. Suri replies that she wouldn't know, as she only saw her through the control room's camera feed. Baekhyung puts down her cup and calls the mission to help a man named Taeha foolish. A young officer then says he will hear the message and judge whether to deliver it to the clan leader, and tells her to speak. Suri cuts him off, saying she was clear that she was to speak personally with the chief. He warns her he's in no mood for games and tells her to speak before he rips out her tongue. The officer explains that if she were truly under Heron's orders, she would know that protocol requires her to speak with him first. He accuses her of lying and demands she stop rambling and speak at once. Suri Yoon stares at him in silence. In a flashback, she asks if she should really speak with the clan leader, and the answer she gets is a simple yes. Heron instructed her that the matter was of utmost importance, and not to speak with anyone below the third rank on the main property. She also told her to ask for Baekchung, assuring her the clan leader would come if it was her calling. But her attempt to pressure him wasn't working as expected. So Suri gives in and decides to deliver the message. The Stanos of Seobyul have been overthrown. The officer asks if Heron really said those words. Suri confirms, asking how she could mistake something so short and direct. He then understands the message means there has been a coup d'etat. The officer says he will inform the clan leader and dismisses her so she can rest. Suri remains silent, watching him. She then realizes he never intended to let her leave. He confirms, asking if she truly believed she had left that house forever. For over 1,000 years, only members of the Yan clan could enter that place. He reveals that he simply waited, tolerating her youthful rebellion, as it was the only reason to keep a deserter alive. The officer tells her to come inside and reminds her that the formal address begins the next day. Suri then agrees, but states she has some conditions in return. The officer asks if she's kidding. She demands permission to visit her father twice a week, and that, When the time comes, he helped Taiha at least once, and she clarifies that the request is not for a Yan clan member, but for her master. He decides to ignore the absurdity of the situation for now, but asks why she is so insistent on helping him. She replies that Taiha saved her father and her hometown, and that she's not shameless enough to not repay a debt. He calls her unbearably presumptuous, and asks why he would help with her personal affairs, since she's not even a 5th rank officer. Suri just smiles and tells him not to be so difficult, as she knows he'll help her anyway. He then questions why he would do that. She states that it's because he wants her, and then she stares at him and asks if it isn't true. After a moment of silence, he stands up and calls for her to follow him. The full moon shines in the night sky. As they walk through the courtyard, he comments that it's been a while. In the training yard, 2 clan members are training with staves. 2 young clan members greet the chief enthusiastically. Baekjeong approaches and remarks that it's quite late, asking if they are all right. She then dismisses them to return to what they were doing, and they obey promptly. Suri watches the interaction in silence. Baekjeong explains that scouts find children with exceptional potential and bring them to the Yan clan. They are raised in Wanwado, and if their combat skills stand out, they join the Western Division. But if their intellect prevails, they start as 5th rank officers in the Eastern Division and serve in administration or diplomacy. Only those who possess the trinity of beauty, strength, and intellect can join the clan, which is why they train them from a young age. She reveals that, however, she joined that house at 17, and that the clan leader herself came to get her personally, something that hadn't happened in 50 years, and someone like her chose to bring Suri there when she was 19. Back in the courtyard, one of the young trainees is struck by a blow. The impact throws him backward. The other clan members are startled by the scene, calling for the chief. Suri yells Baekjeong's name, demanding to know what the hell she is doing. The clan chief simply states that talent is a gift from the heavens, and that one blessed soul is capable of leading millions. Baekjeong reminds her that she questioned whether she was wanted, and reveals that to have her, she would sacrifice all those children without a second thought. She then tells Suri to get her equipment, as she remembers that exercise. Suri understands the task. There are 8 knots in total. If a knot comes undone, the children will fall to their deaths, but if she hesitates, they will suffocate. Baekjeong states that if her talent hasn't faded, she might consider her conditions. Suri tells her to go to hell, calling her an evil woman. A few days later, the scene returns to the Bomun Gukbap restaurant. Soo-hyuk presents a new menu item made with geisha beans from Panama, featuring a strong jasmine aroma and subtle acidity. He and the doctor then reveal that it's an iced Americano served in a hot bowl, topped with ice cubes. Taiha reacts with wide eyes. Lying in bed, he wakes up wondering what that was. On television, a news report announces that the newly appointed chairman of Cheon-su, Cheong-jin, is about to give his inaugural address. Now at the table with the others, Soo-hyuk asks Taiha how he's feeling. He replies that he's not well at all, and just like that, Taiha returns. Cheong-jin begins his address to the 110,000 members of the Cheon-su family. He declares that today they stand on the brink of a great transformation within the organization. Following in the footsteps of the great founder, he states that carrying the weight of his predecessors is not a task he takes lightly. And just as they stood firm in the face of adversity to build Cheon-gu, so will he. With his youthful vigor, he vows to lead the company into a new era. Until Cheon-su becomes a leading company on the global stage, he and his family will never waver in the face of threats and acts of terrorism, for no matter how deep the darkness becomes, the light of Cheon-gu will never be extinguished. Back at the restaurant, one of the men comments that it sounds more like a war speech than a corporate one. Vui explains that Cheong is trying to unite them, since the key executives are gone and Junsu is dead. Taiha then asks about Gwangsu. He wants to know if there are any updates on him. Soo-hyuk reports they are still searching, but his whereabouts are unknown. Taiha demands that, at the very least, they find his body. Soo-hyuk then reveals that while he was recovering, Vice Chairman Yang issued a directive. The order was clear. To make the young master chairman, they need the board's support. Without the backing of those who control the country, taking the chairmanship means nothing. The vice chairman went personally to ask for help from the Dobang Association, with whom he had personal ties, and Suri went to the Yan clan of Changju to seek their support. Taiha asks if Suri really went to the Yan clan, and Soo-hyuk confirms that's where she learned her string techniques. He explains she's on a dual mission, informing them that Cheon-su has one of theirs captive and asking for help. Vui then adds that Jaepil from the Oseong faction asked them to pass on a message. He would like to share a cigar with Taeha again. Taeha ponders the Dobang Association, the Yan family of Changju, and the Oseong faction, hoping everything goes smoothly. But he knows it won't be easy. especially with the Oseong faction, considering how Cheong tried to frame them. He then stands up and decides he'll meet the Oseong faction personally, leaving Soo-hyuk surprised by his urgency. The doctor appears and asks if he'll ever rest, warning that a small fall could be fatal in his condition. Vui also warns him, saying there's a good chance it's a trap, as the Oseong faction gains nothing by helping them. Taiha simply turns and starts to walk away, saying that during his time with the Mafia, he learned that having confidence and courage is half the battle when facing an opponent, and more importantly, you must always believe in yourself. Already dressed to leave, Taiha says that if they've decided to support him, then they must have faith in him. At night, the facade of the Solver cigar lounge is shown. Taiha and Vui arrive in an alley, where two men are already waiting for them. One of them approaches and confirms Taiha's identity. Mansu Kang, number 12 of the Oseong faction, introduces himself and asks them to follow him, but Taiha states that he was supposed to meet someone here. Suddenly, several men surround them, and Mansu informs them there's been a change of location. He then suggests that Taiha listen while they're still being nice, as he'd hate to rough up someone in his condition. Jingu Yang, number 19 of the faction, warns that if they resist, the order is to kill them. Taiha merely observes that the two of them are strong opponents. Through the lounge doors, cigar smoke is visible. He then comments that someone is already inside. He asks Vui to wait a moment, as he'd like to have a brief discussion with them. He flexes his gloved hand and says he seriously hates people who don't respect others. Mansu stretches and asks if he heard what was said. Mansu reacts with surprise as someone rushes past him. Suddenly, one of Taiha's men restrains him with a knife to his neck and yells for him not to move. He warns him not to move, as the blade is coated with poison, and it's going to hurt a lot. Mansu wonders when he got there. Meanwhile, Vui digs his feet into the ground, getting ready. Jingu Yang says that if this is his choice, so be it, and moves in to attack, but one of Vui's bodyguards intercepts the blow. He then throws Jingu Yang far away with the impact. The bodyguard shouts that he warned the young master it was a trap. Vui remembers Taiha's words, saying that if they've decided to support him, they should have faith in him. He then recognizes that this man is his true master. His men take care of the remaining faction members, while Vui says his goodbyes, saying he'll see them after his meetings. Taiha then turns and opens the lounge door. He enters the establishment. Inside, he faces the one waiting for him. Taiha blinks and asks if he hadn't warned him. He says there was no reason to test him, as he couldn't have killed Junsu if he weren't the real deal. Inside, Duchil Park invites him to sit. He then introduces himself as the head of the Oseong faction. The attendant greets him and says he has prepared the same cigar as last time, but Taiha points to another and says he'll have that one today. He then walks towards the sofa. Japil Kim apologizes, explaining that the little scuffle was necessary to make the meeting seem like a coincidence. Taiha simply tells him to cut the crap. He then lights his cigar and suggests that Japil take a walk. Ducal Park lets out a laugh. Already seated, Taiha, the official heir of Cheon-su, says that the adults would like to have a little chat. Asking him to leave, the man warns that the adults want to have a little chat alone. Being the underboss of the Oseong faction, Japil Kim, he reacts with a certain surprise. But the boss, Duckle Park, says it's all good and asks him to simply stay there. Saying he'll check on the men, he taps his cigar to prevent them from causing trouble. He then stands up and wishes that their conversation be quite fruitful and bear good results. Alone in the room, Dukiol comments that the other remains as arrogant as he always was in the past. He reveals that the guy was a prosecutor until his men ended up killing his family. He tells how the righteous prosecutor fell and swore revenge, or at least, that's how the story went. In this, he sought revenge and blew up the former underboss's car in a massive explosion. Bringing up a memory, he asks if the other knows what he said when he was finally caught. Arrested and all beaten up, he screamed that if he couldn't control his men, he'd take care of them himself. He continued saying he'd show a world where beasts like him simply can't survive. Back to the present, he says the guy is interesting, and that's why he took him in. In silence, he continues smoking his cigar while listening to the story about his past. Putting out the cigar, he asks why his group seems to be out of control now. Saying it's the ambition of youth, he gives a smile while relaxing on the room's sofa. He comments that the thought of world domination simply makes his blood boil. Asking if not, he calls him Mr. Heir while the other slams the table. Changing scenes, the story shows the outside of a cigar lounge called Solvere. There, outside, Japil Kim keeps waiting with a somewhat serious expression. In the middle of a group, one of the guys asks for a cigarette and the other offers what he was smoking. Looking at a blade, he asks if they sell those in Korea, and the other denies, saying he brought it from abroad. With a smile, one asks what happens if you scratch someone, and the other offers to let him see. Approaching the group, the underboss asks why everyone suddenly became such good friends there. Trying to thank for the meeting, a guy is cut off by Japil, who says this isn't the place. He warns that despite having told them to take it easy, All this friendliness might cause misunderstandings. With a smile, one of them says that if it were someone else in their place, it would have been a massacre. Another adds that they know how to really fight, unlike the people who came from Cheongu. Revealing what happened, he says the fight ceased and they assumed it was a test. Adjusting his glasses, he says he doesn't care, but asks them to keep their distance if they can. He warns that if the boss decides everyone must die, the situation won't be pleasant at all. Hearing this, the two men in the group react with surprise and clear indignation. Shouting, he asks if that's a threat, but the underboss calmly denies it. He explains it's a test, one that their boss applies to those who catch his attention. Jae-pil Kim says that if they refuse or fail to impress, they won't leave alive. Irritated, he orders to drag him, but is questioned if he'd really be a match for the boss. He then asks if they think they'll leave alive after facing Dukiol of the Oseong faction. Remembering something, he says they forgot why Junsu, who barely beat Taiha, was respected. In a flashback, he explains it wasn't because he was the strongest of all at the time. The reason was quite simple. He was respected because he survived after having faced Duchiol. He then says they better hope that Taiha surrenders without any fight. Back at the lounge, he reveals that Man is a beast that even he can't control. The boss says he'll call him Heir since he resembles his bloodline. Not caring, he says he doesn't care what he's called and asks to get straight to the point. With a serious look, he invites him to work for him and bring all his men. In silence, he just processes the proposal he just received from the Oseong faction boss. He says that if what the boss wants is Cheong's head, he'll get it today, but warns that even if he becomes president, Cheongu won't be allowed back on the council. Asking the reason, the boss responds that it's simply because he's saying that's how it is. Standing up, he says he needs to make some things very clear between them. Starting his first point, he says revenge is for the living to honor those who died. He continues, saying it'll only have meaning if he himself is the one who's going to kill Cheong. As a second point, he says his affiliations are now with the Salerno family. Lastly, he says he doesn't want Oseong working with Cheong because of his revenge. Then he makes a proposal and says he'll let him go in peace just for today. Hearing that, the Oseong faction boss gets a look of complete surprise. Outside, the underboss and the others hear a loud noise coming from inside the lounge. The table is thrown with force, showing that the calm conversation between the two is over. Irritated, he shouts that the other is an arrogant bastard and asks if he has any chance. He responds that they're not boxers and that their work doesn't depend on the state. Asking not to make a mess, he finishes saying they're not monkeys. Entering the room, an older man observes the scene without understanding what's happening there. Apologizing to the master, Dukiol says he got a bit more excited than he should have. Saying it's interesting, he reveals he planned to kill him if he refused or was arrogant, but he adds that the young man seems genuine because he can see it in his eyes. Putting out the cigar, he asks him to relay a message to his esteemed council. He tells him to warn that Cheong set up a coup and that they already know what needs to be done. He then warns that if anyone gets in the way of his revenge, he'll kill everyone. Shifting scenes, a funeral portrait is displayed on an altar with white flowers. The memorial is complete with many flowers, food, and candles in honor of the deceased. Someone then approaches and places incense sticks, paying their respects to the departed. Arriving at the location, a long-haired man appears along with his subordinates. He then lowers his head in a solemn gesture of mourning and respect for the person. While he stands, several men kneel in respect behind him. Walking around, one of those present comments that he simply can't believe what happened. Another adds that their master died in a one-on-one fight, something shocking. A man laments having gone to Cheongu thinking it would be the safest bet of all. At that, he stomps hard on the floor, wondering if the company will really be okay now. Startled by the sudden noise, the two men turn to see what happened. One of those present asks Dukeol to show respect, reminding him they're in mourning there. With an irritated look, he asks if the guy thinks he came all the way there to have lunch. Passing through the crowd, he orders them to bring him a bottle of soju immediately. Recognizing the boss, one of the men comments that Dukeol is a very important big shot. Complaining about the lack of discretion, Huimin Cheon appears quite embarrassed by the situation. One of the men questions whether it's true that he fought against their master. With force, Dukeol sits on the floor right in front of the deceased's memorial. Holding his cigar, he observes the altar with a very serious and focused look. Respectfully, he uses his own cigar as one of the memorial's incense sticks. Running, one of the subordinates arrives in a hurry, bringing the bottle of liquor he requested. Without ceremony, he breaks the neck of the soju bottle using only his hand. Sitting there, he begins drinking the soju directly from the bottle he just broke. Raising the bottle, he says the deceased doesn't need to be ashamed of having lost. Approaching the altar, he kneels and pours the drink in a final gesture. Near the entrance, Deputy Chief Jae-pil Kim comments that the place is quite crowded today. With a smile on his face, Dukeol turns turns and faces the men who are there. Standing up, he shouts for all the idiots of Cheongu to pay close attention. He warns that they've all crossed the line and orders them to never show their faces again. Shouting, he tells them to hide and live like rats in their little building. He warns that until further notice, killing trash like them won't be a punishable crime in the country. Calling to leave, Dushiol starts to exit, but one of the men doesn't seem to understand. Questioning if it was necessary, he says the council only asked to give them a warning. Asking if there's a problem, he faces his subordinate waiting for an answer. At that, a loud noise catches the attention of everyone present who was at the wake. With the impact, one of the men is thrown to the side after receiving the blow. Away from the confusion, he comes face to face with the long-haired man who was there. He then recognizes him, saying he's the guy who was looking for a fight with him before. In silence, the long-haired man stares at Dukal without showing any reaction. He comments that aging has surprises, since it's the second day with people challenging him. Approaching him, he asks who told him to walk around with a human mask. Changing locations, the scene shows a huge, round building in the middle of a large forest. Inside the place, a woman announces to President Cheongjin what was decreed by the council. Removing his glasses, the president of Cheongu listens to the decision with a slight smile. She finishes saying that he has 2 weeks to explain the succession and receive his judgment. With a smile, he asks if he was called there just to hear that. The woman then offers a vial, asking him to please take the medicine. She reveals that it's poison and that he'll die if he doesn't take the antidote. Explaining the symptoms, she warns that he needs to take very good care of himself in the coming days. Finding it all very poorly done, he asks if that's all that happens if he dies. Irritated, Sohui Yeon shouts, asking if he thought he'd get vitamins or something like that. She says the only reason he's alive is that the council follows the rules. Changing her mind, she tells him not to drink it and says she'll kill him right there. She threatens him, saying that if he thinks about touching Heron, she'll tear him to pieces. He simply lets out a small laugh after hearing the threat he just received. Laughing loudly, he leaves the woman completely surprised by his unexpected reaction. Changing scenes, the story shows the outside of a very modern building. Inside the place, an empty living room is shown with few furniture pieces and lots of light. Following through the apartment, the bedroom also reveals itself with a very minimalist appearance. At that, the door of one of the rooms appears with a sliver of light leaking through. Inside the bathroom, the long-haired man simply takes a long shower. With water running down his face, he remains still under the shower. In a memory, he hears that he must forget freedom and live obeying rules. Raising his head, he faces the water falling directly on his face without moving. Back at the council, he asks her to get off her high horse and grabs her head. Asking if she thought this would stop him, he bites the poison vial. Seeing the scene, she hears him telling her to take the message to the council. Back at the apartment, the long-haired man walks toward a door. Placing his hand on the surface, he activates the opening mechanism of that door. With the door opening, a dark room with a single strong light is revealed. Inside, a set of swords is on display, illuminated by the light of the place. In another memory, he's warned that killing people is forbidden from that moment on. He then wields his sword, living and pretending to be human in front of others. With his mouth bleeding, he warns that if anyone dares to help Taiha, that person will die. In a dark and silent alley, the scene sets up for a new confrontation. Screaming that he's a bastard, one of the men charges forward with his blade in hand. With a swift movement, he lands a strike on the 2 men attacking him. Seeing his companion down, the man gets up while coughing a bit in the alley. Being the leader Asura, he comments that nobody warned him his opponent used blades. Questioning how he was tracked, he says his team is good at covert operations. Gripping his 2 blades, the long-haired man just stares at him in silence. Nearby, a security camera was watching every movement happening in the alley. Noticing the camera, he regrets having forgotten some things from being away so long. Deciding to fight, he shouts that it's time to begin and advances with his blade. Defending the attack, the long-haired man blocks the strike with his 2 blades. With an agile movement, he readies his 2 blades for the next attack to come. Being attacked, he defends himself from a sequence of strikes with his single blade. With a precise blow, he throws him against the wall, breaking the structure of the place. Finishing the fight, he lands a fatal strike directly on his opponent's neck. Cleaning his blade, he observes the result of the fight that just happened in the alley. With his last strength, he tries to warn that the man is the true successor. Changing scenes, Taechuo asks the president what he'll do about the funeral. He continues the report, saying the Oseong faction is blocking everyone's access. Myungi Kim adds that 8,000 resignation letters were delivered in recent days. He concludes that if this continues, it's only a matter of time until they crumble. With his back turned, the president asks if they aren't hearing the noise outside. He explains that it's the fireworks marking the beginning of a new era. At that moment, a huge explosion happens at the top of one of the city's buildings. Startled by the noise, the directors ask what that powerful explosion was. He reveals he blew up the old president's office because of the bad smell it had. With arms wide open, he announces the launch of Cheongu 2.0 to everyone. In another place, Young Min Moon questions the decision to dissolve Cheon-gu's security. A man confirms, saying if they'd had the Yangmu bodies before, they'd have killed the traitors. Now President Pyongwon-ho announces they are Black Tech's armed mercenaries. Questioning about armed forces, he asks if they happen to be a war nation. Being the bodyguard, Da-in-moon comments the council won't be happy about this at all. Tai-chu-o announces 7 positions will be compressed to 3, optimizing the reporting structure. Clapping his hands, he warns that the loyal will be rewarded and traitors will pay double. He tells them to stop whining, bringing the quitters back so they won't be slaughtered like cattle. At night, Cheon-gu's imposing building stands out in the urban landscape with its lights. Entering the office, the long-haired man finds the company's new president waiting. The president says he thought he was clear when he told him not to come to the office. In silence, he just lowers his head while holding a blue briefcase in his hand. Placing the briefcase on the desk, the president questions him to know what that is. Making a gun gesture with his hands, he simply says it's a hunt. Seeing the head in the box, he complains about the smell and covers his nose in disgust. He orders him to take that away, as he doesn't want the smell to seep into his expensive suit. Sitting with the box, he says this is a relief, as he thought he'd gone insane. He asks if the other is satisfying his desires and says he must be happy. Approaching, he grabs the president's face forcefully, staring at him up close. Ordering him to remove his hand, the president says he couldn't kill him even if he tried. He says his training was to never kill him, and his rage proves his loyalty. Asking about the past, he says he heard it was him who crushed the old man's head. He provokes, asking if he got angry because Taeha stole his opportunity. Gripping his own neck, he reveals he really wants to kill him at that exact moment. Clenching his fists hard, he emphasizes that he wants to do that right now. Irritated, the president says he can't, and asks how many times he'll have to repeat it. He warns that attacking the Jangseo district now would result in a war with the Oseong faction. He continues, saying just Ducheol showing up would be enough to finish them all off. Hearing the orders, he remains silent, just processing the entire current situation. Giving an order, he commands to keep eliminating anyone who leaves the district and doesn't return to the office. Asking him to hang on tight, the president says everything will be over in 2 weeks, but he says if he insists, drag him outside and kill him openly. Alone in the office, he stands still thinking about the difficult decision he needs to make. With a smile, he states that everything is just a simple matter of time. Changing scenes, he reacts with an expression of complete surprise at what happened. There, he finds a body sitting in a chair with flowers and a tablet in place of the head. Recognizing the body, he screams Azra's name, totally shocked by what he's seeing. Explaining the situation, a man says the body had already been there for over 12 hours. One of the men comments that Azra wouldn't have fallen easily, as his skills were elite level. Looking closer, they notice there's a blood mark made on his body. He explains the blood code means successor, the first of the direct lineage. Realizing the truth, he says the blood message couldn't be for him. He concludes the final message must be for Junsu's successor, Do Kyung-han. He understood they're trying to lure him out of there. Vice President Gwang Hu-yong announces that in 13 days there will be a hearing. He says Cheong's execution is almost certain because of his atrocities. This time, he won't be able to escape, because the Dobang Association is also convinced of the coup. Suri Yeon comments that the situation is similar, but there are some additional parts. The scene changes, and it's said that the council moves by regulation and trusts few people. Chief Baekchung Yan warns that the footage isn't conclusive proof for an execution. Questioning how this is possible, he says he brought a message from a prisoner. Baekchung explains that Cheong's death isn't 100% guaranteed by the council. He says Haran will be in danger if Cheong dies before the final hearing. To make sure everything goes right, he suggests that Haran testify as an eyewitness. Revealing the stipulation, Suri says the chief will help if they rescue Haran in 13 days. With a smile, one of the men praises the excellent connections she's shown she has. Curious, he asks if this Baekchung guy is really that incredible and powerful. Yong explains that he's one of the strongest in the Yan clan and quite different. Recalling an incident, he tells how he executed 80 leaders to punish a betrayal. He concludes that this incident secured the Yan clan's acceptance as the new leader. Hearing the whole story, he processes the information with a very serious expression. In a memory, he adds the condition that leadership of the Yaburi gang be transferred. In that room, he asks what the reason behind that new imposed condition would be. The official answer is that it would facilitate communication, but there was an unofficial reason. Revealing it's a precaution, he says only one person in Korea uses that type of weapon. Understanding the earlier reaction, he wonders if she reached that level with silver threads. Looking at the imprisoned man, He warns that now it's his turn to finally talk. The prisoner is Ingyu Hong, a former executive who supported President Chiang. With a trembling voice, he asks what they want now that they've captured him. He explains that Chiang will keep him busy for 2 weeks using 2 people, one being Harin. The other, he reveals, was like a mentor, the former Vice President Gwangsu-gu. He believes the plan is to keep them in separate locations to buy time and distract him. Demanding to know the secrets, he asks for all the hideouts where the two could be imprisoned. In a panic, he shouts that Cheon-gu will kill him because Chiang is ruthless with traitors. Calling him a fool, Yang reminds him that as an executive, he should understand what's happening. He shouts that Do-gyong raised his blade, questioning if his head will really stay safe. Reacting in desperation, he laments that Junsu could barely control that unbalanced bastard, saying that if he wants to live, he'll have to prove his worth by telling everything he knows. Another man warns that all the district residents are eager for him to lose. Screaming, he begs them to stop and says he'll finally tell them everything they want. Leaving the place, he makes a hand signal to his companion who was waiting. Not understanding, the guy is confused by the signal he just received from his friend. Outside, he greets the other one, who was waiting for him on the street. Recalling the past, he says that last time he invited him to work together. To test his abilities, he asks him to find the prisons using Ingyu's information. He responds that the hideouts can wait, because that's not the priority at the moment. Warning about the deadline, he says they'll die if the search isn't thorough. With apprehension, he says it's not easy, and worries if the information is wrong. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he says he'll take care of it, and that he trusts him. Reminding him that he's the first member, he warns him not to forget that.
Night falls, and the scene shifts to the rooftops of a dark and silent city. Walking through an alley, one of them warns to be careful with Do-gyong at any moment. He then laments that, unfortunately, he won't be of much help on this important rescue mission. Revealing that his wounds haven't healed, he says he's inexperienced at saving people. Because of this, he says he's thinking of calling in backup to help with the mission.
At that moment, a mysterious man suddenly appears, jumping and attacking one of them in the alley. With his blade, the man manages to block the strike that came from above with great force. He reacts with surprise and effort, trying to resist the powerful attack he received. Seeing the figure, he seems to recognize him with a somewhat surprised look. With a quick leap, the newcomer strikes another man who was trying to advance against him. Surprised, one of them asks what that is, wanting to know if he didn't come alone. Introducing himself as Aswang Jerome, he says he was called by someone who was ready to die. Calling him by name, he hires him as a mercenary through Ordo Knox. The scene shifts to a government building, the story showing a very imposing place. A man warns that the president can't just show up because of the reporters. Saying that's enough, the president asks him to act according to his position. Secretary Seong-jae Choi says the cult leader asked him to take care of his well-being. Sitting in the room, the secretary asks directly what the president wants this time. With a smile, he says there's a person he would very much like to send. Security cameras are shown, indicating the kind of surveillance he's planning. Active surveillance is carried out by several men inside a black car on the street. Tracking everything, they monitor location, payments, and even internet activity. Under intense surveillance in the district, only 2 people came and went freely from the location. The first was the former vice president of Cheon-gu, the man called Gwang-hu Yang. As a volunteer to testify, he received full protection from the powerful Yeon clan of Changju. Even removed, he knew many of the internal and dark affairs of the organization's council. The second man who walked freely there is introduced in a quite mysterious way. Being a red-haired guy, he appears walking calmly through the same watched alley. Being simply known by everyone, he was called only the Nameless One. Near the water, he sits on a bench to talk with another man. Being Junhyuk Hwang, he questions his reason for joining the company. Warning, he's one call away from being caught. He's ordered to shut his mouth. Saying it's not kinship that stops him, he talks about the lack of compensation. Responding to the provocation, he says if it were just that, he wouldn't have even shown up. Offering an envelope, he asks the other to simply take it and have a look. Surprised, he asks how fugitives managed to have so much money with them. Asking where they were taken, he requests just that information so he can leave. Saying he doesn't know, he has his arm grabbed and is questioned about his attitude. With force, he squeezes the money envelope that was being held by the other. Staring at the Nameless One, he waits for an honest answer to his question. Questioning the change of sides, he reminds that the other should be monitoring the legalists. Not wanting to be judged, he admits he only did it because of the money. Looking at the sky, he says he simply had nothing else to do besides that. Still thoughtful, he remains silent after hearing the other man's revelation. He says Harin seems to have been taken to some port, but doesn't know about Guangzhou. Not knowing which port, he says he only heard they would put her on a boat. With a serious look, he asks when exactly this would happen to her. Banging on the table, he gets irritated upon learning her transfer will be done today. The nameless one confirms, revealing they already left for the port this morning. One of the men says if they send her overseas, it'll be impossible to find her. Asking for help, he asks the vice president if he has any idea where they are. Considering the council's control, he says traveling by water makes more sense. Looking at a map, he discards several ports that are controlled by other rival factions. Continuing the analysis, he comments that the remaining coastal ports belong to the Yan clan. Reflecting on the map, he concludes that only 2 viable options remain for them. He warns that the Cheonggu dock has infiltrated people, and not even Cheong would dare use it. The most likely place, he suggests, would be a location not accessible to strangers. Completing the deduction, he says it would be a place with easy access to the exterior. Concluding the analysis, he says it's probably one of the commercial ports of the East Sea. In another place, a large white truck passes through a port security gate. Inside the truck, a narrow corridor reveals several containment cells lined up side by side. There, Heir is shown trapped and suspended by chains, totally immobilized in a straitjacket. Back at the cafeteria, the vice president resumes the subject about the East Sea. He explains that some ports are controlled by the government, having minimal customs presence. Thinking about it, he says it would be the perfect place to hide her, but they wouldn't have done it alone. Remembering a conversation, he asks about the cult that supposedly controlled the country's administration. Confirming the suspicion, Yang affirms that then Cheong must have made a deal with them. The nameless one questions if it wouldn't be possible to smuggle her in a small, simple boat. Yang denies, explaining that even desperate, Cheong would never do something so sloppy and risky. Considering the commercial port, he says if Heir is there, there's no reason for concern. He then adds saying it was a good thing to have made a specific request before. At that moment, the door opens forcefully, and a guy comes running in looking desperate. Shouting, he warns that a call came through the tablet that was on Azra's body. On the screen, an incoming call from Azra's tablet starts ringing for everyone. With a smile, he asks them to answer the call that just arrived. Testing the audio, a voice on the call asks if they can hear him well. Noticing the meeting, the voice comments that it seems the house is quite full. He then adds saying he imagines they weren't up to anything good. Through the camera, Junhyuk appears with his back turned, seeming to be in a pretty complicated situation there. Shocked by the image, the nameless one reacts and ends up calling Junhyuk's name. On the call, the president says an employee was spreading some strange rumors around. Junhyuk then receives a blow and falls to the ground, everything being transmitted through the call. With his face all bruised, he screams in pain while being assaulted on the transmission. Screaming, the nameless one tells him not to dare lay another finger on his friend. In response, a shot is fired, and Junhyuk is hit during the video call. In a gym, he complains about the annoying barking, comparing the other to a simple mutt. Seeing the scene, the nameless one has an expression of pure fury on his face. Realizing the tactic, he says the other is buying time and orders them to hang up. Still on the call, he questions if they really think he has nothing better to do. He says he heard they were looking for Heir, but that he also doesn't know where she is. A guy comments that this is the president who made the speech and calls him disgusting. With a serious look, he asks the president what's the point of all that talk. He says if he had moved Heir, worms like them would never catch him in time. Mocking the idea of smuggling, he says he would take her to an impossible place. He suggests he could have taken her to the depths of the sea, for example. The image of a Seohui-class submarine is shown to illustrate his point. Saying he'll let them waste their time, he ends the call with a serious look. On the screen, he calls for Taiha and says he wants to have a little word alone with him. Still in the cafeteria, the call for a private conversation remains active on the tablet screen. With a smile, the president says they're family after all, aren't they? The vice president warns he has no reason to pay attention to that lying bastard. Asking for a moment, he looks at the others and asks them to leave. Surprised by the request, one of them questions the decision to leave him alone in the cafeteria. Standing up, they begin to leave, but one still hesitates to leave him there with him. Whispering, he warns that everything is being recorded and to play it cool. From the call, he asks about the whispers and if the conversation is being recorded there. He tells them to continue to find out exactly how his father died, calling him a brat. Hearing the provocation, the young man's face shows pure rage and surprise. Asking him not to worry, he reassures him and tells him to just go. With a confident smile, he tells the other to trust him and that everything will work out. Alone in the gym, he says he's been thinking a lot about some things lately. Looking at his phone, he says he's been reflecting on how the other managed to survive. He finishes by saying he should have died in that village after all. He continues, saying he was nothing more than an unwanted guest at that meeting. Looking at his phone, he says he simply hates it when his plans go off the rails. He confesses he never expected Junsu's death, which was something totally unexpected, and he also didn't imagine so many loyalists were still out there, crawling around like cockroaches. Sitting in the cafeteria, he says he couldn't help but wonder one thing. He questions why the other wasn't acting as impulsively as before anymore. In silence, Taihu just listens to the provocations without showing any visible reaction. He then raises the the hypothesis that Junsu might have gone easy on him. That would explain everything, including the fact that he came out of that village alive. Remembering the trap, he says that despite being lucky, his initial plan failed. He then questions if the other had any plan for after the village incident. Irritated, he asks the other to get straight to the point once and for all. He reveals that Guangsu is alive and that he kept him that way before losing his mind. Making a peace sign, he says he'll release him in 2 weeks. In exchange, he demands that Guanghu and his local team be taken abroad. Analyzing the situation, he says Chiang wants to eliminate the witness to avoid testimony. He questions how long the other thinks they'll be able to survive in that situation. With the remodeling, he says everyone will have to leave, and J-Pill will abandon him. He threatens to kill everyone the moment they leave, sparing no one in the process. In silence, he just listens to the threats without saying a single word in response. He asks if the other really thinks he'll fail to join the council. Saying that Cheongu controls everything, he questions if the loyalists will survive without protection. He orders them to hand over Guanghu, saying business was with his father, not with him. His subordinate then answers a call he just received in the middle of the conversation. With a satisfied look, he simply says the job he requested is already done. His subordinate calls him, wanting to know what they should do now in that situation. He warns it's the Secretary of Political Affairs and that the call seems urgent. Still in the gym, he receives the call on his phone and answers it promptly. Answering, he hears the secretary's voice shouting desperately on the other end of the line. The secretary shouts that's not what he said, and that the Yan clan wouldn't know. Shouting on the phone, he asks if the other knows who just called him. On the call, a voice says it's a pleasure and that they'll have to speak in English. Surprised, the secretary asks who's speaking and how they got that phone number. Saying they won't meet, the voice says it's better to get straight to business. The voice reveals a ship is docked at the port and is used for deals. He then adds that there are some weapons hidden in that ship's cargo hold. He lists the entire arsenal, which includes rifles, machine guns, grenades, and plenty of ammunition. Shocked by the information, the secretary doesn't understand why there are American weapons there. The voice then questions him, asking if he really didn't know about that situation. He reveals that all the country's trade ports have similar ships docked. These weapons, he explains, were secretly transferred to support covert operations of their assets. Cutting a tomato, he warns the secretary would be in a very delicate and complicated situation. In a panic, the secretary asks what he wants in exchange for all that information. The voice demands that the truck at the port not be transferred to any submarine. Grating cheese, he says Cheongu's business must be kept on solid ground. He finishes, guaranteeing that if he does this, his operations will continue without any problems. Still on the call, the secretary asks who he is, wanting to know who he was talking to. Eating pasta, the voice says he's just a father worried about his son. Introduced as Caesar Salerno, he says fathers worry about their sons near water. In the gym, he reveals the Salerno family is a major international arms dealer. On the call, he says he can't help with what happens after Oxeo Port. Still on the phone, he asks if the other happens to be familiar with hunts. He explains you first identify the prey's territory and prepare a barrier. After the prey is trapped, he says, time is on your side. Surprised, the president can't understand the analogy he just heard from him. He explains it wasn't he who jumped into his world, but rather the opposite. Showing his dagger, he reveals it was he who trapped him in his own world. Tai-Hu warns there will be no conversation, and the story only ends with Cheong's death. Until then, Tai-Hu promises he'll make every moment of his life a living hell. With the port information, he thanks him and prepares for the next step of his plan. The scene shifts to a restaurant called Bomunguk Bap, where the story continues to unfold. In a dark room, a young man with white hair works in front of several computers. With multiple monitors on, he seems focused on a very important task. Confirming the information, he says that So Heron is at Oxeo Port, correct. He says they need to hurry before Chiang moves her to another location. Guanghu Yang says there's no need, since the port is managed by the sect. With all vehicles registered, he says the council can easily track them. He adds that he's already notified the Yan clan, making relocation difficult for Cheong. One of the men praises Guanghu Yang, saying he's always one step ahead. Worried, the white-haired young man wonders what they'll do about Guangsu. He regrets not being able to help, since even after finding the location, his hands are tied. Remembering the conversation, he recalls the words of trust that were told to him. Analyzing the information, he says that data always reveals a hidden order behind it. To understand the relationships, he explains that it's necessary to organize the information chronologically. He concludes that, frankly, he doesn't think he knows Taiha that well as a person. Remembering the threat, the taunt about his father's death echoes in his mind. However, he makes it clear that his desire for revenge against Cheon-gu is equally strong. Thinking calmly, he wonders what the intelligence he possesses reveals now. He analyzes the clues, considering the alliance with the sect and the need for reliable sources. To get what he needs, he decides he'll sell the data from his father's USB drive. The scene shifts to the restaurant, where the sun begins to rise, illuminating the place. Surprised by the information, Tai-Hu nearly chokes on the food he was about to eat. Extremely tired, the white-haired young man reveals that Guangsu is at the correctional facility. Shocked Shocked by his appearance, one of them asks how long he'd been awake working. Saying he's fine, he reveals he's been up for 61 hours, but that he's young. He then questions whether the information he got is really 100% positive. He explains that Guangsu was taken before the police, and that a nurse confirmed the entry. Despite this, he says there's no exact record of the location, just a visit. Drinking the soup, Guanghu Yang says that if the sect helped, this is the place. Curious, he asks if that correctional facility happens to be famous for some reason. The facility, he explains, is the only maximum security prison built after the revolution. He says the facility was created for dissidents and has cruel interrogation methods. With that, he concludes the facility must contain a considerable amount of information. The vice president explains that's why the sect earned a seat on the organization's council. With security reinforced, he says that Director Huixiol is one of the main operatives. Wiping his mouth, he says that invading the facility will be problematic, no matter who helps. Serving himself a drink, he suggests they give up on Guangsu and focus on Haran. He argues that Haran is the priority because of the powerful Yan clan's involvement. Wiping his lips, he agrees it's difficult and suggests they focus on Oxeo Port. Giving an order, he tells them to prepare to rescue Haran in exactly 5 days. On a screen, the image of Junyak's bruised face appears to the Nameless One. Worried, he shouts for the young master to wait, trying to argue about the risky plan. With his hand on his shoulder, he says the 3 of them will rescue Guangsu. Shocked by the decision, the Nameless One is speechless, just with an expression of surprise. Saying it's dangerous, he offers to go in his place for the mission. He explains that's why he'd be dead weight if he went to the port. He says he won't stand by watching Guangsu die since they're his family now. Interrupting, a voice says the timing is unfortunate and that she needs to apologize. Questioning the decision, she asks who in their right mind would put the Yan clan in second place. Being so Huiyeon, she asks if he's lost his mind or doesn't understand the gravity. She asks who the young man is, since he doesn't seem to be from that region. Greeting her, the vice president says he heard she became an officer recently. Curious about her appearance, he wonders if Sohue is also a member of the Yan clan. The vice president then asks what brings her there at that unexpected moment for everyone. She explains she received a report from Suri and asks if Haran is at the port. With her subordinates, she says they'd like to join their rescue mission. Surprised, they react to learning the Yan clan is getting involved in the mission. Relieved, the hooded young man says this is reinforcement that totally changes the game. Turning around, he comments he's sure this will also help their mission. With a serious look, the vice president says that unfortunately, he'll have to refuse the offer. Confused by the refusal, they can't understand the vice president's decision. Surprised, she questions why the refusal, unable to believe what she heard. He explains that her purpose is only to ensure the mission is well executed. Saying they'd only get in the way, he asks her to leave since they don't need help. Blocking the path, she says it took too long to get the clan chief's approval. Begging to join, she says she's known Haran since they entered the clan together. With a smile, Guanghu Yang praises his grandson, saying he's become a good man. Taiha then agrees, saying it's fine, as long as she follows his orders. At the maximum security correctional facility, the tension among the prisoners is clearly visible. Shouting, the prisoners encourage a fight, telling them to crush their opponent without any mercy. Revealing his motivation, he says his brother worked for one of Cheongu's subcontractors. With a smile, he refuses to give information, saying he's a retired employee. Questioning his position, he reminds him that Cheongu's security supervised the subcontractors. Screaming that it's the superior's fault, he advances and delivers a powerful blow. Dodging just in time, he manages to evade the attack that came with tremendous force. Even though he's not skilled, he concludes that his speed makes him very dangerous. 2 guards observe the fight, impressed that he can still fight even while injured. One of them comments that he lives up to being Junsu's right-hand man, the former boss. With a smile, he says there's no toy like him in a place full of people. Advancing, he hopes his opponent doesn't break too soon in the fight that just started. Changing scenes to a building, the view shows an imposing and modern skyscraper. Looking at a map, he says there's only one road leading to Oxeo Port. In a room, he explains they'll form the first line of defense along the road. He finishes the order, telling them to avoid moving the target outside the port. As soon as they arrive, he instructs Team A to move the target to the location. Elsewhere, he asks for permission and says he needs to speak directly with the president. Telling him to get lost, she says the president is not in a good mood. Shouting that it's ridiculous, he says there's no way he hasn't noticed. In a flashback, it's revealed that all members of the Jin family were betrayed. With a hand over his mouth, he's prevented from continuing to talk about the coup. Pointing to the sides, she warns that the conversation is being wiretapped and tells him to think. With the warning, he realizes the gravity of the situation he's in now. She tells him to do his job and stop talking, acting like a simple employee. She threatens him, asking if he doesn't want to see his uncle on the next holiday. Elsewhere, a man orders everyone to stand up, as they'll leave immediately. Alone in the room, one of the men sits among several empty chairs. With his hand on his face, He wonders if everything he did was useless. On the street, another man says this can only be a big bad joke. Looking at a truck, he asks if they really need to get into that vehicle. The vice president says the association will help them with entry and exit at the port. Surprised, he has 2 garbage bags thrown on top of him without warning. Calling for them to go, he's interrupted by a request to wait a little longer. He warns that if the situation gets dangerous, they should retreat immediately. The vice president says if Do-kyung appears, it'll be at the port, so not to face him alone. With a smile, he says he hopes he shows up so he can avenge his comrades. Saying goodbye, the vice president wishes for him to survive so they can see each other again. Watching the truck leave, a man worries about the neighborhood's safety with everyone leaving. He then receives a call and answers, seeming a bit surprised by the call. Hearing the news, he's shocked and asks what happened on the other end. Elsewhere, a white car takes a turn on a road surrounded by trees. In the car, So Hui-yeon complains, saying this is an inadequate way to treat her. Shouting, she questions why she's going to rescue a guy she doesn't even know. Telling her to stop shouting, he's surprised she hasn't lost her voice yet. He explains it's impossible to invade the facility, and it's better to use the clan's name. Threatening to back out, he says if she doesn't like the deal, they'll go back to the port. Worried, she says she's just afraid that Heir will end up getting hurt on the mission. He reminds her that Heir has her best weapon, and there won't be any problems. Announcing their arrival, he warns they're in front of Yangsheng Correctional Facility. With armed guards, the maximum security prison entrance looks quite intimidating. In the watchtowers, more armed guards ensure no one enters or leaves the place. Behind the bars, 2 other heavily armed guards secure the main entrance. Intimidated by the security, he asks if they'll make it out alive from that dangerous place. A guard approaches them, asking where they're from since the area is restricted. The nameless one says it's So Hui-yeon and that she has a meeting with the director. Hearing the name, the guard gets an expression of surprise and a bit of fear, asking them to wait a moment. The guard goes to verify the information with his superiors. In the car, they wonder what's happening and what they should do now. With a serious expression, she says she just received an important text message. She reveals that Chung Jin is asking for clemency and agreed to confess all charges. Apparently, she continues, the hearing was rescheduled for 10 o'clock tonight. Shocked, they ask what happened, since the hearing was supposed to be in 5 days. The prison gate opens, allowing their car to finally enter the facility. He says Cheong is up to something, and they need to focus on the rescue mission. With the gate open, Taiha tells them to move forward and enter the facility. Analyzing a blueprint, he says that Ingyu sent disobedient executives to the facility without proper procedures. With the blueprint, he deduces that Guangsu's cell is probably located at the end of the building. Impressed, he asks how the other managed to find the correctional facility's blueprint. He replies that buying it wasn't difficult, but the price was quite steep to get it. With a smile, he reveals that Ingyu happily covered all the costs for the blueprint. A food cart prepared by the association awaits them, with disguises for the mission. Questioning the plan, she wonders if the facility will actually allow them entry. He reassures her, saying everything will be fine since the association will cover them. Vice President Min Chang-heo guarantees that if they prepare the money, everything will be ready. He tells them to relax, as he's heard the rumors about the prison director, Hui Xiao. Explaining the culture, he says that school ties, hometown connections, and military bonds are strong. With a former military man there, he asks them to fulfill their part of the deal without worrying. Back at the facility, the day is clear and the sky is blue above the prison. A guard instructs them, asking them to place all their electronic belongings in one location. Surprised, he asks if even cell phones need to be handed over for inspection. Warning him to be careful, he says not to blame him if the blade cuts him. Standing in front of the desk, the guard just watches as he hands over his belongings. The guard then asks him to also place all his belongings on the table. Walking down a corridor, the two follow in silence through the interior of the correctional facility. With a serious look, he continues walking down the corridor without showing any emotion. Together with the woman, he places his belongings in a tray for the security check. He's then interrupted by a guard who asks the lady to do the same. Irritated, she tells the guard to shut up and asks if he doesn't know who she is. Commenting on the scene, one of the guys says they wouldn't even run in the same circles. With a nervous expression, he seems worried about the mission's security there. He comments that the surveillance is insane, with motion detectors and cameras everywhere. Surrounded by guards, he continues his way through the facility with a serious expression. The prison cells are shown, with hooded prisoners in precarious conditions. Looking at them, he says their eyes tell everything about what they feel. Opening a door, a guard announces that the director has important visitors waiting. Thanking them for coming, the director receives them in his office at the correctional facility. Introducing himself as Huichol-du, he invites them to sit for the scheduled meeting. Thinking to himself, he recognizes him as one of the sect's main enforcers. Apologizing, he says he couldn't receive them personally because of security. She responds that he doesn't need to apologize, as he's done much to keep the council safe. With a smile, she says she's there to discuss an urgent matter with him. Feigning surprise, surprise, he asks if the hearing was rescheduled for tonight. The nameless one says yes and that they learned there's a witness who can help. With his heart racing, he prepares to execute the plan as usual. In a quick motion, he hands a small package to her without anyone noticing. He knows the drug only keeps people sedated for 10 minutes at most. In the room, the director denies having the prisoner she's looking for and says it's a mistake. Trying to stay calm, he thinks he's never been caught and can't slip up now. At that moment, the director appears behind him, surprising him with his sudden presence. Shocked, he wonders what the director is doing and what will happen now. With a panicked expression, he realizes he's been caught and is in trouble. Shouting, the director asks what the hell he thinks he's doing in his office. With a quick movement, he bursts the package and releases the drug into the room's air. Covering his face, the director tries to protect himself from the substance that was released there. In a flashback, he warns that little is known about Huicheol, but that he's observant. Advising him, he says not to be arrogant and to always stay vigilant against him. The plan was to make the director approach and use the advantage for a surprise attack. Fallen on the floor, the director can only mumble a few words without understanding the situation. With everyone sedated, the director's office falls into complete silence for a moment. Sohui Yeon is passed out in her chair, affected by the drug that was released in the air. Sitting, the other guy is also unconscious, with his head thrown back on the chair. He explains that the toxin dissipates quickly and that those farthest away will wake first. With a smile, he says that Sohui can't be an accomplice and the Yan clan will be the victim. He says that the other trained with drugs like this and that he's the main player. Finalizing the plan, he says he'll be responsible for rescuing Guangsu now. Peeking down the corridor, he makes sure the path is clear to proceed. Seeing a food cart, he realizes it's exactly what he was looking for. Crouched down, he grabs a briefcase that was hidden in the prison food cart. Complaining, he says he needs to change, and that they could have planned this near a bathroom. Being surprised, he's grabbed from behind. With a frightened look, the director asks what the hell he's doing there. Surprised, he can't believe the director managed to wake up so quickly from the drug. Shouting with rage, the director questions him about what he thinks he's doing. Asking what he's doing there, he questions him, saying he should be in the office. Confused, he wonders how the director woke up so fast, since he poisoned him earlier. With a sharp look, he notices an important detail that could explain the entire situation. Analyzing the director, he notices that his tie is different from the one he wore before. Shocked by the discovery, he realizes there are two Huicheols in the facility. With a quick strike, he's hit by the twin brother but blocks it with a tray. Fleeing down the corridor, Nameless tries to escape with the briefcase he grabbed from the food cart. Irritated, he complains that no one warned him about the twins, and that intelligence failed. In a flashback, it's revealed that Huicheol was sent to prison after a fight. With no choice, he realizes he needs to go to Plan B to manage to escape from there. With a swift move, the director intercepts him in the corridor, blocking his escape from the prison. Irritated, he complains that he dared to dirty the food cart that was there. He finishes, saying the cart belonged to his archangel, leaving him even more terrified. Screaming, the director hits him with a blow, saying he will be purged. Trying to defend himself, he's thrown far by the impact of the blow he received. Crashing through a wall, he's hurled into the outdoor area of the correctional facility. Seeing the scene, two prisoners wonder what's happening there at that moment. He realizes that no matter what he does, the director's eyes track his movements. Breaking through the wall, the director walks toward him with a determined and furious look. Facing the director, the other prisoners just watch the scene without saying a word. With an expression of fear, he freezes in the face of the situation he's in. With a war cry, the prisoners advance, declaring that liberation is theirs. Surprised, the director doesn't understand what's happening with the prisoners' rebellion. In a flashback, it's revealed that most prisoners oppose the organization's council. He then instructs that if things go wrong, he should pass himself off as one of them. In the courtyard, the prisoners gather, ready to fight for their freedom and revenge. Shouting their motto, they unite to face the director and the prison council. With a baton, he says they came prepared, using the sect's war cry. With expressions of rage, the prisoners prepare for the confrontation with the prison director. He questions whether they didn't learn their lesson and calls them unreformable beasts. Screaming for an execution, he prepares to attack the prisoners with his baton. Deciding to flee, he runs away from the confrontation, trying to escape the director's sight. Turning left, he slides down the corridor toward the other side of the gymnasium. A guard intercepts him midway, blocking his passage with a baton. With a serious expression, the guard stares at him, preventing him from continuing his escape. Irritated, he realizes he's cornered and has nowhere to run at that moment. Drawing his weapon, the guard prepares to shoot, showing he won't hesitate. With no time to lose, he flees at high speed while the guard fires. Over the radio, the guard warns that the target escaped and asks if he should sound the alarm. On his cell phone, the director says it won't be necessary, as he has everything under control. In the courtyard, he walks among the prisoners' bodies. calling the other one a rat. He finishes, saying that no one who enters there leaves alive without his permission. Fallen on the ground, the guard is unconscious after the confrontation with Nameless. Walking through a storage room, he searches for something he hid there some time ago. Finding his equipment, he's relieved to see that everything was still in place. Asking to be killed, he says there's no point in keeping him as a hostage. He warns that Junsu will kill them all anyway in a few days. In the conversation, he says he heard the other had a talent for forging blades. Laughing, he says it's ridiculous, and that a good blade won't be enough. With faith, he says he believes in the other, and asks him to give it a chance too. Remembering the past, he says the other dedicated himself wholeheartedly to learning to forge. Asking for help, he tells the other to decide for himself after seeing him. With a strong blow, one of the guards is hit and falls to the storage room floor. Fallen, he has to decide if he'll live as an assassin abandoned by security. Cutting a pipe, one of the guards is impressed. With the pipe, he attacks and hits the other guards who were there in the storage room. Or he would live as the best blacksmith in the game, going by the name of Hyunbin. Warning them to stay on guard, he prepares to invade the location. Bursting into the room, the soldiers ask if the sir is all right. Sitting on the floor, he questions why they took so long. Irritated by the situation, she complains that the handcuffs are way too tight. Giving a direct order, he tells them to remove the handcuffs and contact the control room. He shouts to initiate a maximum security lockdown, not letting anyone escape. Changing scenes, an alarm blares throughout the entire prison. At that moment, a warning is given for all inmates to return to their cells immediately. The order repeats, warning that anyone found outside will be executed. Receiving a warning, he says his promotion is coming his way. Then he asks about the direction, but they say it's right in front of him. Over the radio, they warn that the target just passed behind him. Surprised by the information, he quickly turns around to find the target. Advancing through the corridor, he attacks the guards who were in the way. Leaving the enemies behind, he keeps running without being stopped. Remembering what he heard, he says he hasn't been called a ghost in a while. In a flashback, he tells how since childhood he had to make himself invisible. His irresponsible parents cursed him, beating him whenever they found him. It was Junsu who said later that he had a natural talent for disappearing. Wanting his pride, he pushed himself to stand out, something unusual for him. But in the end, he died without even realizing the boy was there. Despite watching over him, he says he felt less alone with the man around. Now in the present, he states that this is all he has left. Facing his targets, he refuses to die like a forgotten nobody. Watching from above, one of the guards calls him a persistent brat and tells him to stop. Their leader says he knows the reason he's there is to rescue someone. He then realizes that the bald man just figured out his entire plan. Thinking of his objective, he just needed to open the cell on the left. Raising his hand, the man questions how he dares to remove a sinner from there. Gritting his teeth, he states he did everything exactly as ordered. Giving the final order, the bald man simply says to shoot. Thinking fast for a way out, he decides it's not over yet and yells for plan B. Suddenly a noise catches everyone's attention at the location. At that moment, the lights in the environment change completely. Not understanding what happened, the guards question if those were the emergency lights. Receiving a call, he hears the control room trying to make contact. Inside the room, a voice apologizes, saying he hoped it wouldn't come to this. Then he realizes the control room has been compromised and wonders what's happening. He remembers that place is filled with the best guards from Block B. Sitting calmly, the man explains he used a device to fry all the electronics. As the cell opens, a guard says everything burned out and suggests relocating the inmates. Hearing this, the leader questions what he meant by remaining inmates. Pointing the weapon, the guard makes an oath saying by the blade they resist. Shouting for the men to go, he says it's time to reclaim their freedom. Looking up, he's informed that all the cells opened in a mass escape. Surprised, he questions himself about a mass escape right in the correctional facility. Meanwhile, the last remaining cell finally opens. Making a decision, he says in that case he'll solve it with his own hands. Leaping toward the prisoners, he charges forward to stop their escape. From up there, the guards shout that he escaped and give the order to shoot. Smiling at the situation, he says he had already made peace with death. He then admits that, despite everything, this is a good day to be alive. Desperate, the boy yells a warning for Guangsu to watch his back. Behind the prisoner, the prison warden appears by surprise for an attack. Screaming with all his hatred, he says none of those cockroaches will escape. Running, he realizes he won't make it in time to stop it. When a step is taken, a mysterious voice calls for Hyunbin. Being alerted by his companion, he yells warning about the knife. Emerging at high speed, Taiha advances to intercept the attack. Caught completely by surprise, the warden can't react to the new opponent. With a rapid attack, Taiha lands multiple blows on the prison warden. Praising the boy, Taiha says he did well and that they can leave now. Changing the scene to Okseo Port, the place is full of ships and containers. Through the yard, various gunshot sounds can be heard between the containers. Receiving the order to stop them, the soldiers begin shooting non-stop. Gripping Gripping the weapon tighter, he prepares for the next action. Saying time's up, he warns they're going to force their way through. Then he yells for everyone to go, leading the attack over the containers. Landing on the ground, the group reorganizes and prepares for the confrontation. Charging at the enemies, they run to initiate combat. With a swift movement, he advances and lands blows on the soldiers in his path. Dodging by a hair, he evades a shot that grazed past. Hidden, he says the number of snipers is higher than expected. One of his men yells to the captain, saying they need to attack head-on. But while speaking, he's surprised by a strike coming from above. Receiving the attack, his body is thrown forcefully against the ground. Desperate, the leader yells his companion's name, Microphone. Shouting at the men, he calls them traitors and asks if this is a game. Being caught from behind, a weapon is wrapped around his neck to finish him. Then the man pulls the weapon with full force, ripping off his head. With a smile, Jerome questions what happens if he thinks it's a game. His leader then asks what he was doing there, since he should be in the rear. He responds that was their decision, since he only needs to rescue the woman. Jumping over the containers, he ignores the warning about the snipers at the location. At that, the leader realizes the young master has connections to the Ordo Nox. He remembers that's the strongest assassin group in the world. In his memories, a single member of them managed to annihilate his entire unit. Jumping between the port structures, he moves to a higher location. Stopping at a crane, he says he'll take a look around. Observing the location, he says he's smelling something really good coming from there. He comments that the mustachioed man was good, but Vendetta wouldn't forgive. Looking for a challenge, he asks for someone strong to appear to fight. From atop the crane, he continues observing the entire port with attention. At that, a light reflection appears from the top of one of the silos. With a smile, he finally says he found what he was looking for. Being the target of a shot, the man manages to dodge by a hair. He complains about the snipers, saying because of them they can't advance. Seeing his fallen men, he shouts they're not just one or two shooters. Surprised, he hears a voice warning that all targets have been located. Well positioned, one of the shooters prepares for the shot. While a shooter was reporting, he's surprised by a mysterious woman. Not understanding anything, he turns and questions how she got there. With 2 quick shots, she hits both shooters dead on. Another sniper team tries to make contact, asking what happened to Team Bravo. Warning that the position was discovered, she advances to the next target. Jumping on them, she attacks with fatal blows the last shooters. After combat, she informs that all targets have finally been neutralized. In panic, the last remaining shooter begs pleas for her to listen to him. Ignoring the plea, she advances and finishes the last soldier with a precise blow. In another place, she reports in a call that there were 8 snipers total. A man is warned that the area is secure and that he can move now. Relieved, he thanks saying the Yan clan saved them once again. When he starts running, he's interrupted by an unexpected figure. Standing in front of him, a man holds a helmet amid the bodies. Facing the newcomer, he calls him annoying for being there. He then reveals the port is full of bombs, but he can help them escape. Switching to another location, the woman walks through a corridor of containers. Arriving in front of a cell, she finally finds who she was looking for. Through the communicator, she warns she found Lady Heron and sends the location. Inside the cell, Heron is tied up and immobilized by a straitjacket. Apologizing for the delay, she says she'll get her out of there immediately. Destroying the cell door, he invades the location and interrupts the rescue. She says she knew something smelled good but didn't expect this surprise. With a smile on his face, Jerome comments about the delicious smell of death. Saying he's happy he went after her, he calls her a delicious meal. Inside the cell, she just stares at him with a serious and determined look. With a smile on his face, he asks if she was referring to him. Grabbing his weapon, he notices the other woman is still breathing after the strike. He then attacks with a powerful blow toward the cell wall. Pulling the weapon with force, he rips out a piece of the container's structure. After doing this, he asks if he should just kill her once and for all. Meanwhile, the leader asks for Heron's exact location and warns he's coming. A loud noise from above interrupts his run and catches his attention. Looking up, he sees the 2 figures fighting in the air between the containers. Irritated, she shouts that a nobody like him can't touch someone from her family. Laughing at the situation, he asks if they're one big happy family. Confused by the scene, the leader questions why he's fighting against the rescue. With a quick movement, she delivers a powerful strike toward Jerome. Dragging the weapon on the ground, he stops his fall. Spinning her body, she throws her weapon with all her strength toward him. Piercing the container, the weapon passes inches from his face. He questions if it's okay to throw away such an important weapon. Surprised, he realizes the weapon is actually attached to a wire. Pulling the wire back, she recovers her weapon and advances to attack. Using the momentum of the movement, she lands a powerful blow directly on him. Even after taking the hit, he just laughs at the situation. At that moment, several container debris start falling all over the yard. Landing on the ground, she moves away from him and regroups with her allies. Her companions arrive, asking Lady Heron if she's hurt. Saying she's fine, she asks them to take an ally and asks about Sohue. They respond that she's in prison with Taiha as a condition of the mission. Not understanding, she questions why they went to that place. Then they say they'll explain the whole situation while getting out of there. Introducing himself, Vui says her testimony is needed at today's hearing. Realizing the situation, she understands the message about the hearing was delivered. She then concludes that Chiang needs to stop her escape at any cost. At that moment, one of his men appears screaming desperately for the captain. Running toward them, he thanks them for successfully rescuing the young woman. With panic on his face, he shouts, warning that there's a bomb on site. Right after, a huge explosion happens in the middle of the port containers. From the force of the impact, 2 of them are violently thrown against a container. Thrown far away, the 2 roll on the ground from the force of the explosion. From a view above, the explosion consumes a large part of the yard. Irritated, he says Chiang is a madman for bombing the port. The other man warns they need to leave, as enemies will arrive soon. Going back in time, the man doesn't believe the story about the bomb on site. He then reveals that a container with explosives will be detonated during the rescue. He says he'll try to buy time, but they need to escape through the planned route. Running to the main gate, he shouts that the operation was a success. Shouting to her captain, she warns there's a vehicle at the gate. Looking at the gate, he stops surprised by what he's seeing. Seeing the enemy soldiers, he realizes the escape route is blocked. With targets in sight, they receive the order to open fire. Running over the soldiers, an armored vehicle invades the site for the rescue. Making a maneuver, the armored vehicle stops right in front of the group. Confused by the arrival, he just stands watching the truck approach. Smiling at the group, the driver says he's there to save them. Pointing to the ramp, the leader shouts for everyone to get in the truck. Helping Lady Heron, one of her allies, guides her inside. Questioning where they're going, a soldier aims a launcher at the truck, but before he could shoot, he's hit and defeated by a strike. Inside the truck, she says things were just getting started. Provoking the woman, he invites her to a dance next time. Calling him crazy, she tells him to go mix with other beasts. Celebrating the mission's success, the armored truck departs at high speed. Leaving the port behind, the rescue vehicle escapes safely. From the top of the silo, a man watches the whole scene unfold. With a serious look, he follows the truck leaving the port. Switching to the city at night, the scene shows the illuminated buildings. With a smile, he says they escaped safely and without a scratch. Inside the car, he says without them, the place would be full of bodies. On the phone, he says Min Chang actually wants to become president. Asking him to hurry, he warns he's already at the agreed location. Walking along the pier, he states the entire council will arrive soon. In front of a large commercial building, the day's movement seems normal. Inside the office, he warns they need to resolve everything before they arrive. Receiving a call, he thinks their escape might end up being difficult. He then tells the person on the other end to move only when he gives the order. His assistant questions him, but he says he's been talking about something else. Insisting on leaving, she warns that the president needs to leave immediately. Ignoring the warning, he gestures, saying he's still in the middle of a conversation. She explains that traffic could delay them for the council hearing. Ordering her to leave, he says to come back only when he's done talking. He then responds it'll take an hour, leaving her completely surprised. Confirming the information, he warns he'll leave only in an hour. Just then, the elevator arrives at the floor so they can finally leave. Inside the elevator, the 2 proceed in silence to the lower floor. Waiting in the lobby, 2 men await the arrival of the president and his assistant. Joining the group, he asks if everything's ready and tells everyone to go. Giving an order, he tells his bodyguard not to leave his side. Hearing the warning, the long-haired man just stares at him in silence. Twirling his cane, he tells everyone to do exactly what he orders. Suddenly he stumbles, being quickly steadied by his teammates. Worried about the situation, his assistant asks if the president is okay. Pushing them away, he yells for them to let go, saying it was just a stumble. She realizes his condition seems worse because of the council's poison. His companion then says he shouldn't have consumed that poison. He responds that if he hadn't, they would have killed him without thinking twice. The man warns that even with success, they won't have the antidote without the Yan family. Hearing what his allies said, he just gives a slight laugh at the situation. Standing up, he says his companion still doesn't understand how the world works. Changing scenes, the city traffic is quite heavy during the night. Inside the car, she warns about the traffic, but he tells her to go straight. Even feeling sick, he guarantees that if they stay the course, they won't be late. Through the rearview mirror, she watches her boss getting sick in the back seat. Receiving a phone, he's informed that Heron escaped from the port 20 minutes ago. He praises the photo, saying Youngmin could have chosen the wrong career. While she continues driving, the car makes its way through the city at night. With his eyes closed, he continues feeling the poison's effects on his body. Tossing the phone, he asks why he kept her around all this time. She remembers that he ignores her, cuts her off, and even reduces reduced her pay. He says that in the end, she knows her place and is very capable. Feeling dizzy, he continues saying she's not greedy and takes only what. Gripping the steering wheel, she remembers the day she faced Youngmin also helped. In a memory, she's threatened not to say the wrong thing and to kill herself. Keeping focus on the road, she seems to get a bit worried about the situation. Then she turns and asks if she can ask him a single question. He guesses she wants to know the real reason he took the poison. Saying she can't help it, she feels it was a deviation from the original plan. Stuck in traffic, the sound of horns echoes throughout the busy avenue. Looking out the window, he starts talking about tribes that still live by hunting. He cites as an example the desert people, who divide all food equally. She listens carefully as he explains they criticize the hunter to keep him humble. He concludes that even the strongest hunter is nothing under social pressure. Even feeling sick, he states the council can't kill him so easily. Staring at the cars, he says if he had power, he would have banned them all already. He then says the Oseong and Yan families are just beasts disguised as people. According to him, they have no real power, but control the country with brute force. His plan was to make the beast fight, but Taiha ruined everything. Leaving the traffic, the car follows an alternative and much emptier route. Surprised by the situation, Cheon-gu says now only one choice remains for them. Speeding through the night, Cheon-gu understands they now need to make them believe. He explains they need to create the illusion that they're human and live by rules. Seeing the police, he says, everyone lives deceived when the illusion is perfect. Watching the police clear the way, he states this is true power. Arriving at his destination, he says today he'll change who's on top. Being supported by his companion, he doesn't seem to be feeling very well. With a sweaty face, Cheon-gu can barely stand on his own. Walking along the pier, Cheon-gu and his assistant head toward the meeting location. Near the building entrance, he stops for a moment, still very weakened. In front of the large door, a woman was already waiting for their arrival. Thanking him for his presence, she hopes the trip wasn't an inconvenience. Then she introduces herself as Cho-yeon, inviting him to finally enter the location. Following the woman, Cheon-gu walks down the corridor toward the conference room. Pointing the way, she invites him to enter the meeting area. With a sweaty face, Cheon-gu keeps struggling to endure the effects of the poison. Inside the room, several people were already waiting for the council meeting to begin. The Eternal Life Sect is a global cult with millions of followers around the world. With the president's support, they aim to become the country's official religion. The organization is actually a lobbying syndicate disguised as a religion. One of the council members is the final prophet, known as the Archangel. The Dobang Association is formed by the old guard that used to govern South Korea. They consider themselves the only ones capable of protecting the country from powerful nations. Believing only they can assemble nuclear weapons, they seek to maintain control. One of the association's council members is the king of loan sharks, Il Guan-shin. Asking him to sit down, the woman offers to help. Taking a seat at the table, he asks where the other council member is. With a sidelong glance, he seems suspicious of the meeting situation. The council member from the Oseong faction, Jae-pil Kim, is the first to arrive. Right behind him is Gwang-hoo Young, vice president and Taiha's supporter on the council. He says Cheong's plan won't work, even with the confession. He states that with Haren's rescue, Cheong now has no escape. Announcing the chief's arrival, an important person finally enters the premises. Footsteps echo through the hall as the figure approaches the table. Seeing the figure, everyone present at the table immediately stands up. The guard then asks why everyone is standing for another member. Emerging from the shadows, a woman walks toward the center of the room. Asking everyone to maintain decorum, she introduces herself as Kotnam Yeon. Passing by everyone, she walks through the hall with an imposing presence. Reaching her place, she prepares to finally sit at the table. He realizes that this woman is actually the chief of the Yan clan. With a 1,000-year history, the Yan clan has existed since the Silla dynasty. Their real power is a mystery, as no one knows how they've lasted so long. This happens because everyone who tried to learn about them was killed without exception. Although the council recognized their authority, this was a catastrophic mistake. They have no idea what kind of monster the chief of the Yan clan truly is. The true leader, Jung Seo-yeon, wields influence unknown throughout the world. Seated at the table, she says there's an empty seat at the council meeting. Looking at his phone, he warns that the chief is on the way and that he'll rush him. She laments that her body isn't the same as it used to be. Turning an hourglass, she says she intends to finish the meeting in 1 hour. Asking him to stand, she says she has a matter to address with him. He informs her that he received a call from Heir, who's on her way to testify. She wants to testify against the coup, since she almost died because of it. Still weakened, he just listens to the news in silence with a sweaty face. She then questions him whether he prefers to wait or confess the crime right now. He thinks to himself that he had forgotten how suffocating she was. With few words, she took control and left him with no way out. Regretting the situation, he thinks it was a mistake to have come to this place. He reflects that strong people like Gwangsu always demonstrate their power up front, just like Junsu, who mastered martial arts and was firm as a rock. But then his attention turns to another person present in the room. room. Observing the woman in the back, he questions what she really is. Her presence seems to transcend everything, making him doubt who the leader is. He even thinks that if she wanted, she could kill everyone there by herself. Then he wonders why he doesn't feel anything coming from the true chief. His bodyguard alerts him to be careful with what he says and follow the plan. With a smile, he says he'll make his confession before the testimony. Standing up, he confesses that he killed everyone on the council to become president. Changing scenes, a car accelerates while someone complains about Seoul's traffic. Inside the car, Dukal Park says he's going to get an earful from that woman again. At that moment, he notices strange movement on the road right ahead. His car's driver makes a sharp maneuver, cutting off the passage and stopping on the lane. Giving an order, Dukal Park tells his driver to follow that car immediately. He just reinforces the order, telling the driver to follow the car without complaining. At high speed, the armored truck crosses a bridge during the night. Thanking him for the help, he promises young Master Taiha he'll return the favor. On a call, she asks how they managed to escape from that prison. With the group celebrating, he explains that the Dobang Association helped them. In a flashback, it's shown they used explosives to damage the wall. She tells them they cut the power, causing chaos with the inmates escaping. Listening to the entire explanation in silence, she continues the call attentively. One of the men comments they were more savage than people said. The driver says they should be grateful, since they got them out of a tight spot. Asking for a moment of privacy, she asks Taiha to turn off the speakerphone. With a premonition, she says the real battle is only just beginning. Back at the meeting, he confesses to killing everyone to become president. Completely shocked by the confession, his bodyguard is left speechless. At the head of the table, the two women from the Yan clan observe everything. The leader's assistant just watches the scene, keeping her gaze alert. Telling him to shut his mouth, the man says this isn't the place for that. He then reveals he has proof about the founding president's assassination. The source of the money for the attack came from a shell company in Panama. Shouting, he accuses him of personally leading the attack on the yacht. Furthermore, he says Chiang killed his own father to become president. Pointing at himself, he asks where he got the courage to speak. Pointing his finger, the man says he's talking too much for a dead man. While the argument happens, the Archangel just watches everything in silence. On the other side of the table, the Lone Shark King ends up falling asleep during the meeting. Noticing the strangeness, he notes something isn't right in that situation. With a smile, he says he could have told them everything if they had asked. Completely surprised by the answer, the man doesn't know how to react. Banging his cane, he confesses he took part in the attack and handled the money. He then reveals he did this because his father planned to use him as a scapegoat. After the confession, he starts coughing, feeling the effects of the poison. He explains his father blamed him for his mother's and brother's deaths. For 17 years, he believed his father would use him as the culprit, but after his death, he discovered it was all the work of a greedy man. Shouting, he accuses Guanghu Yang of being the real mastermind behind the coup. Elsewhere, a car passes by while he asks about Chiang's hearing. He explains Chiang moved up the hearing knowing he'd be busy. She then realizes Chiang's desire to confess everything was a lie. He found a way to be recognized as president without the formal process. Elsewhere, she says her rescue would be an inconvenience for Chiang. Security at the location was weak, and the explosives weren't that powerful. And most important of all, Do-gyung wasn't present at the location. Young Master Taiha just listens to the whole situation in silence. Thoughtful. She says if he had been guarding the port, she wouldn't have escaped. Asked if Chiang let her escape, he says there's no reason for that. She then suggests Chiang couldn't have done this without the sect's approval. She says if everything was planned, the ease of the escape makes sense. He then questions if Yang contacted the Dobang Association directly for help. She asks if he knows with whom or what the terms of the deal were, and if this cooperation wasn't something the association really wanted. Falling silent for a moment, he just asks her to explain better. She reveals the final verdict is decided by majority vote of the 5 members. The Lone Shark King, Ilgwon Shin, is one of the association's council members. Waking up, he says he got a call from President Jin a little while ago. The call came through the red phone, a direct and secure line between them. He tells them Jin said Minchang and Yang were plotting something, but since Minchang is his right-hand man, he asked for concrete proof. However, he realizes that in the end, President Jin was right. Elsewhere, the Archangel says he also got a call before arriving. He was informed about the prison infiltration and the rescue of an inmate. Questioning Yang, he confronts him about the man he serves, Taiha Jin. Confused, he wonders why they did this without his authorization. Hearing the conversation, he finally understands what's happening at the meeting. He then realizes all of that was what Chiang had been planning all along. Showing his phone, he reveals footage of Haran escaping in a Dobang vehicle. He accuses him of manipulating his father and bringing Taiha back to kill him. Shouting, the man denies the accusations, saying he can't be blamed with photos. Banging on the table, she asks everyone to maintain decorum during the meeting. Saying they need to speak with the person involved, she asks where Vice President Heir is. Cutting to a scene, 2 men are attacked by surprise inside a car. The driver realizes he was careless and that he was buying time. Fallen on the seat, he curses the traitors while being attacked on the neck. After the attack, The bodies of the two men are thrown out of the car. Asking everyone to hold on, he warns he's going to floor it now. He comments that 30 minutes have passed, finding the detour to Suncheon strange. Cutting to a scene, a man is sitting calmly in the backseat of a car. He then gets startled when answering a call from Taiha of Cheongu. Driving, Taiha gives the order to turn the car around immediately if he wants to live. At the subway entrance, the city seems peaceful under the nightlight. Running desperately, he tries to escape the situation he got himself into. He wonders why he's going through all this while he runs. Questioning the order, he asks what it means to turn the car around to survive. He starts questioning why he has to obey the order he received, but he's interrupted by a voice, saying he's done enough. Lighting a cigarette, the man says he's not young enough to run anymore. Walking down a corridor, he sees a familiar figure standing at the end of the path. Desperate, he wonders why the Oseong faction would be in that place. The man says that doesn't matter, since the council is waiting for him. What really matters is that he secretly helped Taiha with his plans. Shouting, he denies the accusation, saying his men acted on their own. The man then tells him to just let the council know the truth. He warns he's only there to escort him safely to the room, but he can't guarantee what the others will do if they receive different orders. Getting ready for action, the men draw their swords and advance. Terrified, he recognizes the assassin squad and the president's personal guards. Lamenting the situation, he says Minchang was a good and loyal guy. He wonders why his right-hand man would do something so out of character. One of the council members suggests maybe he made the wrong friends. Speaking to the leader, he questions the validity of the hearing with so many betrayals. He thinks there's no point in continuing with the council meeting. Agreeing, he praises the old man for saying the right words at the right time. She then asks if there's any news from Vice President Hyo or his boss. Shouting that he's innocent, he begs them to leave him alone. He says the president decides the answers, whether they're true or not. If he goes to the meeting, he's sure he'll be a dead man. Noticing the strangeness, he says he has a bad feeling about everything. Irritated, he wonders where the hell the old man went now. While the phone rings, the assassins surround the two men in the corridor. Complaining about the persistence, he tries to figure out how to block the number on his phone. Surrounded by assassins, he and his ally have nowhere to escape. Surprised, he wonders how the hell that person managed to find them there. He explains he saw Ilgwon's guard's car making a U-turn. Calling Pyeongtae, the Oseong faction boss, Ducheol Park, asks what he's doing there. Begging for help, he throws himself on the ground and says he was framed. Apologizing to the boss, he asks him to pretend he didn't see anything. Irritated, he refuses, questioning why he's meddling in family business. He then reveals he received a request from Cheong to help prove his innocence. Laughing at the situation, he calls him crazy for siding with Cheong. He argues it's smarter to side with the man in power. With a serious look, he says he's already made it clear they don't make alliances. Shouting, he says that attitude is why they're still common thugs. Raising his hand, he prepares to give an order to his men. Pointing directly at him, the boss calls him and orders him to come here. Lowering his head, he seems to defy the order he just received. Saying he can't, he refuses the call while the assassin squad prepares. Then the group of assassins advances at high speed toward the boss. Reflecting on the situation, he seems to accept his opponent's challenge. He then warns that if that's how it is, he'll go to them himself to settle it. From above, the shadow of one of the assassins prepares for the attack. Preparing for the counterattack, he clenches his fist with all his strength. With a single blow, he hits the ground and throws all the enemies away. Defeated on the ground, the assassins are neutralized without any chance to fight back. Observing the scene, he wonders how many years it's been since he saw that happen. He remembers that overwhelming force that solves everything with just fists. Then he realizes he's witnessing the vision of the martial god once again. They say the core of a fight is strength, technique, and speed. Considered the strongest in the nation, he's already turned the country upside down. With a quick movement, he lands a fatal blow on his opponent. Fighting like a god of war, he continues to impress despite his advanced age, but even he ends up being hit by an unexpected blow from behind. Watching from afar, someone comments that his best days are over. On the phone, Jae-pil Kim confirms the orders and asks for detailed reports. He reports that the boss saw an ambush and went after it because it seemed suspicious. Surprised by the news, he then asks whose car it was. Ruling Taiha out of the equation, he says there's only one possibility left. Finding the whole situation a mess, she comments on the chaos. She then orders them to call President Park, saying he'll answer. Worried, he wonders if the person in the ambush might be Minchang. Advancing down the corridor, several men rush to attack all at once. Seeing the wound, he complains that it's a nuisance. He says these are the assassins personally trained by President Shin. Thoughtfully, he comments they were made for Taiha, but sent on another mission. Mocking, he says they should work against someone who's already past their prime. In an instant, all the assassins advance in his direction to attack. Reacting quickly, he lands a strong blow on one of his opponents. After throwing the enemy to the ground, his phone starts ringing loudly. Seeing the phone, he complains about how persistent the person on the other end is. Turning to the enemies, he asks them to give him a second. Answering the phone, he defends himself from a blow with his hand. On the other end, She yells, calling him a coward and asking if he wants to die. She continues complaining, saying he made the elders wait for him. Irritated, he yells that obviously there's a good reason he's late. She then questions when he'll pull himself together, saying everyone's busy. During the call, he lands a blow on another assassin attacking him. Yelling into the phone, he says he's busy and asks them to put him on speaker. She then asks who he's fighting at that exact moment. He answers it's President Shin's personal guard, and he's running out of breath. Placing the phone on the table, she prepares to activate the speakerphone. With a touch, she answers the call and tells him to start talking. Then his voice echoes through the meeting room, shouting for Chiang. He says the other made a big mistake underestimating him. Warning he'll arrive in 10 minutes, he tells them to wait. Crushing the phone, he threatens to rip his head off to hang it in the office. Right after, the device breaks into several pieces on the floor. Totally focused on the fight, he turns to the assassins surrounding him. Irritated, he tells the guys he had asked them for time. Advancing, he applies a strong blow that throws one of the opponents to the ground. Managing to dodge an attack, he moves to the side quickly. Immediately, he strikes back with a direct blow to his attacker's chest. Without wasting time, he lands another blow on yet another enemy approaching. Blood splatters everywhere, showing the final result of the blow. He finishes the last opponent, using a heavy object to attack. His gaze remains fixed and alert after the last move. Realizing his mistake, he admits he was completely wrong about the fighter. Seeing his movements, he says there's no difference from his prime. He then says the only thing that got weaker was his heart. Back in the room, she comments the hearing will get quite messy. She explains that just a few photos can't prove the accusation. Frustrated, he wonders why it had to be Duchul and who leaked the information. Speaking to Do-gyung, he tells him to keep an eye on that beast. Smiling, he says the fact he hasn't arrived means he followed orders. Startled, he looks up as pieces of something fall around. He also looks up, reacting to the sudden interruption of the fight. A wide smile spreads across the newcomer's face. Do-gyung appears in the middle of the fight, impressing them both. Completely shocked, the other man questions what just happened there. Looking at the newcomer, the older man recognizes him right away. Keeping a smile on his face, he stares fixedly at his next target. Unexpectedly, he turns and rushes forward to land a strike on Dukail Park. Dukail Park dodges and prepares a powerful kick. With the impact of the blow, the hallway floor ends up breaking. Dukail Park turns and realizes his opponent has evaded. Sliding through the hallway, he stops abruptly right in front of the other man. Questioning the newcomer, he asks what a Cheong man is doing there. With a smile, he says he had a feeling they would meet. Revealing his plans, he says he was the target from the beginning. Yelling at the newcomer, he says he wasn't supposed to interfere. Irritated with the situation, he curses Cheong for ruining everything. Hearing the conversation, he observes the situation in silence and with attention. In the corner of the room, a man cowers in fear near the bodies. Completely desperate, he puts his hands on his head, not knowing what to do. He then suggests the other take Vice President Heir to the council. Refusing the proposal, he adjusts his gloves and says the other should do it. Finishing adjusting, he states with certainty that this is his job. Out of patience, he yells, saying he knows he hears and to get him out of there. With his back turned, he warns that the fight has started and they shouldn't interfere. Threatening, he says he'll kill him if he tries to interfere again. Interrupting the two, the older man asks what he's doing. Calmly, he responds that he's already achieved his goal and the job is done. Remembering the call, he says he's heading to him at that moment. Advancing quickly, he attacks with a strike that completely surprises him. The strike is blocked, and he manages to defend against the next blow, using his weapon to block, and he manages to land a hit with the weapon on his opponent's head. Blocking the attack, he tries to counterattack with a quick and precise movement. Dodging the blow, Dukail Park barely manages to escape the attack. He then retaliates by landing a strong hit on his adversary's face. Advancing, he says he thought the other was old and finished. With a powerful strike, he hits the older man's face dead on. He continues saying he found him too exhausted to do anything. Admitting his mistake, he says it seems he was completely wrong. Spinning his weapon, he remembers the other unified the country's gangs. Holding the attack, he continues saying, the other dreamed of a new world. Questioning his former master, he asks why he stopped everything. Delivering several blows, he yells that gangsters like them die if they stop. Continuously landing more strikes, he keeps asking the reason for his stopping. Screaming desperately, he demands to know why he gave up on everything. Defending himself from the last blow, he blocks the attack coming from above. He then says a man doesn't die just when he stops fighting. With a smile, he says a man disappears when he can't change. Retaliating with everything, he lands a devastating blow on the opponent's face. Being thrown far, his body breaks the floor with the force. After the dust settles, he stands still observing the result of the fight. In a flashback, a man wonders if he's finally free now. Another face then appears in his vision, answering yes, for sure. Going back to the past, it's revealed he was attacked by a treacherous blow. Back to the hallway, he approaches the man who was cowering in the corner. Desperate, the man asks if he's gone crazy and why he's coming after him. He still questions if the other didn't have orders to take him back alive. Adjusting his tie, he explains his only order was to protect him from Dukiel. Begging for his life, the man panics seeing the weapon rise. With a smile, he says that after fulfilling the order, he has freedom. Rising from the rubble, the other fighter observes the scene from a distance. He then carefully follows what's happening in the middle of the hallway. In a shocking scene, he ends up landing a blow on his own boss. With disdain, Dukiel Park calls him an arrogant youngster for his attitude. He then raises the weapon again, preparing to deliver the final blow. With a quick movement, he advances to try to finish Dukiel Park for good. But incredibly, he manages to stop the blow by punching the blade. Completely surprised, he stares at the scene, not believing what he's seeing. Even with his injured hand, he continues holding the weapon with great force. With a mocking look, he prepares for the next move. With a strike, Dukiel Park throws the opponent high up with force. He then leaps toward his enemy, preparing to attack. Landing on the ground, he says he finally had the chance to meet. Complaining, he says the other had to ruin everything and attacks. With a strike coming from above, he hits the ground with a great impact. Amid the dust, he stands up, facing his opponent. His face appears in the smoke, looking at his target fixedly. Turning surprised, he realizes his enemy's quick approach. With a quick blow, he hits him in an unexpected way. The strike hits squarely, making him impressed. Watching the fight, the other man prepares to enter the combat. Totally shocked, he can't believe what just happened. The boss then comments that his subordinate is quite sharp. He responds that the boss's eyes are sharper than his mouth. With a smile, he says it's been a while since he had to think during a fight. Right after, the two advance together toward the enemy to attack. Surprised by the attitude, the boss yells, trying to get his attention. He then warns that Mincheng has already been defeated and everything went wrong. Saying there's no time, he says the boss can't handle 80 men. Asking him to listen, the two begin to attack the enemy together. The exchange of blows continues, with him defending the adversary's attacks. Agreeing with the strategy, the boss advances to deliver a powerful strike. With a quick movement, the enemy manages to dodge the blow by little. The fight among the three intensifies, with blows exchanged on all sides. Noticing the change in the fight, he says the initial advantage has disappeared. Then, the enemy ends up tripping over one of the bodies on the ground. Screaming that he's a fraud, he lunges forward with his weapon. The blow hits the enemy's face squarely, causing a major wound. Even wounded, he retaliates by spinning his weapons toward his attacker. In a flashback, he says only a Yan clan member can kill Dukiel. He promises that if the other survives the training, he'll be able to defeat Dukiel. With the impact, the two crash through the glass wall in an instant. In another memory, he says the other needs to be strong to protect Cheongu. Back to the present, he grips his weapon's handle tightly. Warning that Oseong is full of monsters, he orders the fight to be one-on-one. Holding the enemy, he yells for the boss to take the chance and finish it. Sitting against the wall, he just observes the scene in silence. He then calls Pyongtae, who watches him with great attention. Surprised by the call, he turns and asks what the boss wants. Suddenly, his subordinate's body falls on the floor in front of him. Looking at the body, he starts giving a low and sinister laugh. In another memory, he receives the mission to protect Cheongu. He says this is the freedom that, as a father, he grants him. Back to the fight, he says the situation is very amusing. In a flashback, Pyongtae questions how long they'll live like this. Dukiel Park responds that he can join them if he wants. Nobody's stopping him. He asks if they don't deserve a better life with a house and a daughter. Confirming that's his dream, he looks at his companion with sincerity. Telling his story, he says he was born with nothing and fought to survive. Smiling, he says he wants to be able to say he lived life to the fullest. Back in the present, he asks the boss if he doesn't feel the same. With a bloodied smile, the enemy stares at him with one injured eye. He realizes his opponent sacrificed an eye just to create an opening. Tearing his own clothes, he prepares for the next phase of the fight. Taking off his shirt, he recognizes him as the killing machine made for him. With a quick strike, the enemy advances to try to finish the fight. He then attacks with a kick, trying to land it, but Duckle Park is hit in the chest. In another memory, he's instructed not to attack too openly. Throwing short strikes, he's told to aim for his opponent's wrists. Without blocking the blows, he's guided to just redirect them away. Landing several hits, the plan is to attack the monster little by little until he dies. Smiling, he finally realizes these are his opponent's true skills. Dukiel Park understands that the earlier bravado-filled entrance was just an act. With a powerful blow, Dukiel Park tries to land a hit, but misses. Realizing he has a counterattack, he wonders how long he's been training. Expressing his disappointment, he says he's very disappointed in Junsu. With a quick movement, he then grabs his opponent's head. Throwing him down the corridor, he hurls him far away with force. He asks why he studied him if he passed the task to someone else. In a memory, he's told he was worthy of challenging the organization's leader. Saying he should have come, he challenges him like he did in the past. Screaming that he's always been ready, he throws himself back into the darkness. Saying he was waiting for him, Dukyeol Park calls out to Junsu. He was also waiting for Japal, who was consumed by revenge after losing his family. He says he created a world for beasts that had nowhere to go. That's why when he fell, he wanted to die reaping what he sowed with style. Preparing to attack, he says that's why he did everything. With a powerful blow, he hits the enemy square on with all his strength. With the impact, he ends up spitting blood, unable to react in time. Looking at his fallen opponent, he says he won't do for this. He then asks if the other really thought he was that finished. Screaming, he says he wouldn't die at the hands of a nobody like him. At that moment, it's revealed that Dogyong broke into a cold sweat for the first time in his life. Even after fighting 88 men alone, he remains standing. Even wounded, he lands another hit, defying all his opponent's expectations. An immense energy explodes from his body, proving the monster isn't done yet. With a strong blow, he strikes back, hitting his opponent square on. In response, the enemy manages to land a hit on his leg with the weapon. Dukyeol Park then delivers another blow, throwing his opponent far down the corridor. With the impact, his body is hurled to the end of the hallway. Fallen on the ground, he raises the weapon, preparing for the final blow. Screaming that he won, he says the other's head is now his. His opponent remains on the ground, unable to move after the blow. Motionless, he continues staring at the enemy, who repeats for him to die. At that, his eye opens, showing he hasn't been defeated yet. Screaming with everything, he demands the other die once and for all. Throwing the weapon into the air, he prepares to deliver the final blow. The weapon descends rapidly toward Dukyeol Park, who's lying on the ground, but suddenly, Taeha appears and blocks the strike at the last second. Searching for the location, one of them announces he finally found the right place. Stepping out of the car, he runs in a hurry, being called Young Master. Noticing the blood on the floor, he warns he's going in first. Shouting from the window, the other says the doctor forbade him from fighting. Inside the car, she complains he drives her completely crazy. Climbing the stairs, he runs, thinking there's still time to arrive. He then stops suddenly, hearing a noise coming from the hallway. Arriving just in time, he blocks the strike that was about to hit the fallen man. With his weapons in hand, he prepares to protect the wounded man. Fallen, the older man looks surprised at his unexpected savior. The attacker also stares at him, shocked by the newcomer's interference. Recognizing the newcomer, he asks if he's really Taeha. His gaze remains fixed, focused only on the enemy before him. Advancing, he lands a direct hit the enemy can't dodge, but he defends himself, crossing his weapons to block the second attack. With a swift movement, he tries to land a strike, but it's blocked. Dodging the attack, he lands a blow that tears off the opponent's hand. A man arrives and says he'll take the wounded boss to the hospital. Seeing Dukyeol's condition, he wonders if Dogyong really did that. Looking at the room, he sees dozens of bodies scattered on the floor, including Minchang. Shocked by the scene, he questions what the hell happened there. Recognizing the attacker, he realizes it's the same man again. He remembers the enemy already defeated Junsu, and now came after Dukyeol. Refusing help, Dukyeol says he can't hand him over, because he's his. Striking back, the enemy lands a powerful blow on his opponent. Feeling the pain from the hit, he shows an expression of suffering. Thinking about his condition, he says his bones haven't healed and time is running out. An ally grabs him and says he needs to end the fight quickly. Pushing him out of the way, his ally saves him from several shots. At that moment, a squad of armed soldiers enters the hallway in formation. The Yongmu armed unit arrives and asks the sir if he's all right. The soldier apologizes for the delay, explaining they had trouble locating him. Seeing the division's arrival, the man realizes the situation got bad. He warns they need to get out of there because Dukyeol will die if the fight continues. Trapped in the room, the two wonder how they're going to escape. Receiving the order to shoot, the soldiers begin firing non-stop. With her weapons, she manages to block all the shots with great agility. Arriving to intervene, he announces the Yan clan will mediate the fight. She warns that whoever resists will be executed for violating the council's rules. Turning to the squad, she observes the result of the intense confrontation. She wonders if he really planned to fight until a tragic end. Even wounded, he says he won't hand him over, because the enemy is his prey. Wielding his weapon, he says he lived waiting for the day to take his head. Switching to another room, a person says there's an interruption for a report. Cho Yan, from the Yan clan, informs that Chief Minister Sohui contacted her. Reporting the confrontation, he informs that Vice President Heio and 88 assassins died. He continues saying Pyeongtae died, and 2 others were gravely injured. Completely shocked by the news, the man is left without reaction hearing the report. With his cigar in his mouth, he then asks if Pyeongtae wasn't Seoul's chief. Hearing Taeha's name, he gets irritated and calls the boy a small problem. Sitting at her desk, she says the rotten bastard finally tripped hard. Continuing his report, he looks toward the others present in the Great Hall. Staring at the man at the table, he questions the motive behind the entire situation. Running to the room, A woman arrives apologizing for her great delay. Introducing herself, she says she's there as a witness to what happened at the port. Pointing at her, someone indicates she can begin giving her testimony. She says the girl is late, but that she's glad to see her unharmed. Before she continues, he points to the two men standing in the room. With a smile, she offers to guess what the witness will say. She suggests Taiha and the Oseong faction joined forces to eliminate the vice president. Continuing his report, he says the Eternal Life sect was attacked in prison. He concludes that, at this point, no one will be satisfied with the hearing. Speaking about the rules, he says everything collapsed with the conspiracies. He then questions what's the point of pretending they follow the rules now. Asking about Kotneum, she comments that everything caught fire, right? Standing up, she prepares to act in response to the order she received. Raising her hand, she concentrates before performing her next move. With a powerful strike, she completely destroys the stone table in front of her. Calling for Cho, she asks him to serve the antidote for Cheong. The night advances, completely changing the scenery to a more remote location. In a modern house, the situation continues to unfold in the dead of night. Walking along the pier, Taiha appears wounded, but continues moving forward. His face shows a serious expression, focused on what needs to be done. Amid the wreckage, the two face each other in the destroyed meeting room. Warning he received a summary from the chief, he says they have a great debt. Curious about the result, he asks the other what happened at the hearing. He then explains the hearing was suspended, but a new rule was created. She announces the council's authority is suspended so they can resolve the conflicts. Declaring the right of war, she says everyone can spill blood as they wish. Crushing his glasses, Japal Kim says the Oseong faction will kill Cheong and makes an invitation. As the turbulent day drew to a close, the city seemed calm and quiet. The world was once again preparing to be turned upside down. Announcing the arrest of everyone, the police invade the location with full force. Shouting at the officer, a man asks if he's lost his mind. With the faction's businesses being raided, there was no peaceful night. As the Oseong faction fought back, they found themselves unexpectedly cornered. Internet and cell communications were suspended, isolating the entire group. Even bank accounts were suspended, cutting off access to any money. A new law was announced, with sanctions for companies affiliated with criminal groups. That morning, President Jong declared the rebirth of the war on crime. The legal system and media were used to completely isolate the Oseong faction. Drones fly over the city, warning not to join criminal organizations. The messages continue, warning about credit penalties and service restrictions. Various factions mobilized their wealth to eliminate Oseong's massive force. They thought that to protect the country, there was no need for brute force. In a church, a funeral ceremony takes place with few people present. The photo of a smiling man is prominently displayed on the altar, surrounded by candles. Looking at the photo, the situation is described as utterly humiliating. A man complains that they couldn't even hold a decent funeral for Pyeongtae. In a meeting, he asks the others what they'll do now. Adjusting his glasses, Japil Kim asks for a moment, as they're still waiting for people. Changbong Park questions whether waiting for everyone will really solve this mess. Huimin Cheon then asks the others how the boss is feeling. He reports that the boss is in the ICU, but fortunately regained consciousness. Desperate, Jung Cheol-cha laments what happened to his beloved boss. One of those present mocks him, asking why he isn't crying for Pyeongtae. Jung Seo-jang observes the scene in silence, without expressing any reaction. The meeting room door opens, and more people begin to arrive. With a smile, a man with missing teeth asks if everyone has arrived. He then scolds him, saying he's late to the meeting, Tai-soo. Commenting that the situation outside is a disaster, Tai-soo says he was busy. Walking through the room, he calls the others fools for getting into this mess. He then sits in the chair at the head of the table, ready for the meeting. Tossing his coat, he settles comfortably into his place at the table. With a smile, he asks the others if they can finally begin. A man slams the table, grabbing everyone's attention in the meeting room. He warns him that seat already belongs to someone else and tells him to get out. Mockingly, he asks who else the seat would belong to, if not him. He tells him to go to his place, reminding him the boss is still alive. He questions whether a gangster without an arm and a leg is still alive. The other meeting members just watch the argument in silence. Showing his rings, he says the seat would have been his a long time ago. He accuses him of being afraid his dirty secret will be exposed if he takes over. He responds that he's always ready for a challenge, but leadership isn't just about strength. Reminding everyone, he says the boss is only second in their rankings. Hearing the challenge, he just observes the scene in silence for a moment. Adjusting his glasses, he tells the other to claim the top spot first. He then stands up, facing the other standing in the meeting room. With a serious look, he orders the other to return to his seat. He just stares back at him, with an expression of disdain on his face. With a strike, he kicks the empty chair, which flies across the room. Sitting elsewhere, he settles in to continue the discussion. One of the members suggests they should just negotiate with the enemies. Jae-pil Kim observes the discussion, listening carefully to the proposal made. Questioning the idea, he asks what they could possibly negotiate in that situation. He continues explaining that the situation won't be solved just by eliminating one president. With a smile, he says the others are attacking like there's no tomorrow. With conviction, he states that the enemies need them so they don't dirty their own hands. He then proposes they offer to leave the council in exchange for their territories. Shocked by the proposal, one of the members shouts and stands up from his chair. Screaming, he says they created the council and they'll be finished if they leave. Outraged, he asks if the other has a better idea, or if they should all die together. Giving a laugh, he comments that he loves seeing how things are going around here. He then comments that it's quite a sight to see everything catch fire with the boss down. Slamming the table, one of them interrupts the discussion with a heavy blow. Apologizing to the gentleman, he addresses the other men in the room. Lighting a cigarette, Jae-pil Kim warns that's not why he called this meeting. Surprised, Jae-pil Kim asks if he heard that right, and if the other is refusing the alliance. He keeps questioning whether the other plans to face the three factions alone. With a warning, Taeha says that if the goal is Cheong's head, he's an enemy. Outraged, he says the other can't do this alone and needs help. With a serious look, he asks on what basis the other is proposing an alliance. He then warns him to know his place and act accordingly. At a mountain hospital, security has been reinforced for VVIP members. As they walk through the lobby, it's informed that he's conscious but in critical condition. Cho Yeon informs him that, as an exception, the family had allowed the visit. Hearing the news, he follows in silence through the hospital corridor. Saying she'll leave them alone, she walks away and enters the elevator. Exiting the elevator, a man greets him, confirming he's arrived at the location. Lying in bed, Dukeshul Park says he thought they were abandoning him there. Sitting in the armchair, he comments that he heard the other was badly injured. He replies that he feels better after eating some meat. He then reveals that Jae-pil offered him the chance to form an alliance. Explaining the situation, he says 3 factions declared war at the same time. He proposes they become allies, but the Oseong faction must accept his conditions. Smiling, he asks why the other came to him, an old man without power. He responds that, despite everything, the other is still the elder of the house. Hearing the words, he stares at him with a serious and thoughtful expression. Looking out the window, he warns that by nightfall the streets will be painted red. He then asks if the other expected the situation to escalate this much. With sincerity, he replies no, and that his plan was just to get out of there. Agreeing, he comments that life is full of unexpected surprises. The two continue the conversation in the hospital room, with a tense atmosphere in the air. Telling his story, he says his first strike was to defend himself from death. He continues saying he ran non-stop just to see how far he could get. Smiling, he says he'd be #1 in a song about gangsters. He then tosses the empty medicine box into the trash, which is already full. Lamenting, he says he's older now and there's no one by his side. He sees himself at the top of a mountain of bodies he accumulated throughout his life. Remembering the past, he recounts that his men burned Junsu's sister alive. He takes the blame, saying it was him who awakened Junsu's vengeance. With a serious look, he asks if the other still wishes to form an alliance. The other just watches him in silence, without answering the question that was asked. Finding it unexpected, he says he imagined him a bit more confident than that. With a cigar in hand, he asks if the other thinks it's just rage over Cheong. He then states that the first rule of his life is that traitors must die. Lighting the cigar, he says he'll never compromise vengeance or his family. He comments that it seems the other has a death wish, but he's mistaken. He reveals that Jae-pil was furious when he learned what happened to him. With a smile, he asks if the other really thinks everyone wants his downfall. Back at the meeting, one of the members questions what's happening there. Smiling, he asks what they're doing there if they weren't called to talk. Worried, he asks how they're going to deal with all that mess. One of the men warns that, although he's the underboss, nobody will follow his orders. Calmly, he responds that his job of gathering them is already done. Turning around, he hears the sound of the door opening at the back of the room. A man enters and apologizes, saying it looks like he's late. Surprised, one of the members asks who the newcomer is who entered the room. Shocked, he recognizes Taeha and asks why he's there at the meeting. Confused, he asks if that isn't the Taeha who caused all the commotion. He then says the newcomer is right on time and tells him to proceed. Taeha walks to the head of the table, preparing to speak to everyone. Introducing himself, he says he'll be taking over a joint operation with the faction. Shouting, one of the members questions what the scrawny kid just said. Calmly, he says he doesn't understand street slang and that the boss can give details. Shocked by the revelation, he's left speechless upon hearing the plan. On the phone, he says it's me and that everyone is already gathered. Placing the cell phone on the table, he prepares for the next phase of the plan. In a flashback, he warns him to know his place and act accordingly. He continues advising the other to organize the situation and wait for the moment. On the phone, he guarantees that man will unleash all the faction factions rage. In the room, Dukul Park shouts to kill all the bastards who challenged them. He continues saying it's not time to sit around waiting. Dukul Park says they never needed money or cell phones to survive. Shouting on the phone, he promises that no one who disrespects them will see the next day. He then orders that, until he returns, everyone must follow Taiha's leadership. The faction members now turn to face their new temporary leader. With a smile, he offers to explain the action plan to everyone.